What if the weight of your soul could be measured, not by your deeds, but by a feather? What if that feather belonged to Ma'at, the goddess of truth, and all your sins, secrets, and shadows were laid bare before her? In the flickering darkness of the afterlife, where echoes of the living mingle with whispers of the dead, the stakes could not be higher. One wrong step, one ill-timed thought, and you're not just lost, you're eternally devoured by the monster Amit, half crocodile, half lion, insatiable in her hunger for the damned. Welcome to the Hall of Ma'at, the ultimate courtroom of the dead, where every Egyptian soul faced judgment that could rival any drama on today's reality TV. Picture it, a vast, echoing chamber with the intensity of 1,000 staring eyes, imaginary, yes, but immeasurably powerful. There sits Osiris, the judge with a gaze so penetrating that it could pierce through the bravest heart, flanked by an assembly of divine onlookers. You, a mere mortal, stand before him, heart pounding like a war drum, anticipating the brutal scrutiny that awaits. What will you say? What will you hide? As you wait, the heavy scent of sandalwood curls into your nostrils, mingling with the bitter tang of fear. Each soul summoned for judgment has a story, a comedy or tragedy, depending on how the scales tip. Did you give to the poor or hoard riches? Did you love fiercely or betray time after time? The balance of your existence hangs precariously as the feather, a symbol of truth, hovers before you like a sardonic smile. But let's not forget the laughter that ripples through the shadows. Did you think judgment would be serious? Oh, my friend, not in this cosmic circus. The process resembles a twisted game show, where the prize is either everlasting peace or an eternity serving amidst insatiable appetite. The gods relish your nervous fidgeting, your uncertainty. Picture Thoth, the deity of wisdom, scribbling down your every misstep with a quill made from a phoenix feather, chuckling softly. Oh, what a delightful turn of events, he might say, as your heart races. You ponder your choices, weighing them against the feather. How many times did you roll your eyes at your neighbor? How many times did you drive too fast on the Nile? Each sin is a weight, and each virtue a lifeline. The scales don't lie. The room, thick with tension, pulses like the heartbeat of eternity. Your soul is a ledger. Can it tip in your favor, or will it plunge you into the jaws of doom? As whispers of long-lost souls fill your ears, you realize the truth. This is not just about death, it's about every choice you ever made, the unseen consequences that ripple through the fabric of existence. So, what will the feather reveal about you? The Hall of Ma'at awaits, and its judgment is anything but merciful. Step forward, if you dare. The night was thick with tension, the air heavy as the dark clouds rolled overhead, swallowing the moonlight whole. Rena stood at the edge of a sprawling desert, her heart pounding like a war drum, a sound echoing in her ears that made her pulse quicken with every beat. Shadows danced at the fringes of her vision, whispering secrets that only the wind seemed to understand. She could feel the weight of truth, her truth, bearing down on her like the unforgiving gaze of the sun. It was the moment of reckoning, where her soul would teeter on the precipice of Ma'at, the balance between chaos and order, right and wrong. The night held the scent of damp earth, an unsettling contrast to the parched sands beneath her feet, where the grain seemed to shift and swirl, each one a fragment of her fractured identity. Memories rushed back like a tide, roaring through her mind. She remembered the last argument with her brother, the way his voice cracked with frustration, a sound akin to shattering glass. "You don't understand, Rena," he had pleaded. "You chase after shadows while we drown in reality." The accusation hung in the air like a ghost, refusing to be so easily dispelled. In the distance, flickering torches illuminated a gathering, silhouettes moving like wraiths. The people of Kemet were there, eyes bright with expectation, hearts heavy with doubt. Among them was Thutmose, Rena's brother, with his fierce determination and a heart that beat in time with the pulse of the land. Once, they had been inseparable, two halves of a whole, but now, their bond felt frayed, a rope stretched too thin, ready to snap at any moment. He had always been the practical one, grounded in the mundane, while she danced with dreams and the promise of cosmic order. Yet, even in the shadows of their discord, there was something that pulled her toward him, an invisible thread woven with shed blood and laughter. "Rena!" His voice sliced through the chaos, fierce yet tinged with an undercurrent of desperation. "We need to decide. Will you stand with me? The plea cut deep, and she felt her resolve waver like the flame of a candle in a storm. In that moment, she was nothing but a flickering ember, both terrified and exhilarated by the thought of choosing. Would she embrace the weight of Ma'at, or would she let chaos reign, surrendering to the shadows that sang sweetly in her ear? Rena took a step forward, feeling the pull of the past against her like an anchor. The memories of their childhood, playing among the reeds, crafting stories from the stars, crashed over her in waves. "Thutmose, I can't," she shouted, the desperation in her voice echoing against the silent witnesses, the ancient pyramids, the guardians of their fate. "I won't be a pawn in a game I didn't choose." He stepped closer, and she could see the storm brewing in his eyes. "You think this is just about you? We have a duty. People are suffering." His anger was a lightning bolt, illuminating the depths of her insecurities, the fractures in her heart. "I've sacrificed everything for this. You can't just turn your back." The ground shook beneath them, a tremor that seemed to resonate with the turmoil inside. The sky rumbled, a thunderous reminder that the world outside their fragile bubble was demanding order, demanding Ma'at. She could feel the pulse of the cosmos, the rhythm of creation, but also the chaos that lurked just beneath. It was intoxicating, terrifying, a dance between life and death, love and betrayal. "Rena!" Thutmose's voice softened, a plea that felt like a lifeline cast into the stormy sea of her uncertainty. "The truth is not what we want it to be. It's what we must face. You can't hide from it." The shadows writhed around them, creeping closer, whispering tales of fate and consequence. "I remember," the word slipped from her lips, a mantra of vulnerability. "I remember the stories of Ma'at, of the feather, the heart, the weighing of souls. But do I even have the strength to carry this truth?" Her heart raced, a wild stallion caught in a thicket, desperate to escape, but needing to confront the very essence of what she feared. The crowd began to chant, their voices rising like a tide, a wave of energy that enveloped her. "Ma'at! Ma'at! Ma'at!" The echoes pulsed in her veins, and she felt the world shift, the very fabric of reality bending to the will of the collective. She could sense the shadows thickening, a creeping darkness that threatened to pull them under. "Rena!" Thutmose's cry broke through the cacophony, raw and visceral. "The people need a leader. You know this." His words ignited something within her, a flicker of hope amidst the suffocating despair. "You can be the change. You can bring truth and order to this chaos." But the shadows whispered louder now, taunting her with the specter of doubt. "What if you fail? What if you're unworthy?" The fear tightened around her throat like a noose, and she could feel the tears prickling at the corners of her eyes. "What if I'm not enough?" In that moment of vulnerability, Rena saw her brother, his flaws, his fears, the weight he carried on his shoulders. He was flawed, yes, but he burned with a passion that could light the darkest paths. The truth hung heavy between them, a fragile thread that had the power to weave their destinies together or tear them apart. "Thutmose, but the words faltered, caught in her throat. The shadows loomed larger, the voices louder, drowning her in doubt. "What will you choose?" They hissed, a chilling wind wrapping around her neck. The moment stretched, an eternity of uncertainty, and all she could hear was the rhythm of her heart pounding, each beat a reminder of what was at stake. And in that charged silence, the truth came crashing down like a tidal wave, an overwhelming force that threatened to pull her under. There was no escape from the weight of Ma'at, no hiding from the chaos that demanded to be confronted. But perhaps, just perhaps, there was strength in embracing that chaos. In standing between shadows and light, in the raw struggle of truth against order, she could find the delicate balance, the essence of Ma'at that pulsed through her veins. "Let them chant," she whispered, her voice a thread of steel woven into the fabric of uncertainty. "Let them see me for who I am, flawed, but ready." The shadows drew closer, but she would not falter. Thutmose stepped beside her, the bond of blood and spirit igniting a fire within. Together, he breathed, and in that unspoken promise, they found their footing, poised at the brink of destiny. The night held its breath, a cosmic pause as truth and order hung like stars in the dark abyss. and as they prepared to confront the gathering storm, the echoes of their past whispered in unison, a powerful reminder that in the dance of Ma'at, chaos could be beautiful, and the struggle, a symphony waiting to be played. In the suffocating silence of twilight, the air thick with incense and the heavy scent of dying flowers, I remember the moment. A moment steeped in fear and longing, when I stood before the gilded sarcophagus of an ancient pharaoh, eyes wide, heart pounding, the weight of eternity pressing down on me. In that dimly lit chamber, shadows danced like restless souls, whispering tales of what lay beyond. The flickering flame of a single candle cast ghostly figures upon the walls, their ancient hieroglyphs a language I could almost hear, beckoning, taunting. I felt it, for the pulse of life, the echo of death, the inescapable pull of the afterlife. Horus had warned me. To the living, the afterlife is a promise, to the dead, it's a sentence. His voice, a haunting melody, wrapped around me like a shroud. I had thought I understood, but in that moment, the reality of it clawed at my throat. There was a man beside me, Amun, a restless soul, eyes darkened by grief. They say the heart is weighed against a feather, he murmured, his breath quaking. I saw desperation etched on his face, the kind of desperation that comes from knowing you cannot escape your own choices. What if I fail? He whispered, the question a dagger in the silence. I remembered, then, the stories my grandmother used to tell, how the heart, heavy with sin, would sink beneath the weight of a feather, condemning the soul to darkness. What if I fail? Echoed in my mind, and I wondered if he was afraid of judgment or simply afraid of being nothing at all. As we stood in that chamber, surrounded by the remnants of a civilization that once thrived in the shadow of the pyramids, I could almost feel the spirits pressing against my skin. They were there, swirling in the dimness, their stories woven into the very fabric of the air. I could hear them, cries of anguish, whispers of hope. They, too, had faced the scale, each heartbeat a drum of fate. I glanced at Amun, whose pain was palpable. His beloved, Nefertari, had slipped beyond the veil, her laughter now a distant memory. I will not rest until I see her again, he said, resolve hardening his voice. Yet I felt his fear, a primal urge to cling to the familiar, to the tangible. But what if she is not waiting for me? His words hung heavy, a grim specter of doubt. I wanted to reach out, to tell him she would be there, that love could transcend the boundaries of life and death. But in that moment, I felt the weight of my own uncertainty. What if she was part of the forgotten, lost in the desert of time? The afterlife was an abyss, a luminous promise, shimmering with the allure of reunion, yet darkened by the shadows of loss. I could sense the tension in Amun's clenched fists, the way he raked his nails against his palm, as if to ground himself against the rising tide of despair. I remember her smile, he said, voice cracking. The way the sun caught in her hair. But it's fading, like an echo in a vast canyon. The weight of his memories bore down on us, the air thick with unshed tears. Outside, the desert wind howled, a mournful cry that seemed to mock our plight. You must prepare, I urged, desperate to shift the dread that clung to us. You must navigate the duat. You must face the judges. You must, but the words faltered, caught in my throat. Who was I to speak of preparation, when I trembled at the thought of the unknown? I had never had to face the darkness that awaited. In that moment, shadows pulled around us, and I could feel the pulse of something ancient, something powerful. A figure emerged, Anubis, the jackal-headed god of the afterlife, a guardian of souls. His gaze pierced through the dimness, eyes like twin obsidian stones, reflecting the light of 1,000 unfulfilled dreams. In the afterlife, he spoke, his voice a rumble like distant thunder, the heart must be pure. If it is heavy, it will be consumed by the devourer, a fate worse than death. The fear in Amun's eyes ignited a fire in my chest. We were mere mortals, grasping at threads of hope in an intricate tapestry of fate. What of the ones who have sinned? I asked, voice trembling. What of those who love too deeply? Anubis' silence was thunderous, a veil of uncertainty that wrapped around us tighter than the bandages of a mummified corpse. I remember, I thought, the stories of those who wandered the underworld, searching endlessly for redemption. My heart raced. What if we are all destined to be lost, scattered like grains of sand across the desert, forgotten and alone? The thought clawed at me, but Amun's eyes ignited with a flicker of challenge. "Then we fight," he said, a spark of defiance igniting in his voice. "We fight for her memory." The energy in the chamber shifted, a tightrope of tension strung between us. We were standing at the edge of a precipice, the abyss beneath yawning wide. In that moment, I felt the battle rage within me, a fear against hope, darkness against light. The afterlife loomed, a specter of fear, yet it promised an eternity of love if we dared to embrace the unknown. "Let us not be defined by our failures," I implored, the urgency of the moment seeping into my every word. "Let us honor the ones we love by facing what lies ahead. For in the afterlife, it is not mere existence that matters, but the truth of our hearts." Time seemed to freeze, the weight of our intentions hanging heavy in the air. Would we become echoes of the past, or would we step boldly into the unknown, hearts as light as feathers? The walls trembled, and I sensed the spirits around us holding their breath, waiting for our decision. Amun's resolve hardened, and I felt the grip of fear loosen, ever so slightly. Together, he breathed, a promise woven into the fabric of our souls. Together, we would navigate the labyrinth of the afterlife, unearthing the truths buried beneath layers of despair, seeking a love that would transcend time itself. And as the candle flickered, casting shadows that twisted and turned, I knew we stood on the precipice of something monumental. The afterlife awaited, with all its heartache and hope, a promise wrapped in the darkness that called to us, urging us forward. The unknown was a haunting melody, and we were ready to sing along, even if it meant facing our deepest fears. The story of the afterlife was just beginning, and we were the ones who would write its next chapter. Night draped itself over the world, thick as a funeral shroud, smothering the cries of the living under its oppressive weight. In the heart of a crumbling city, the air hung heavy with the scent of decay, an aroma that said more than mere death. It whispered of forgotten dreams and promises lost. The moon, a silvered eye in the vast stillness, bore witness to the unfolding chaos. The streets, once vibrant, now lay deserted, save for the sound of hurried footsteps echoing against ancient stone. I ran, my heartbeat pounding a frantic rhythm in my chest, a desperate drum urging me forward. Shadows flickered and danced at the edge of my vision, darting behind the remnants of an old world. I could feel it, the weight of the past pressing against my shoulders, the unseen force pulling me toward the inevitable. Anubis was out there, lurking in the darkness, an omnipotent presence that reeked of both dread and cautionary hope. Gods don't care about the living, I had told Sophia just days before. Her eyes, pools of sorrow, glimmered as she clutched my hands, but I felt the fraying thread of hope slipping through her fingers. She had always been the braver of us two, her spirit igniting with each breath, until the day her brother's body was brought home, wrapped in silence. I could still hear her voice breaking, that raw edge of despair slicing through the air like a knife. Why didn't he come back, she had asked, her tear-stained cheeks like a canvas of heartbreak. I remember clutching her close, my own heart breaking into jagged pieces, feeling utterly helpless, like a spectator in a tragedy I could neither stop nor comprehend. Now, Sophia was gone, swallowed by the same void that had claimed her brother. I felt my pulse quicken, fear tightening its grip around my throat. The stories warned of Anubis, the guardian of the dead, whose judgment weighed heavy as a stone. Either he would guide the souls of the departed to the afterlife, or they would remain trapped, lost and wandering like ghosts in an endless night. The moon's light flickered ominously, casting long shadows that twisted into grotesque shapes. I could almost hear the whispers of those who had been taken, their fears intermingling with mine as I sprinted through the labyrinthine streets. With each breath, I tasted the coppery tang of dread. I remember the old man at the market, eyes glinting like obsidian, who had once told me of a way to summon him. Anubis thrives on fear, he had rasped, his voice threading through the night air like smoke, but he also craves compassion. Show him your pain, and perhaps he'll listen. I had laughed then, dismissing it as the ramblings of a madman. Now, it echoed in my mind, a taunting refrain entwined with desperation. Sophia's brother was gone, would she be next? Rage ignited deep within me, a fleeting spark against the encroaching darkness. I would not let this happen. I would confront the terrifying enigma that was Anubis. I would plead for her. I would face whatever entity loomed beyond the threshold of the living, wherever shadows lingered and whispers entwined with the wind. I burst into the cemetery, the air thick with the scent of earth and sorrow. The tombstones stood like soldiers, aligning themselves in solemn rows, each one a heart-wrenching testament to a life once lived. I scanned the stones for her name, my heart screaming silently. "Sophia!" I cried, the sound quaking in the stillness, reverberating against the stones as if to awaken the slumbering souls around me. And then, I saw him. Tall and imposing, Anubis emerged from the shadows, a figure clad in darkness, his jackal head gleaming under the pale moonlight. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly intensity, like two burning coals, and in that moment, I felt both terror and an inexplicable sense of calm. "Why have you come?" His voice was like gravel scraping against bone, resonating with the weight of all the souls he had guided through the veils of death. I want my friend back." My voice wavered, a thin thread of defiance woven through trembling fear. "Sophia deserves to be with us. She deserves life." His gaze pierced through me, and for a moment, I was lost in the depths of his eyes. Time stretched, the world around us fading into an echo. "Life is not a gift, it is a cycle," he replied, his voice a mere whisper that wrapped around my heart like a vine. "Yet, pain is the language of the living. Speak it, let it rise like a tide." In that moment, I remembered the laughter we shared, the dreams we spun under starlit skies, the days of innocence before the weight of tragedy bore down. I remembered the warmth of her hand in mine, the fierce light in her eyes as she fought against the darkness. I poured my soul into the night, my voice trembling with anguish. She was a light. She was everything. Anubis listened, his form an imposing anchor amidst the swirling chaos of my emotions. I felt the air thicken with memories, the past coming alive around us, a cacophony of laughter, tears, and whispered secrets. Each memory was a plea to the guardian, a desperate cry for mercy. The shadows deepened, swirling like a storm just beyond the edges of my vision. I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, a tremor of uncertainty rippling through the air. "You asked for the impossible," Anubis said, his voice low, resonating like the tolling of a distant bell. "Yet, the heart's desire can forge a path in the void." And then, the shadows lifted, just for a moment, revealing the faint outline of Sophia, standing at the precipice between worlds, her spirit shimmering like a dying ember, desperate to ignite. "Help me," she mouthed, a silent plea echoing through the night. In that fragile instant, every heartbeat became a battle cry against despair. Every breath I took became a thread woven into the tapestry of her fate. I was not alone, the shadows trembled, flickering with hope, the darkness responding to our agony. I stepped forward, my heart a fierce drum, echoing the ancient rhythms of humanity, an unyielding pulse against the void. "You will not take her," I vowed, the words spilling from my lips like fire. "You will not claim her." Anubis regarded me, his gaze steady, unyielding. "What will you offer?" And there it lay, a question laden with gravity, a crossroads of existence. I felt the weight of fear and rage, heartbreak and hope, all entwined in a fragile balance. I was alive, and I would fight for the living and the dead, for both claimed their space in the cosmos. "Everything," I whispered, the promise binding my heart to the night. The moon bore witness, the stars scattered like shards of hope across the sky, and as anxiety twisted through me, I understood this was just the beginning, a confrontation that would echo into eternity, where light and shadow danced, and the guardian awaited. The air crackled with an unseen tension, a weight more suffocating than the darkness that enveloped the chamber. I stood there, heart pounding, pulse thrumming in my ears like the haunting echo of a distant drum, each beat a reminder that time was slipping away. The flickering torchlight danced across the stone walls, casting shadows that twisted and morphed like lost souls searching for solace. The room pulsed with the raw energy of the unknown, and I felt it, the chill of dread coiling around my spine, whispering secrets I dared not acknowledge. Amid the oppressive silence, I could see them, two figures, one cloaked in the silken robes of judgment, the other a man, weary and hollowed by choices that clawed at his very essence. "Samuel!" He stood on the precipice of his fate, a soul burdened by the ways of an unexamined life, his heart thudded softly, a quiet protest against the storm that raged within. I remembered his laughter once, bright and unguarded, reverberating through the corridors of our shared youth. but that was before the world had cracked him open, spilling his secrets like blood on the floor. "Do you remember?" he murmured, voice laced with desperation. "Do you remember the laughter? The dreams we wove under the stars?" I saw his fingers twitch toward the memory, but it slipped away like sand through desperate fingers. The judges loomed, their silhouettes more than just shadows. They were specters of the past, grasping at his heart with skeletal hands, demanding a toll for the sins he could not shake. "Your heart will be weighed against the feather of Ma'at," intoned the robed figure, the words dripping with an ancient finality. The feather shimmered, hauntingly pure, an impossible contrast to the darkness of the moment. I felt the weight of that feather, a lightness that mocked the heavy burden Samuel carried. In those moments, the air grew thick with the essence of grief, a tangible grief that weighed upon us all, squeezing the breath from our lungs. At the far edge of the chamber, Celia watched, her eyes wide with the horror of witnessing the unraveling of a man she loved, a love marred by twisted memories and unspoken apologies. She clutched her own heart, feeling it thump in rhythm with Samuel's pain, each pulse a reflection of their shared history, now splintered and jagged. The way she stood, frozen, terrified, spoke of 1,000 unsaid words, a lifetime of remorse and yearning. I could see the flicker of hope die in her gaze as she realized that the chains of their past would not be easily broken. "I fought for you," she whispered, voice trembling like the flame of the torches. "I fought through the darkness, through the shadows of your doubt. Every time you turned away, every time you chose the past over me, I was there, waiting. Do you even remember that?" The question hung heavy, a palpable ache in the air, taunting the silence. Samuel's eyes flickered, guilt washing over him like the tide, pulling him under. I remember, he gasped, choking on the weight of his own memories, each word a stone he cast into the lake of his regret. But it was easier to forget. Easier to drown in the shadows than face the light of what we could have been. The shadows shivered in agreement, whispering their dark truths through the air, weaving a tapestry of despair that wrapped around him, tighter, suffocating. The old judges, their faces obscured, leaned closer, teeth gleaming like the edge of a blade. They were unyielding, relentless, relics of an unforgiving time, their presence a reminder that there is no escape from one's choices. "It is time to weigh your heart," one rasped, voice echoing as if it belonged to the abyss itself. But Samuel faltered, his gaze darting between Celia and the feather, the embodiment of truth. "What if my heart is heavy with sorrow? What if it sinks?" The question was a plea, a shuddering cry against the impending doom. Celia stepped forward, her voice steadying with a fierce resolve. "Then let it sink, let it pull you down, Samuel. But in that darkness, understand this, there is still love. Love that forgives, love that fights. You are not just your failures." Her eyes burned with a fury that ignited the air between them, a desperate call to arms against the shadows that threatened to consume them both. The judges shifted, a ripple of rustling cloth and impatience. "The time is fleeting. The heart is but a moment's measure, a fleeting breath in the vastness of time," they chanted, their voices a haunting chorus that echoed against the stone. And then it happened. The air grew heavy, thick with the weight of inevitability, and I felt it in my bones. The moment stretched taut, a bridge between hope and despair. Samuel stepped forward, heart laid bare, trembling under the scrutiny of that relentless feather. I could see the scars of his past, the burdens he bore, each one a story he wished to hide yet craved to reveal. "Then let it be weighed, let it be known," he cried, voice echoing in the darkness. "I am flawed. I am broken. But I am here, alive, fighting for a love that I almost lost." The feather hovered above his heart, the final arbiter of his fate, and in that charged silence, I felt the cosmos shift, the universe holding its breath. Would the feather tip? Would love be enough to tip the balance? The weight of eternity hung in the air, and I, too, held my breath alongside them, trapped in that moment, unable to look away. The heart, the very essence of who we are, lay exposed, vulnerable, at the mercy of judgment. And in that instant, I felt the pulse of 1,000 stories, the heartbeat of 1,000 souls entwined in their own judgment. The chamber echoed with the raw emotion of existence, and I knew, deep in my bones, that this was not just Samuel's reckoning. It was ours. The weight of every choice, every love, every regret, and every heartbeat echoed in that silence, a cosmic reminder that in the end, we are all laid bare, awaiting judgment. I could feel the darkness close in, yet amidst the fear, a spark remained, an ember of hope flared alive, igniting a promise that perhaps, just perhaps, redemption was within reach. The air hung thick with the scent of incense, a heady mix of myrrh and frankincense curling through the dimly lit chamber. Shadows danced along the walls, flickering like the remnants of lost souls, whispering secrets only the dead could understand. I found myself standing there, heart racing, as if it were already judged and weighed, anticipating its fate. In this moment, the weight of eternity pressed down on me, the air crackling with tension. I could almost hear the heartbeat of the universe, echoing around me like a war drum, reminding me of the impending reckoning. A figure stood before me, their face obscured by the veil of darkness, a priest, perhaps. I could feel their gaze like an ember, penetrating, searching for truth hidden beneath layers of fear and guilt. The heart, he had said, his voice low and gravelly, is the very essence of the soul. It holds your memories, your passions, your sins. It will be weighed against the feather of Ma'at. If it is heavy with the burdens of your life, you shall not pass. And there she was, Aset, my sister, trembling at the threshold, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I could see the turmoil within her. She'd carried the weight of our family's shame for far too long, ever since the day Father's spirit had slipped away, leaving us adrift in an ocean of grief. I remembered the sound of her laughter, once bright and ringing like the sweetest melodies, now a hesitant echo, silenced by tragedy. "Don't," she whispered, her breath hitching. "Don't let them take you." Fear slithered through my veins, a cold serpent coiling tighter with each passing moment. I wanted to reach for her, to assure her that I was still whole, that my heart still beat strong within my chest. But with each passing second, I felt its rhythm falter, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the chamber. I wanted to scream, to release the agony twisting within me, but all I could manage was a shaky breath, a silent plea for strength. The priest stepped closer, his hands adorned with ancient symbols, fingers tracing the air like an artist preparing for a masterpiece. "Your heart," he intoned, his voice thick with gravity, "will tell the tales of your life, every joy, every sorrow, every lie you've spun." He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle, a stone in the pit of my stomach. "What tales will yours tell?" I remembered my childhood, the laughter of the marketplace, the sun-soaked days where joy dripped like honey from our lips. The memories flickered like fireflies, illuminating my heart, reminding me of the warmth of our bond, of the way Aset used to chase me through the dusty streets, her laughter ringing like a clarion call. But shadows lurked there too, the whispers of betrayal, of choices made in desperation. My heart, I understood now, was a battleground, filled with the ghosts of my past, the shadows of lost dreams. It was here that the echoes of our family's pain screamed loudest, a cacophony of guilt, regret, and longing. I could almost hear them, their voices rising in a chorus, pleading for absolution, for a release from the chains that bound them to this realm. Aset stepped closer, desperation etched across her features. "You've fought so hard to survive. We've lost so much, don't let them take you too." There was a rawness in her voice, a tremor of fear that echoed my own. I could feel her pain, the raw edges of her heart exposed. We had both been forged in the fires of loss, and we stood now at the precipice, teetering on the brink of despair. The priest began his incantation, words flowing from his lips like a serpent's hiss, weaving a tapestry of power and dread. your heart, he chanted, will be weighed. It will be judged. For beyond this life lies a vast expanse, a cosmos filled with souls seeking light. Each syllable struck me like a dagger, twisting in the wounds that had never truly healed. I could feel the darkness creeping in, a heavy fog wrapping around us, threatening to swallow us whole. I looked into Ased's eyes, and in that moment, I saw the flicker of hope, the bond that tied us together. We were more than just flesh, we were memories, dreams, nightmares, and the unbreakable thread of love that bound us even in sorrow. "Don't let fear take hold," I whispered, my voice barely above a breath. "We are stronger than this. We have each other." But even as I spoke, doubt clawed at my insides, clawing at the fragile assurance I offered. I could feel the priest's presence looming, a reminder of the reckoning that awaited me. What if my heart was too heavy? What if the weight of my choices, my hidden regrets, was enough to pull me into the depths of despair? A shiver danced along my spine, the chilling realization that, while I might wish to shield Aset from this truth, my own heart held secrets that could shatter her completely. The priest raised his hands, summoning shadows that swirled around the room, whispering dark promises of what awaited. Shadows elongated, their grasp curling around Aset and me, testing the bonds of our connection, as if the universe itself conspired to pull us apart. I felt cold fingers ghosting along my skin, and the air crackled with energy, an invitation and a warning all at once. "Will you submit?" The priest's voice cut through the darkness like a knife, demanding my surrender, my submission to the judgment that awaited. "Will you let your heart be weighed?" Tension thickened like smoke in the air, wrapping around us, threatening to suffocate. In that moment, I glanced at Aset. She was my anchor, my tether in this storm. I remembered the love we shared, the sacrifices we had made for each other. Together, I breathed. Always together. As the shadows crept closer, time twisted like a serpent, a loop of uncertainty unfurling before us. What lay beyond this threshold? A new beginning or an eternal night? I could feel the pulse of the cosmos thrumming around us, the weight of the universe resting on our hearts. And in that moment of pure, raw intensity, I realized the truth. I was ready to confront whatever awaited me, with Aset by my side. And as the chamber filled with the echoes of our unresolved pasts, I understood that the heart was not merely an organ, it was the very essence of our existence, the eternal cycle of love and loss, the bittersweet dance of judgment and redemption. The shadows gathered, waiting for the moment of reckoning, and I braced myself for the inevitable weight of my heart's truth. The sky hung low like a heavy curtain, the sun swallowed by the darkening horizon. In the heart of the city, shadows crawled along cobblestone streets, encroaching upon life with a silent promise of dread. I stood outside the temple, heart racing, the weight of a forgotten world pressing down on me. It smelled like rain, like something ancient stirring beneath the surface of existence. The air crackled with tension, a sinister whisper carried by the wind that seemed to beckon me closer. I remember the faces of my brothers, the 4 sons of Horus. They were not mere figures in a tale but guardians of the soul, keepers of our darkest fears, and the burden of our sins. Each of them wore their scars like armor, their eyes glinting with the unspoken knowledge of what it means to bear a legacy drenched in blood and sacrifice. Khepri, with his beetle-like presence, was the embodiment of transformation. He struggled beneath the weight of expectations, the need to rise again and again from the ashes of despair. I saw him pacing, his thoughts a tempest. "What do they want from us?" he shouted at the shadows, rage lacing his voice. He was the one who would protect us, yet he couldn't even shield himself from the enormity of our fate. His hands trembled, fingers clawing at the air as if grasping for an answer that danced just out of reach. And then there was Happy, the river god, flowing through life with an ease that belied the turmoil beneath. He laughed, a strained sound that echoed against the temple walls, but his laughter was laced with sorrow, a reflection of the floods that conquered everything in their path. "Life is a current," he mused, "but it drags us under when we least expect it." His eyes, deep pools of longing, spoke of dreams unfulfilled, of love lost in the cruel tide of time. The river had taken much from him, his laughter was but a faint echo of the joy that once was. I remember Nefertum, the flower of life, who wore her beauty like a shield. She was fierce, defiant, yet the delicate petals of her soul trembled in the face of our impending doom. I saw her standing at the edge of the temple, gazing into the distance, where the sun dipped below the horizon like a dying ember. "We cannot let fear consume us," she whispered, her voice barely reaching my ears, but the weight of it hung heavy in the air. She was the heart of our group, yet her own heart bore the scars of countless betrayals. All around us, the city pulsed with life, unaware, unseeing. The whispers of the past brushed against my skin, the echoes of 1,000 hopes and dreams entwined with the sobering reality of our existence. Time was a relentless beast, it gnawed at the edges of our spirits, leaving us frayed and torn. The clock tower chimed, a haunting melody that reverberated through our bones. Each chime felt like a countdown, a reminder that we were not just fighting against our enemies but against the very essence of time itself. I felt the ground tremble beneath our feet, a low rumble that sent a shiver down my spine. The shadows grew thicker, the air heavier, as if the universe held its breath, waiting for something to break the silence. Our fears manifested as phantoms in the night, creeping closer, whispering secrets we dared not acknowledge. I could see it in Kepri's eyes, the flicker of doubt, the desperation that clawed at his insides. "We have to fight," he breathed, a plea wrapped in defiance. "We cannot let them take us." But how does one fight against shadows? How does one confront the very essence of despair? I remember the moment, the silence that enveloped us, a heavy, suffocating blanket that threatened to suffocate our resolve. Happy's laughter faded into a memory, replaced by a tension so palpable it felt like we were standing on the edge of a precipice, the abyss yawning beneath us. Then came the storm, not of wind and rain but of raw emotion. Each brother, each sister of the soul, faced their inner demons, their ghosts rising like specters from the depths of forgotten memories. Nefertum turned to me, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "What if we fail?" she asked, her voice trembling. It was a simple question, yet it struck like a dagger in the silence between us. In that moment, I saw the weight she bore, the fear of losing everything, of being forsaken by fate itself. "Then we fight!" I shouted, my voice breaking, raw and unsteady. The words echoed in the void, a desperate cry against the darkness that threatened to consume us. We fight for what we believe in, for each other. We are the four sons of Horus, we are protectors, even if our souls are torn asunder. I could feel the energy shift, the shadows recoiling momentarily, but they were persistent, like the relentless tide against a crumbling shore. Each heartbeat pulsed through me, a rhythm of defiance, a vow unspoken. We stood at the brink, the darkness swirling around us, each of us a flicker of light struggling to break free from the oppressive weight of our fears. In that moment, the world stilled, the cacophony of life falling silent as if the universe awaited our next move. The shadows whispered promises of despair, of surrender, but we were not done yet. The air crackled with unspent energy, a storm brewing within us, raw and untamed. Kepri stepped forward, his voice steady now. "We are the protectors of the soul. We will not be consumed. We will rise, not just for ourselves, but for all who are lost." And as his words hung in the air, we felt something shift, an electric pulse igniting within us. The darkness may linger, but we would not cower. The storm was upon us, and we would face it together, the four sons of Horus, guardians of a legacy forged in the fires of our shared struggle. As I stood with my brothers and sister, I could feel it, the weight of a million hopes resting upon our shoulders. The winds howled, the shadows danced, and in that moment of impending confrontation, we were united in our defiance against the encroaching darkness. Together we would confront the abyss, and together we would fight. The night was far from over, and neither were we. The air hung heavy with silence, a thick, suffocating fog that clung to every soul trapped in the void. I stood at the edge of the world, a place where even shadows feared to tread, where the ground beneath was not earth but sorrow, not sky but despair. A shiver raced down my spine, a reminder of the weight of the moment, the gravity of what lingered just out of sight. I could hear the whispers, soft and haunting, like the murmurs of lost children calling from the depths. "Do you feel it?" Sarah's voice sliced through the stillness, tremulous yet fierce. She always had that spark, a fire kindled by terror. Her eyes searched mine for something, reassurance, perhaps, but found only the abyss staring back. "It's here. It's waiting for us." I couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows were more than mere absence of light. They were alive, sentient. They danced along the edges of my vision, teasing, beckoning, taunting. The weight of 1,000 unfulfilled dreams pressed against my chest. I could feel Marcus beside me, his heartbeat a steady drum against the chaos. He was the calm in this storm, or he thought he was. But inside, I knew he was unraveling, thread by thread. "Focus," he urged, but his voice cracked like brittle bone. "We can't let it take us." But how could we combat something that thrived on fear, that fed on our very essence? The ground quaked beneath us as if the underworld itself was stirring, awakening from a long slumber, itching to reclaim what was lost. I remembered the stories, the ones that kept me awake at night as a child. Tales of dark rivers flowing with the souls of the forgotten, of spirits weaving between worlds like whispers in the wind. I felt as if I were living in one of those macabre fables, caught in the web of an ancient curse. "Can you hear them?" Sarah pressed, her breath quickening. "They're calling us." No, they were screaming. I felt it clawing at my mind, a cacophony of voices, each more desperate than the last. It was a symphony of loss, a melancholic melody that resonated deep within my bones. My heart raced, thrumming against my ribs like a trapped bird, flapping wildly, yearning for freedom. "Stay with me," I whispered, gripping Sarah's hand tighter. Her skin was cool against mine, a reminder of life amidst the death that surrounded us. I could see the flicker of doubt in her gaze, the way her resolve faltered like a candle in the wind. "We must keep moving." We pressed on, our footsteps echoing against the barren landscape. Each step felt like a descent deeper into the earth, every heartbeat a reminder of our frailty. The air thickened, suffused with the scent of decay and regret. I could almost taste it, bitter, metallic. Marcus stopped suddenly, eyes wide, haunted. "What if we're too late?" His voice trembled, fissures of fear cracking his facade. "What if we can't save them?" His vulnerability ignited something deep within me, a fierce determination to fight against the encroaching darkness. "We're not too late," I insisted. "We can't give in to it." "Not yet." But doubt crept in, a thief in the night, stealing away my conviction. I didn't know what awaited us in the shadows, what twisted fate lurked behind every corner. The path ahead spiraled into uncertainty, and I could feel the weight of history pressing down on us, a reminder of countless souls who had come before us, lost in the same darkness. In a fleeting moment, I caught a glimpse of the horizon, an ethereal glow that shimmered like the last breath of twilight. A beacon, perhaps, but the closer we drew, the more it wavered, flickering against the oppressive gloom. "Do you see that?" Sarah pointed, her voice trembling with hope and dread. "It has to mean something." But what did it mean? The question spiraled like smoke in my mind, twisting and curling until they suffocated. Was it a way out? Or merely an illusion, a mirage crafted by the trickster spirits to lead us further astray? The ground beneath shifted, a shuddering pulse that spoke of something ancient, something primordial. I felt the pull, the tug of souls yearning for peace, for release, and I knew we couldn't stop now. As fear and hope entwined, I recalled the stories of those who had traversed this path. Each tale, a whisper of the past, echoed in my mind. They spoke of choices, of sacrifices made at the precipice of despair. The question gnawed at me, what price were we willing to pay? I looked at Marcus, his eyes shimmering with determination, yet laced with sorrow. "We will not abandon them," he vowed, but I could hear the unspoken fear lurking in the silence. The clock ticked relentlessly, each second a reminder that time was slipping away, an hourglass turned upside down, the sand pouring faster and faster. "Stay together," I commanded, my voice steady despite the chaos inside. The shadows writhed, eager to consume us, but we pushed forward, united against the tide of darkness. As we reached the glowing light, it burst forth, illuminating the path before us, a threshold between worlds. I could feel the energy vibrating in the air, a pulse that synchronized with my heartbeat. But as we crossed into the light, the shadows coiled tighter around us, their whispers melding into a deafening roar. "You can't escape," they taunted, "you're part of this now." And in that moment, I understood. The journey was not merely about rescue, it was about facing the truths we had buried deep within ourselves, about confronting the ghosts we carried. I remembered what Sarah had told me once, her voice thick with unshed tears, "We are all haunted by something." And I realized, perhaps we were not just rescuing others, perhaps we were saving ourselves from the very depths of our own souls. We were walking the line between light and dark, tethered by love, fear, hope, each step a heartbeat echoing in the silence, propelling us forward into the unknown. As the light surged around us, I felt the walls of my heart crack open, raw and exposed, ready to face whatever awaited on the other side. The only certainty was that we were not alone. We were together, bound by the threads of fate, and together we would face whatever horrors lay beyond the horizon. The room was a tomb, silent, suffocating, the air thick with secrets and shadows. I stood there, heart racing, as the flickering candlelight danced like restless spirits, casting elongated silhouettes against the cracked walls. The walls felt alive, whispering ancient truths, begging to be understood. My fingers trembled over the brittle pages of the Book of the Dead, the ink swirling like dark clouds threatening a storm. The words pulsed with urgency, guidelines for the afterlife, a chilling map through the unknown. Can you hear them? Clara's voice cut through the silence, barely more than a breath. Her eyes, wide as saucers, reflected a terror that sent shivers down my spine. She had always been fragile, like glass, easy to shatter. But in this moment, she was fierce, raw, desperate. Her hands grasped at the air, seeking something to hold, to ground her in this chaos. I glanced at Marcus, his jaw clenched, the weight of our shared history heavy in the air. He was a warrior, always charging headfirst into battles, but here, among the echoes of the damned, he felt small, lost. "We shouldn't be here," he muttered, almost to himself, as if the words could conjure a path back to safety. But there was no safety. Only the book, cradled in my hands, pulsing with a heartbeat of its own. "Clara," I said, my voice quaking, "it's okay. We'll figure this out." But the words felt hollow, devoid of the comfort I desperately wanted to convey. I remembered her laughter, bright as sunlight, before the world turned upside down. Before the shadows crept in. "We have to read it," I pressed, knowing, oh, how I knew, that once the words escaped our lips, there would be no turning back. The moment hung heavy, each heartbeat echoing like a ticking clock in the stillness, reminding us of our own mortality. I could feel it in my bones, this pull toward the abyss, a dark gravity that demanded we take the plunge. My fingers traced the text, the ancient hieroglyphs weaving a tapestry of fear and hope. "Here," I breathed, and the candle flickered, a warning, perhaps, or an invitation. To navigate the afterlife, one must confront their fears, I read, my throat dry, words like shards of glass cutting through the air. Clara's breath hitched, a sharp gasp that echoed against the walls. What does that even mean? Confront our fears? What if our fears are too big? She clutched her arms, the gesture both protective and hopeless. Marcus stepped forward, his bravado flickering like the candlelight. "We face them together. That's what we do, right? We fight." Yet even he couldn't mask the doubt creeping into his voice, the cracks that splintered his confidence. I saw it in his eyes, a flicker of despair, a question that lingered. What if the fight was for naught? Then the shadows shifted. I sensed it before I saw it, a looming presence just outside the flickering light. Something ancient, something hungry. "Do you feel that?" I whispered, my heart pounding, reverberating through the silence. Clara's eyes darted toward the darkness, her fear palpable, a living thing, wrapping around us. "Read it," she insisted, voice trembling, "we need to know." As if the words could save us, could shield us from the darkness creeping closer, curling like smoke around our ankles. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to read on, though dread gnawed at my insides, each syllable a stone dropped into a bottomless pit. "Your heart shall be weighed against the feather of Maat," I stumbled over the words, and the air grew heavier. "If it is heavier, you shall not pass." The implications of those words sunk deep, a knife twisting in my gut. I remembered my own sins, each misstep, each regret, a catalogue of failures that threatened to consume me. "Can we be judged for things we didn't even mean?" Clara asked, her voice a whisper, strained with the weight of guilt. "What if we're not enough?" Her vulnerability was a mirror, reflecting the dark places I dared not visit. I'd seen the pain in her eyes before, but now it felt sharper, more alive than ever. "I don't know," I confessed, the truth spilling from my lips. "But we have to try." The shadows swirled, tightening around us, demanding our surrender. And then, in that moment, I felt it, a flicker of hope, fragile as a match in a storm. "We face it together," I repeated, grasping at the thin thread of connection that bound us. "No matter what." In the distance, a clock chimed, a mocking reminder of time slipping away, of choices made and paths lost. I could feel the universe closing in, pressing us against the very wall of existence. "We're running out of time," Marcus snapped, panic tinging his voice. "What if we can't get to the other side?" I felt his desperation, like a physical weight pressing down on my chest. "We will," I insisted, though the words felt fragile, mere wisps of air against the storm. "We have to believe." I closed my eyes, allowing the darkness to envelop me momentarily. In that void, I heard the whispers of the departed, echoing through eternity, an unending cycle of grief and longing. "Time is a cruel mistress," the voices seemed to chant, weaving in and out of my consciousness, reminding me that every moment matters. I opened my eyes, locking gazes with Clara and Marcus. "This is our moment," I breathed, a rush of fierce determination flooding through me. "We face our fears, and we rise." And just as I said the words, the shadows thickened, coiling like serpents, and the candle flickered violently, threatening to extinguish. The air crackled with tension, an electric charge that promised confrontation, a reckoning that would strip us bare. This was the beginning of our descent, the point of no return. "Together," I whispered, though it felt like a prayer offered to the void. I took a step forward, heart pounding, as the darkness surged forth, a wave of fear and uncertainty crashing against us. Clara and Marcus flanked me, shoulders brushing against mine, and in that contact, I found courage, a flicker of light amid the encroaching gloom. And then, with a breath that felt like both a farewell and a challenge, I opened the Book of the Dead once more, ready to face whatever awaited us. As the words spilled forth, the shadows writhed, and I knew, with terrifying clarity, that our heartbeats would become part of the story, an unending loop, a desperate plea for understanding, caught in the breath between life and death. The air crackled with an energy that sent chills racing down my spine, a tension so thick it felt like a living thing, pulsating and breathing. I stood in the dimmest corner of the old stone chamber, shadows flickering against the rough-hewn walls. The scent of damp earth mingled with a distant memory of burnt herbs, an uneasy reminder of rituals long past, as if the very stones whispered secrets of those who had come before me. I could hear their voices, echoes of desperation and hope woven into the fabric of this place, clinging to my skin like a shroud. Elena's eyes were wild, a tempest caught behind the veil of her lashes. She was a storm, and I was drawn to her chaos. "They'll come for us, you know," she hissed, her breath quickening. Her chest rose and fell like the tide, and I could feel the weight of her fear wrapping around me, a suffocating embrace. She clenched her fists, knuckles white as she faced the judgment to come. I could see the flicker of doubt in her gaze, a flicker that told me she once believed in the power of spells, the ancient words that had rolled off her tongue like honey, sweet but treacherous. "Spells don't always save us, Elena," I whispered, the words barely escaping my lips before regret washed over me. How could I be so cruel? But I remembered the last time her incantation had failed. I remembered the screams, the way the sky had rained ash and blood. That day, magic had turned its back on us, and I had watched as hope crumbled like dried leaves beneath our feet. Across the chamber, Silas was pacing, his broken heart echoing with every step. That day, he had lost everything, his love reduced to ashes, the very essence of her spiraling into the void. "This is madness," he spat, each word a shard of glass tearing through the air. He was a man caught in a web of curses and longing, a man who had once believed in the power of love and the potency of spells. "We're just pawns, Elena. The judgment is rigged." I wanted to reach out, to pull them both from the edge, but the darkness threatened to swallow us whole, to cast us deeper into despair. The weight of Silas's pain hung heavy in the air, a palpable force that threatened to crush the fragile hope I held onto. I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the refusal to believe that our fate could be rewritten by mere words. "Remember the first time we cast a spell together?" I found myself asking, thinking back to the warmth of that summer night, where laughter had filled our lungs and magic had danced in our veins. We thought we could change the world. The memory crashed over me like a wave, dragging me under, pulling me back to a time when innocence had held sway, when our dreams were vast and unbound by fear. But now, that innocence lay in ruins. The shadows grew restless, closing in on us, a reminder of the judgment that loomed like a spectre. I could almost taste the bitterness of betrayal on my tongue, the sharp edge of reality clawing at the edges of my mind as whispers of failure echoed in the dark. My heart raced as I remembered the stories, the tales of those who had dared to challenge the fates, who had stood where we now stood, their voices choked with the weight of spells gone awry. The clock above us ticked mercilessly, each chime a reminder that time was running out. I could feel the cosmic pull of the universe pressing against my chest, as if the stars themselves were watching, waiting. Would they judge us for our mistakes, for the paths we had chosen? I shuddered, the thought coiling around my heart like a serpent, squeezing tighter with each tick. Do you believe? Elena's voice cut through my reverie, sharp and raw. Do you believe that we can change this? Her eyes bore into me, searching, begging for hope where none seemed to exist. I wanted to scream, to tell her that belief was a fragile thing, as delicate as the wings of a moth. But what could I say? My own heart was filled with doubt, heavy and dark like a storm cloud ready to burst. Belief is all we have, Silas declared, a shaky determination seeping into his voice. Without it, we're lost. He took a step closer to us, his presence igniting a flicker of courage in the pit of my stomach, a reminder that we were not alone in this. The bond we shared, forged in laughter and loss, was a flickering candle against the darkness, one that might yet guide us through the impending storm. Then let's cast the spell, I heard myself say, my voice a hoarse whisper of defiance. Let's pour our hearts into it, and let the universe hear us. The idea felt absurd, yet exhilarating, a rush of adrenaline coursing through my veins. I felt the pull of the words, the ancient syllables tinged with weight and consequence, beckoning me to weave our fate into the fabric of the universe once more. Elena's eyes sparkled with a flicker of hope, the storm receding, if only for a moment. Yes. Together. Her voice was steady, a lifeline that tethered us to this moment, our hearts beating in sync. I could almost hear the whispers of the cosmos, urging us on, shadows curling around our feet as if in unison. And as we stood there, 3 lives intertwined in a tapestry of fear and hope, I realized that the significance of spells in the judgment process was more than mere words, it was the essence of who we were, the heartbeat of our desires, an echo of a time when magic flowed through our very beings. And in that fleeting breath of connection, I felt the weight of the world shift, if only for a heartbeat. The air shimmered around us, thick with possibility, and I dared to believe that in our desperate grasp for magic, we could forge a path anew, or be devoured by the judgment awaiting us, our souls forever lost in the echoes of time. As the chamber darkened, I held my breath, waiting for the moment to unfold, waiting for the spell to take flight, a fragile hope grasped tightly in trembling hands, teetering on the edge of destiny. The moon hung low, a shimmering eye in the desolate sky, as the narrow streets of Thebes trembled with the whispered secrets of the dead. I felt it then, that familiar, chilling silence that wrapped around the living like a shroud, suffocating and electric. I stood at the threshold of the temple, the air thick with incense and dread, and it struck me, death was not the end, but a door, and Osiris was its keeper. He loomed large in the minds of the people, a figure of paradox, as much a god of rebirth as he was of finality. His green skin glistened, a reminder of life amidst decay, and yet his eyes, those haunting, all-seeing eyes, were pools of unfathomable sorrow. There was an echo in my heart as I thought of Zephyr, my younger brother, lost to the Nile's fickle embrace just weeks prior. I remembered the laughter we shared, the innocent mischief that filled our days. I could still feel his absence like a fresh wound, gaping and raw. Do you trust him? The voice was a coarse whisper, cutting through the stillness like a blade. It was Anaya, my sister, standing there like a spectre, her face pale as the moonlight. She was trembling, not with fear but with the weight of grief. Do you think he will bring him back? Osiris doesn't bring the dead back, Anaya, I replied, my voice steadier than I felt. He guides them. He measures their hearts against the feather of Ma'at. He's the arbiter of truth and judgment. And yet, even as I spoke, a sliver of doubt crept in. Is that what we wanted? To have Zephyr back, or to know he was at peace? The shadows stretched around us, elongating with every flicker of the torchlight. My heart raced, a prisoner of my own thoughts, racing toward a confrontation I had dreaded since the moment I first laid eyes on Zephyr's lifeless body. What would I say to Osiris? What could I possibly say? Then, I remembered the last time I had seen him, the way he had splashed through the shallows, laughter dancing in the air. He had turned back to me, eyes sparkling, and yelled, "I'll race you to the other side." But now, there was only silence. I remember, I muttered under my breath, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. I remember, Anaya's grip tightened around my wrist, her fingers cold against my skin. We can't wait any longer. We have to ask him tonight. She searched my face, urgency flickering in her dark eyes. What if he's suffering? What if he needs us? The thought of Zephyr alone, wandering in the shadowy corridors of the afterlife, filled me with a visceral terror. But what if he's at peace? I countered, a hollow echo of hope mingling with despair. What if he's happy? There's only one way to find out. Her determination pierced through the haze of my uncertainty, igniting a fire in my chest. I took a step forward, the weight of the world dragging behind me, and the temple loomed ahead, dark and foreboding. The entrance opened like a mouth, eager to swallow us whole. Inside, the air was thick, a tangible entity, swirling with the scent of myrrh and the remnants of countless prayers. It enveloped us, wrapping around our minds, pulling at our memories, and the hum of distant chants filled the space, reverberating against the stone walls like a heartbeat. Anaya knelt at the altar, her silhouette stark against the flickering flames. "Osiris, we come seeking you," she called out, and her voice cracked, a raw surge of desperation that echoed through time. "We are lost without our brother." I felt the temperature drop, the shadows twisting and writhing, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the weight of every soul rested on this moment. My heart thundered, a war drum in the stillness, as I knelt beside her, my breath a mere whisper. "Please, bring him back." But the silence was deafening, heavy with the weight of our unspoken fears. Time stretched, and for a moment, I thought I felt him, a flicker of warmth, a distant laughter carried on the winds of memory, before it vanished, leaving only the gnawing ache of absence. Anaya's gaze pierced through the darkness. "What if we're wrong? What if we're asking for something we shouldn't?" "Then we'll pay the price," I said, the words tumbling from my lips like stones cast into a river. For him, I would pay anything. The temple trembled, the walls vibrating with an ancient power, and I felt the ground shift beneath me, an awakening of forces long dormant. In that moment, Osiris materialized, cloaked in shadows, his presence overwhelming, a deity forged from the very essence of life and death. He regarded us, his gaze penetrating, pulling at the strings of our hearts, unraveling our fears, hopes, and regrets. "Why do you summon me?" His voice was a low rumble, echoing through the chambers of the soul. "We seek our brother," Anaya confessed, her voice wavering. "Is he at peace? Can you tell us?" Osiris stepped closer, the air crackling with intensity. "What you seek has a price. Are you willing to bear the burden of truth?" My pulse quickened. The weight of his question hung in the air like a sword poised above our heads. Would we dare confront the reality of what lay beyond? Would we welcome the knowledge, or would it crush us? For a heartbeat, the world faded. Past and present blurred, and I saw Zephyr, laughing, running along the riverbank, carefree under the sun. I remembered our childhood, our secrets, and the unbreakable bond forged in innocence. Would I trade that for the heavy burden of his fate? In that moment, time twisted, stretched, and coiled like the Nile, dark and unyielding. The answer lingered, caught in the net of my thoughts, and as I looked into the eyes of Osiris, I could feel the cosmos shifting. The infinity of love, loss, and the weight of judgment danced in his gaze, a reflection of our very souls. And so, in that temple of shadows, where the living and the dead collided, I found myself standing at the precipice, the question unwinding like a thread. Would we face the truth? Would we dare to seek him out in the realm beyond, where life and death intertwined in an eternal embrace? The silence roared, and my heart pounded as we awaited the answer, the whispers of the past gathering around us like ghosts. In that moment, everything hung in the balance, a fragile thread stretched taut, ready to snap at any moment, leaving us suspended in the vast unknown, where Osiris, the god of the afterlife, held dominion over the fate of our very souls. The silence hung thick in the air, a suffocating blanket that muted all but the frantic beating of my heart. I was standing at the precipice of despair, where shadows danced in the dim light of the lanterns, flickering like lost souls searching for solace. My hand trembled as it gripped the weathered scroll, the parchment warm against my palm, yet cold with the weight of the truth it bore. The feather of Maat, a small, unassuming token, rested in my pocket, a symbol so pure it could crush the heaviest of lies. I caught a glimpse of Ayla, her silhouette stark against the moonlight that filtered through the crumbling stone archway. Her dark curls fell like cascading night over her shoulders, framing a face etched with resolve and fear. She was beautiful, fiercely so, but her beauty only deepened the cracks in my heart. The last time I had seen her smile, it felt like a lifetime ago, and now all that remained was this chasm of unspoken words and broken promises. "Do you think it will be enough?" Her voice cracked, breaking through the silence like shattered glass. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that everything would be all right, but the weight of the feather pressed like a vice around my chest. "I remember when we thought truth could shield us," I replied, forcing a laugh that felt more like a gasp. "We were fools, weren't we?" My words hung in the air, bitter and heavy, like leaden clouds that threatened a storm. She stepped closer, her eyes searching mine, desperate for reassurance. "What if it doesn't work? What if the truth, it shatters everything?" Her fingers brushed against her throat, where a slender silver chain lay hidden beneath her cloak. I could see the fear in her eyes, a flickering candle in the dark, fighting against the inevitable wind. "I remember how we used to believe in stories," I murmured, memories of simpler times swirling like autumn leaves caught in a gust. "They told us truth was a shield, but sometimes it feels more like a sword." The irony twisted in my stomach, sharp and cruel. Ayla's gaze shifted to the ground, where the shadows writhed like restless spirits. The past loomed over us, a specter of regret and longing. Behind her, a figure emerged, Khalid, his presence as imposing as it was familiar. He was our anchor and our storm, his eyes alight with purpose yet shadowed by doubt. "I knew you'd come," he said, his voice a low rumble that resonated in my bones. "But truth has teeth, and it bites. Are you ready for the pain it brings?" I wanted to scream, to tell him that I was ready for anything, but my throat constricted under the weight of my own cowardice. The feather felt heavier now, a leaden weight in my pocket, whispering odious truths. Ayla shifted closer to me, a silent plea for strength. "Sometimes, the truth is too much to bear," Khalid mused, his expression unreadable. "What if it tears us apart? What if it reveals the things we've tried so hard to bury?" I glanced at Ayla, her face pale under the moon's unforgiving gaze. "We can't run from it forever, Khalid. We owe it to ourselves to face it." Each word was a knife digging deeper, and yet they were also chains binding me to this moment, this reckoning. The air crackled with tension, electric and raw. I felt the universe holding its breath, the stars aligning in a cosmic dance of fate. My fingers curled around the feather, its soft bristles like the caress of a spirit whispering secrets of the ancients. "Let's just do it," I said, the urgency in my voice a desperate plea. "Let's unravel this before it unravels us." "Unraveling," Khalid echoed, his voice a ghost of what it used to be. "It's so easy to speak of, but when the threads come loose," his eyes darkened, and I could see the memories flicker, each one a ghost haunting him, reminding him of his failures, his losses. And then came the moment, the unbearable, spine-chilling moment when we all understood. The weight of the feather was not just the truth it carried, but the choice we had to make. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown to our own obliteration, the air thick with unasked questions and unshed tears. "Once we do this," I whispered, the words rolling off my tongue like poison. "There's no going back." Ayla's breath hitched, and for a heartbeat, time suspended itself, stretching into infinity. The world around us faded, leaving only the thudding of our hearts as we clung to our fragile resolve. In that haunting stillness, I felt the echoes of our dreams, our identities, all the moments we laughed and cried together. It was all on the precipice of destruction, teetering between hope and despair. I remember, Ayla began, but her voice faltered, and I saw the tears welling in her eyes, glistening like stars on the edge of a black sky. I remember when truth was what we sought, not what we feared. Then let's find it, I urged, the fire in my belly igniting against the chill of hopelessness. Whatever it takes. Khalid stepped forward, his presence a force against the darkness that threatened to swallow us whole. Then let us embrace the truth, come what may. The tension snapped, and in that instant, the air shifted. The weight of the feather was no longer the burden we dreaded, it became the catalyst for our liberation. Our fears, our uncertainties, all woven together in a tapestry of raw emotion and unyielding strength. As we moved forward together, our hands clasped around the feather, the world around us began to dissolve like mist in the dawn. And in that beautiful, terrifying moment, I realized that the truth was not just a destination, it was an endless journey, a cycle of pain and redemption that spiraled into infinity, binding our souls in a way nothing else ever could. And so we stepped into the night, into the embrace of the unknown, where shadows whispered and the feather of Marat glowed softly, a beacon guiding us through the darkness, a testament to the truths we would uncover, the lives we would change, and the heartbreak we would endure. The air crackled with anticipation, the cosmos shifting as history, once again, trembled on the edge of its own revelation. The air was thick with the scent of dread, a miasma that clung to the back of my throat as I stood at the precipice of judgment. The flickering torchlight danced ominously on the stone walls, casting shadows that seemed to whisper secrets of the damned. I was there, heart racing, as the scales loomed before me, a grotesque altar of truth. A heart and a feather. Would it be enough to tip the balance, or would the weight of my sins drag me into the abyss? I remember the clang of metal on stone, the echo of footsteps reverberating like a death knell. It was a sound that gnawed at the edges of my sanity, a reminder that time was an unforgiving tapestry woven with choices and regrets. I clutched the frayed edges of my cloak, feeling the coarse fabric scratch against my skin, grounding me in this hellish moment. A flicker of doubt gnawed at my insides. Across from me stood Miriam, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a spectre of despair. She had once been my anchor, a beacon of light in my life's tempest. Now, her heart was entangled with the very fabric of our fate, her soul weighed down by decisions I had made, decisions that had led us to this very moment. Her breath hitched, a small gasp that sliced through the silence like a knife. "You did this to us," she whispered, the words a brutal confession that cut deeper than any blade. Her fragility was palpable, a delicate flower wilting under the scorching sun of betrayal. I could see the tremors in her hands, the way they quivered as she reached for me, a ghost of what once was. But I couldn't bear to look into her eyes, not now, not when the truth was a heavy shroud draped over both our shoulders. Each heartbeat resonated through the chamber, a haunting reminder of the choice I had to make. Beside Miriam stood Elias, a man forged in the fires of loyalty, yet now twisted by the shadows of revenge. His clenched fists betrayed the storm inside him. "You think this is just about you," he spat, venom dripping from each syllable. "Your heart is blackened with deceit, and it's time you faced the consequences." The words reverberated in the air, a thunderous drum that echoed my own guilt. I wanted to scream, to deny the truth that was gnawing at the edges of my consciousness like a ravenous beast. But the scales didn't lie. They awaited my heart, eager to expose the marrow of my soul. I took a step forward, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, as if they could already sense the darkness that festered within. Time stretched, an eternity wrapped in a single breath. Memories flickered, disjointed fragments of laughter and warmth, the echoes of a life we once shared. Stolen moments by the riverbank, our hands intertwined, the world melting away beneath the glow of twilight. I felt a pang in my chest, a physical ache, as I recalled our dreams, now shattered like glass beneath the weight of my choices. I remember, I croaked, the confession spilling from my lips like poison. I remember the laughter. I remember the plans. My voice trembled, a fragile thread in the storm. But I also remember the darkness that lurked beneath, the whispers that promised power, that led me astray. Elias stepped closer, his eyes boring into me like twin daggers. "You had everything, and you threw it away for what? A moment's greed? A fleeting thrill?" His accusation sliced through the air, leaving a cold silence in its wake, thickening the atmosphere with tension. Miriam's voice broke through the stillness, soft yet sharp like the edge of a dagger. "Was it worth it?" she asked, her voice trembling, quivering with the weight of abandonment. "Was it worth losing us?" Tears pooled in her eyes, glistening like fragile stars in a night sky, reflecting the shattered pieces of her heart. The scales trembled, the heart and the feather poised for judgment. The silence was deafening, each tick of the clock echoing through the Hall of Horrors. My heart raced, pounding against my ribs like a caged animal desperate for freedom. I could feel the oppressive darkness closing in, a heavy fog wrapping around my throat, tightening like a noose. And then I remembered the dream, a fleeting glimpse of a life untainted by betrayal. The cosmos had whispered in my ear, urging me to listen, to heed the warnings woven in stardust. The weight of the heart pressed down on my conscience, a reminder that justice was not a simple ledger of rights and wrongs. No, it was a living, breathing entity, entwined with love and loss, guilt and redemption. "Please," I whispered, the words slipping from my lips like a prayer, a desperate plea for absolution. "I can't bear to lose you both." But the scales did not forgive easily. They awaited my heart, the final piece of the puzzle, the truth that would tip the balance into light or darkness. I stepped forward, the weight of the moment crashing over me like a tidal wave. My heart and the feather swayed, caught in an eternal dance of fate. And as I reached out, ready to cast my fate, I felt something deep within me fracture, an irreplaceable piece of my soul splintering into 1,000 shards. I was no longer the architect of my demise, I was the pawn in a game far greater than myself. The tension crackled in the air, heavy like a storm about to break. I stood on the edge, teetering between hope and despair, love and betrayal. The heart thumped in my chest, a drumbeat of impending doom. In that moment, I knew, the scales would speak, and everything I had ever known would be laid bare. "Measure me," I breathed, my voice an echo of surrender, as the shadows closed in, hungry for the truth that would finally set us free or consume us whole. The clock struck midnight, a sound that shattered the silence like glass breaking, echoing through the empty streets of a town draped in shadows. I stood there, heart pounding, staring at the flickering street lamp, its dying light casting eerie silhouettes, each a spectre of the past. Every shadow told a story, every whisper of the wind carried a secret, and I could feel it, the weight of a heavy heart pressing down, suffocating, relentless. I remember the taste of bitterness on my tongue, the salt of unshed tears, the ache in my chest that had become a familiar companion. James was gone, and in his absence, the world had devolved into a colorless void. He'd left behind a legacy of broken promises and shattered dreams, and I was left holding the pieces, each jagged shard cutting deeper into my skin. The night air wrapped around me like a cold embrace, reminding me of everything I had lost. I thought about Sarah, his sister, whose laughter used to light up the darkest corners of our lives. Now, her smile felt like a distant memory, a ghost lingering in the spaces where joy once lived. She was broken too, a fragile vessel filled with grief, haunted by the spectre of her brother's last moments. We were two souls adrift in a sea of sorrow, drowning in the depths of what could have been. I remember the day it happened, the ordinary moment that spiraled into chaos. We were sitting in that small cafe, sharing coffee and dreams, when the sirens began to wail, a sound so deafening it seemed to rattle the very foundations of our lives. The crash was surreal, a nightmare that unfolded in slow motion. I saw the flash of headlights, the screeching of rubber against asphalt. I remember the way time split, as if the universe held its breath, waiting for the inevitable shattering. Now, as I stood beneath the flickering lamp, shadows danced around me, taunting, whispering secrets I couldn't grasp. A chill slithered down my spine. I turned and saw Sarah's silhouette emerging from the darkness, her eyes hollow, her skin pale as if she had waded into the depths of despair and returned without a soul. "Are you here for him?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, cracking like ice beneath the weight of winter. "Always," I replied, each word a promise laced with desperation. But the truth was, I was afraid. Afraid of what his absence had done to us, afraid of the memories that twisted like vines around our throats, choking the air from our lungs. "Do you think he's watching?" she asked, her gaze far beyond me, searching for something unseen. Do you think he knows how much we hurt? The question hung in the air, heavy like a leaden sky. I wanted to scream, to deny, to tell her that he was gone and that was the end of it. But instead, I felt the weight of grief settle deeper. I don't know, I confessed. But I think we're all haunted now. In that moment, the shadows shifted. I could feel their breath, a cold whisper dancing along my skin. I remembered the dreams, the ones where James stood before me, his eyes filled with warmth, with that teasing smile that could light up the darkest corners of my heart. But those dreams were always fleeting, like smoke slipping through my fingers. Every morning, I awoke to the crushing reality: he was gone, and all I had were memories, both sweet and bitter. Do you think we'll ever be free of this? Sarah's voice trembled, a fragile note that echoed my own fears. Her hands clenched into fists, the anger bubbling just beneath the surface, ready to erupt. This heaviness, this goddamn weight that pulls us under. I wanted to reach out, to soothe her, but I felt it too, the unbearable weight of our sorrow, the relentless tide dragging us deeper into despair. Maybe freedom isn't what we need, I said softly. Maybe it's acceptance. Maybe it's learning to live with the ghosts. The city whispered around us, a symphony of heartbeats and hushed sorrows. I could feel the pulse of the night, the way it thrummed beneath our skin, and I knew we were not alone. Shadows lurked in every corner, harboring the untold stories of those who had suffered before us. Our pain was woven into the fabric of the night, a tapestry of loss that stretched beyond time. As we stood there, the darkness closing in, I felt the overwhelming urge to run, to escape this suffocating grief. But where would I go? The memories were everywhere, etched into the very streets we walked. I closed my eyes, and for a fleeting moment, I could hear James's laughter, feel his presence wrapping around me like a comforting blanket. But like all dreams, it was gone, leaving only the chill of absence in its wake. Maybe we can't change what happened, I murmured, my voice trembling. But we can remember. We can hold on to the love he gave us, the laughter, the light. Sarah turned to me, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and in that moment, I saw a flicker of something, hope, perhaps. A fragile spark amidst the darkness. What if, she began, her voice cracking, what if we take all this pain and turn it into something else? What do you mean? I asked, heart racing at the thought of transformation, of rising from the ashes of our grief. Maybe we write it down. Maybe we set it free. I felt the weight of her words settle like a shroud around us, heavy yet illuminating. The idea unfurled in the night like a flower reaching for the light, bringing with it a sense of purpose, a glimmer of release. But as the shadows danced around us, I couldn't shake the feeling that a confrontation was looming, an inevitable clash between our grief and the freedom we craved. Let's do it, I said, my voice stronger now, echoing against the cold brick walls. Let's turn this heartache into something beautiful. But even as I spoke, I could feel the darkness swirling around us, ready to consume our fragile hope. I knew the consequences of a heavy heart could shape not just our fate, but the very fabric of our souls. And as the clock ticked on, the weight of our choices loomed larger, like a storm ready to break. With each heartbeat, I felt the tension mount, a raw and unyielding force propelling us toward the brink of something profound. In the depths of our sorrow, we were on the precipice of transformation, two broken souls seeking solace in the aftermath of devastation, ready to confront the chaos lurking just beyond the veil of our grief. I took a step forward, our shadows merging, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I felt a flicker of determination. The night was ours, filled with endless possibilities and the promise of what lay ahead. And as we stood together in the darkness, the weight of a heavy heart began to shift, giving way to the hope of a soul reborn. I remember the moment the clock struck 3, slicing through the night with a brutal clarity. The air was thick, a smothering quilt of grief wrapped tightly around our suffocating hearts. Outside, shadows danced beneath the flickering streetlights, hinting at secrets hidden in the quiet corners of the world. Inside, we were all trapped in our own prisons of despair, each heartbeat echoing the loss that had turned our family into a collection of ghosts. My sister, Eliza, stood by the window, her silhouette framed by the darkness, a statue made of sorrow. I could almost hear the whispers of the night curling around her, taunting, reminding her of everything we had lost. She turned, her eyes glistening with unspilled tears, a storm of emotion swirling just beneath the surface. "Can you feel him?" she asked, her voice a fragile wisp, barely loud enough to breach the silence. It was a question loaded with longing, with an unquenchable thirst for connection with the father we had buried only days before. I confessed. "I can feel everything." The weight of my admission hung in the air, thick and oppressive, as if the walls themselves were leaning in, eager to absorb our pain. This house, once a sanctuary filled with laughter, now groaned under the burden of its emptiness. I caught sight of the old grandfather clock in the corner, its pendulum swinging like the metronome of our grief, each tick a reminder of time slipping away, unrelenting and cruel. I thought back to the funeral, how the casket had glinted beneath the mournful afternoon sun, how the sky had mirrored our sorrow, heavy and grey. The earth had swallowed him, and we stood there, a family united in grief, yet isolated in our own anguish. I remembered the way Eliza had clutched the bouquet of lilies, their stark white petals a cruel contrast to the blackness of our reality. "Why did he have to go?" she had cried, her voice breaking like porcelain, shattering against the hard truth of mortality. "Because life is a thief," I had replied, but even I knew that words were hollow, a flimsy bandage on a wound too deep to heal. I had wanted to reach out, to pull her close, to tell her that everything would be all right, but the truth was, I was just as lost as she was. Now, in the eerie silence of our home, Eliza exhaled, a sound so fragile it felt like it could shatter the stillness. "We need to do something," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "For him." I watched as the flicker of determination ignited within her, a spark of life in this mausoleum of memories. "What do you mean?" I asked, my heart racing. I could sense the gravity of an idea forming, something that would tether us to the past while pulling us deeper into the darkness. "We should have a ritual," she proposed, the word hanging between us like an uninvited ghost. "Something to remember him by. To keep him with us." The thought both terrified and exhilarated me. Rituals were the realm of the ancient, the sacred practices that demanded reverence. But the thought of summoning the past, of standing on the precipice of the unknown, sent shivers down my spine. "What if it doesn't work?" I asked, fear curling around my throat like a noose. "Then at least we'll know we tried," she replied, a fierce light glimmering in her eyes. "We can't let him go without a fight. Not now." Her resolve was intoxicating. I felt my own doubts and fears begin to melt away, replaced by a reckless sense of adventure, a need to reach through the veil of death and pull my father back into our world, even if only for a moment. The rituals of the dead were not just about mourning, they were about connection, about holding onto the threads of love that stitched our lives together. As we began to gather the items for the ritual, the atmosphere shifted. Candles flickered like whispers of the past, incense curled through the air, wrapping around us like a warm embrace. I could almost hear my father's laughter, feel the brush of his hand on my shoulder, his presence lingering in the room like an unfinished melody. But as the candles blazed brighter, shadows crept closer, whispering secrets that made the hairs on my neck stand on end. Eliza's eyes darted toward the dark corners of the room, as if the darkness itself were plotting against us, eager to consume our hope. I could see it in her face, the conflict of longing and fear, the raw emotion that seeped from her every pore. "We should do this quickly," she urged, her voice trembling with a mixture of excitement and dread. We began to chant, our words tumbling out in a fragile harmony, invoking memories of laughter and warmth, of moments that felt like sunlight breaking through the clouds. But with every invocation, a weight pressed upon my chest, the air thickening with something ancient and powerful. It was as if the very fabric of time had unraveled, and we were standing on the edge of an abyss, peering into the darkness that awaited us. And then, it happened. A gust of wind whipped through the room, extinguishing the candles and plunging us into darkness. I could feel my heart pounding against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat that echoed the terror in my soul. "Eliza!" I shouted, my voice cracking, desperate for her to remain grounded in this reality, this space where we could still touch each other, still breathe. "I'm here," she called back, her voice steady even as panic threatened to drown her. "Don't let go." But the shadows had come alive, swirling around us like phantoms, inviting us deeper into a world we weren't ready to face. I reached out, grasping for her hand, feeling the warmth of her skin against my palm, anchoring me in this tempest of emotion. "We can't stop now," I urged, my voice a hoarse whisper. And amidst the chaos, amidst the swirling darkness and flickering remnants of hope, I felt a presence, a fleeting touch against my cheek, the unmistakable scent of my father's cologne filling the air. A breath, a heartbeat resonating through the atmosphere. "Welcome home," the shadows whispered, and in that moment, I knew we had crossed a threshold, stepping into a realm where love and loss intertwined, where family bonds could defy even the finality of death. But as we stood on the precipice of something profound, I couldn't shake the nagging fear. What if this was only the beginning? What if we were forever bound to these rituals, these echoes of the past? As the shadows shifted and swirled, I realized there was no going back. The ritual had awakened something deep within us, a raw connection that demanded to be explored, even at the cost of our sanity. And with every flicker of candlelight, with every whispered invocation, the ghosts of our past danced around us, promising to entangle our hearts in a cycle of love, loss, and the inescapable grip of family, a cycle that would never truly end. The air hung heavy. A stillness settled over the dimly lit chamber, punctuated only by the rhythmic drip of water echoing from somewhere unseen. The scent of ancient dust mingled with something sweeter, more sinister, the faintest whiff of decay. I could feel my heart hammering against my ribcage, the pulse of anxiety reverberating through me, urging me to breathe, to move, to escape. But escape was not an option, the weight of fear anchored me to the spot. Shadows danced against the stone walls, flickering as torches flared, illuminating faces etched with despair. Two figures stood before a makeshift altar, the remnants of a once grand sarcophagus lying shattered at their feet. A woman, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall of mourning, clutched a small, unadorned box. Her fingers trembled, the weight of grief pulling her down, while her eyes mirrored the void left behind by loss. Next to her, a man, rugged and wild-eyed, paced like a caged beast, his hands clenched into fists of frustration and sorrow. "Not like this," he growled, his voice a low rumble that echoed through the eerie stillness. "She deserves more. We owe her this." Each word was a heartbeat, a desperate plea wrapped in desperation. The tension crackled like static in the air, the unspoken fear of what awaited them hanging like a noose. "I remember the way she laughed," the woman whispered, her voice quivering. "How she danced in the moonlight, unafraid of the dark. She believed in the afterlife, in mummification, that her spirit would soar free with proper burial rites." A tear slipped down her cheek, glistening like a tiny jewel. "But now all we have is this." She gestured to the makeshift altar, a mockery of the grandeur it should have been. Anguish twisted in my chest, a weight so profound it threatened to crush my very soul. The man halted, his eyes narrowing into slits of rage. "Do you think the gods care about our intentions, our promises? They want the body. They want the rituals." He slammed his palm against the wall, a resounding thud that echoed through the chamber. "Without them, she's trapped. A ghost in a world that's forgotten her." Images raced through my mind, flickering like shards of broken glass, illuminated tombs, the artistry of mummification, the reverence for the dead, the belief that a proper burial was not just an act, but a sacred duty. Each moment a reminder of the fragility of life, the weight of unfulfilled promises. I could almost hear the whispers of ancient priests, their chants echoing through time, urging the living to honor the departed, to ensure the safe passage of the soul. Yet here they were, fumbling in their grief, their flawed humanity tearing at the seams of tradition. I wanted to scream at them, to shake them awake as if they were lost in a nightmare. "Listen! You stand at the brink of eternity." Instead, I remained silent, a hidden spectator to their chaos, compelled by the rawness of their pain. "Let me help you," a voice broke through the din. An elder, stooped with age but fierce in spirit, stepped from the shadows. His presence filled the chamber like a storm, a sudden gust of wind that swept through their despair. "I have seen many pass, many buried with honor. I know the rites." He extended a gnarled hand, reaching out with an unexpected tenderness. "Your friend deserves that. We can make her whole again." The woman hesitated, but hope flickered in her chest, igniting a spark. "You can," she asked, voice trembling, teetering on the edge of belief. "Yes," he replied, a soft smile breaking through the lines of grief etched on his face. "But you must be willing to do it right. The oils, the wrappings, the incantations. It is a labor of love, and it is not for the faint of heart." The man scoffed, a desperate laugh escaping his lips. "As if we have time for rituals. She's gone." Anger surged within him, the pain threatening to spill over, but the elder's firm gaze silenced him, grounding the chaos spiraling around them. "I remember," I whispered, the words slipping from my mouth unbidden. "I remember my grandmother's funeral. The smell of incense, the soft sound of weeping, the way the earth felt beneath my feet as I cast flowers onto her grave. It was a farewell, a promise that she was not forgotten." The chamber trembled with the weight of the past, the echoes of those who had been lost and mourned. "Don't you see?" the elder pressed, urgency building in his voice. "You stand at a crossroads. To honor her, to set her spirit free, you must embrace the rituals. Mummification is not merely preserving the body, it is a restoration of dignity, a promise that love endures, even in death." The woman's eyes glimmered with realization, her heartbeat syncing with the rhythm of the chamber's stillness. "We can't let her be forgotten," she murmured, the conviction rising within her. "We owe her this." Together, they moved toward the altar, fear mingling with determination, shadows pooling at their feet as if to swallow them whole. I could feel the air shift, the tension that had been thick with despair transformed into something electric, charged with a purpose. And then it happened, a momentary stillness, a breath held too long, as if the universe itself paused to bear witness. Time stretched, the weight of their decision pressing down like a heavy stone. Dread coiled in my gut, the knowledge that once they began, there would be no turning back. The ritual would consume them, body and soul, binding them to the ancient ways. As they prepared, the candles flickered, casting ghostly shadows that danced along the walls. I could hear the faintest whispers, the echoes of the past converging with the present, history entwined with heartbreak. The air buzzed with energy, a wave of anticipation that gripped the chamber tighter and tighter, until it felt as though it might shatter like glass. I was trapped within their turmoil, pulled deeper into their emotional vortex, teetering on the brink of hope and despair. The room pulsed with a visceral energy, the boundaries between life and death, love and loss, growing thinner, almost transparent. They began the ritual, the words spilling from their lips like a forgotten prayer, each syllable a heartbeat, alive, trembling with the weight of promise. And as I watched, I couldn't shake the feeling that this moment was only the beginning, a doorway opening into the unknown, a promise that resonated through the ages. To love is to remember, to bury is to honor, and in the end, we are all just echoes of those who came before us, yearning for our place in the cosmos. Chapter 16. The concept of Ka-Ba, an arc, parts of the soul. The air was electric, crackling with tension as the clock struck midnight. A silvery moon cast its pale light upon the crumbling tombs, illuminating secrets buried deep within the earth. Shadows danced, flickering like memories in the corners of my mind. I stood on the precipice of a choice, my heart racing, adrenaline surging through my veins like a hot river. In that moment, the world fell away. It was just me and the weight of the past pressing against my chest. I was caught in the throes of crisis, the kind that grips you by the throat, squeezing until your breath hitches. I remember the palpable fear in my gut, reminiscent of the whispers that my grandmother used to tell, a narrative of Ka-Ba, an arc. My mind tangled around the fragmented tales of the soul as I stood in that graveyard, the very essence of humanity swirling around me. My fingers traced the cool stone of a grave, and I could almost hear the echo of my grandmother's voice in the night, weaving her spell of ancient wisdom. Talia, my sister, was beside me, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and curiosity. She'd always been more grounded, a pragmatic force to my restless spirit. "We shouldn't be here," she whispered, her voice trembling like the leaves overhead. "These are not just graves. They hold souls." In that moment, I could see her struggling, torn between the tangible fear of the darkness surrounding us and the irresistible pull of our shared history. Her heart beat wildly, mirroring my own, but her resolve was a fragile thread, fraying at the edges. But I was drawn deeper, pulled by an unseen force, a siren song echoing through the ages. The Ka, the life force, the vital energy of existence surged within me. It whispered promises of power and understanding, a connection to the universe that made every fiber of my being tingle. I closed my eyes and felt the pulse of something ancient, something that existed long before us, thrumming through the night air. But there was also the Ba, the spirit, the essence that flitted like a restless ghost, forever seeking connection, longing for recognition. Talia's hand gripped mine, a fragile tether to the living world, and I could feel the warmth radiating from her. It was a reminder of what was real, what was human. The Ba was the tender ache of every heartbeat, the laughter shared under the sun, and every moment that felt too beautiful to last. It was the part of us that craved love, that cried out for understanding. Then there was the Ark, the immortal aspect, the piece of us that transcended death. It lingered like a mist, hovering just out of reach, promising continuity beyond the grave. I could sense it there, lurking in the shadows of the tombs, beckoning with a strange allure. The thought sent shivers down my spine. The Ark was the truth we all feared. What happens when the lights go out, when the last breath escapes our lips? Were we merely echoes in the wind, or did we leave imprints on the hearts of those we loved? A sudden rustle in the bushes startled us, snapping me back to the moment. My heart raced, a drumbeat of panic. I turned sharply, breath hitching as I prepared for the unknown. The shadows elongated, morphing into specters that haunted the corners of my vision. Talia pressed closer to me, her breath warm against my ear. What if the stories are true? I wanted to laugh, to dismiss her fears, but the laughter lodged in my throat. What if the stories were true? I could almost see the silhouettes of Ka, Ba, and Ark, swirling together in the moonlight, their voices a cacophony of yearning. Maybe they are, I murmured, heart hammering, grappling with the weight of our legacy. Maybe they're waiting for us. And then I saw him, the figure emerging from the darkness, cloaked in shadow. A man with eyes that glowed like embers in the night. You seek the truth? He asked, voice low and melodic, wrapping around us like a spell. You wish to know the fate of your souls? Talia instinctively stepped back, fear-etching lines across her brow. I felt the tug of curiosity, the seduction of the unknown. What do you know? I challenged, even as my heart raced, every instinct warning me to flee. The man's smile was enigmatic, a blend of wisdom and mischief. I know that the Ka yearns to be free, the Ba longs for love, and the Ark speaks of eternity. You must reconcile these parts to understand your true selves. He pointed to the tombs around us, each one a vessel of stories untold. Do you dare to confront your fears? To awaken the souls within? Talia's grip tightened around my hand, her warmth a lifeline against the chill that seeped into my bones. No, she whispered, we can't do this. We can't wake the dead. But I felt the fire inside me burning brighter, a longing to grasp the pieces of my soul, to understand the tangles of life and death, to confront the abyss and find light within. I remembered the stories, the way the ancients spoke of the moon as a guide, a beacon for lost souls, illuminating the path to understanding. The Ark was just beyond, longing to be called forth, to merge with the Ka and Ba in a symphony of existence. And I could feel it, the pull of something vast and immense, a tide rising beneath my feet. Let's do it, I said, my voice steady. I turned to Talia, searching her eyes, willing her to see the truth I felt. We can't run from this. We have to embrace it. In that moment, as the shadows coiled around us and the air thickened with anticipation, we stood at the precipice of revelation. The confrontation loomed, our souls aching to intertwine with the echoes of those who came before us, to understand the essence of who we were meant to be. The moon hung heavy in the sky, watching, waiting. And then it struck me, a realization as sharp as glass. The only way to understand our souls was to confront the darkness that held them captive. I took a step forward, toward the figure, toward the tombs, and felt the weight of eternity rest on my shoulders. Talia hesitated, but I could feel her heart beating next to mine, a rhythm that resonated with fear and courage. The night held its breath, and in the silence, a promise lingered, a whisper of what was yet to come. The air was thick, almost electric, as the clock struck midnight. I stood alone, shivering against the chill that seeped through my skin, every breath crystallizing into a puff of fog. The moon, a pallid witness in the ink-black sky, cast an eerie glow over gravestones that whispered secrets of lives long extinguished. Tonight, the line between the living and the dead thinned to a mere wisp, and I could feel them pressing in around me, as shadows of souls caught between realms, waiting, always waiting. I remember the trembling hands of Mara, my sister, as she clutched a tattered photograph of our mother, her face a ghostly blur against the sepia stains of time. "What if she's waiting for us?" she had whispered, her voice quaking with desperation, the weight of that question hanging like a noose around my heart. I felt a knot tighten in my chest, a visceral reminder of all the unanswered prayers that echoed in the dark. Across the graveyard, a flicker of movement caught my eye. A figure wrapped in robes of mist, a spectral being that seemed to breathe sorrow. It was Thana, the deity of judgment, his eyes like twin voids, consuming everything within their gaze. I had heard stories about him, how he sat in judgment over souls, how he weighed their sins against the feathers of truth. And now, I could feel the chill of his presence wrapping around me, squeezing like a vice. Mara shivered beside me, her breath hitching as if she could sense him too. "Do you think he'll judge us?" She didn't mean for it to sound so hopeless, but the weight of her words hung heavy in the air. I couldn't answer. The truth was, I was terrified of the judgment to come. Would he see my failures, the moments I chose myself over others, the times I buried my head in the sand instead of facing the truth? Or would he see my desire to be better, to find redemption in the ashes of my past? I remember the stories the elders told by flickering firelight, tales of spirits that lingered, trapped in a cycle of despair until their deeds were counted. The descriptions of the afterlife haunted my dreams, painted in shades of torment and regret. But what if it wasn't just the damned that stood before Thana? What if it was the lost, the broken, those who merely sought solace? "Riley," Mara said, her voice a thin thread of sound, "what if we don't see her again?" The fear in her eyes was a mirror to my own, reflecting the horrors of what lay ahead. I wanted to comfort her, to promise her that everything would be all right, but those words felt like a betrayal. I didn't know if I could keep that promise. The clock chimed again, and with it, the earth trembled beneath us, the shadows stretching and contorting like restless spirits. Thana spoke, his voice reverberating in my bones, a low rumble that seemed to summon the very wind. "You are not here to plead, nor to bargain. You are here to face the truth." My heart raced, a frenzied drumbeat drowning out my thoughts. I could feel Mara's grip tightening on my arm, her nails digging into my skin like the talons of a desperate bird. I wanted to reassure her, to tell her that we had fought to understand the meaning of life, the purpose of pain, but how could I when the universe felt so indifferent? In the afterlife, Thana continued, every soul is met with its choices, its regrets, its truths. You must confront what you have hidden in the shadows. The air thickened with anticipation, the weight of his words pressing down on us like a suffocating shroud. I could see the spectral figures now, flickering in and out of existence, a parade of echoes caught in a dance of judgment. They were the ghosts of the past, familiar faces, lost loves, abandoned dreams. And I was among them, forever intertwined with their pain, their stories. "Tell me, Riley," a voice echoed, a whisper from the shadows. It was my mother, her face shimmering as if caught between worlds. "What did you do with your time?" The question sliced through me, raw and jagged. I remembered the moments I chose comfort over courage, the days I let fear dictate my path. I tried, I pleaded, but it felt like a feeble excuse, drifting into the void. Mara's eyes shimmered, tears spilling like tiny galaxies of grief. "We wanted to be better," she cried out, a desperate plea for understanding, for forgiveness. "We wanted to save you." Thana's gaze fell upon her, the void deepening, absorbing her pain. Would that be enough? I felt the ground shift beneath me, the weight of inevitability pressing down like a stone on my chest. "What if we are not enough?" I whispered, as dread wrapped around my throat, choking me. "Enough is a fragile thing," Thana said, his voice laced with an eerie calm. "It is but a reflection of your choices, your hearts." The graveyard around us shuddered, a cacophony of whispers rising, the dead reaching out with fingers of fog, blurring the lines of reality. I realized then that judgment wasn't merely about sin, it was about understanding, about the struggle to find companionship in our mistakes. The specters danced around us, a swirling tempest of lost dreams and shattered hopes. I was overwhelmed by their stories, their sorrow. I could hear them, lost lovers lamenting, mothers mourning the children who never grew up, warriors regretting battles that brought nothing but ruin. And within that tempest, I felt something shift in me, a flicker of resolve igniting in the depths of despair. "We will face this together," I said, my voice trembling yet alive with defiance. Mara met my gaze, her eyes holding a spark of hope. "Together," she echoed, the word reverberating through the darkness, a beacon cutting through the fog. Thana watched us intently, and for a moment, I saw a glimmer of something, perhaps understanding, perhaps pity. "Then face your truths," he commanded, and the world spun into a vortex of memories, promises, and fears. I remember falling into the shadows, caught between the light of existence and the darkness of regret. I remember the weight of my choices pressing down, the desire for redemption clawing at my heart like a wild beast. And as we stood there, teetering on the brink of judgment, I felt the cosmos shift around us, each heartbeat echoing through the void, an endless spiral of choices, reflections, and the haunting call of the afterlife whispering secrets in a language of sorrow. We were ready, with trembling hearts, to confront what lay ahead, knowing that every moment would ripple into eternity, binding us together in a fate yet unsealed. The rain fell in sheets, a curtain of cold fury, the kind that clung to your skin and soaked through to your bones. But inside the weather-beaten cafe, the air was thick with tension, like a bowstring pulled taut and ready to snap. I sat at a corner table, my heart pounding like a war drum, every beat a reminder of the truth I'd kept buried for too long. Across from me, Clara's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her hands trembling slightly as she gripped the chipped ceramic mug, an unsteady fortress. "I can't do this anymore," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the relentless patter of rain against the window. "It's killing me." Her words hung in the air, heavy and palpable, like the scent of burnt coffee that overpowered the sweetness of pastries. I wanted to reach across the table, to touch her hand and reassure her that she wasn't alone, that I felt it too, the suffocating weight of judgment, the invisible chains that bound us to our social statuses. But I hesitated, the fear of crossing that boundary gnawing at my resolve. What if my touch only deepened her despair? I remember the first time I saw her, standing at the podium, her voice a melody of passion and conviction, captivating the crowd despite her humble beginnings. Clara, the daughter of a single mother, fighting for a place in a world that seemed to close its doors to anyone without a gilded key. I admired her then. I still do. But admiration felt like a double-edged sword, it cut deep with guilt, for I belonged to the privileged, the ones who glided through life on the smooth surface of affluence while she wrestled with the currents of indignity. "I'm tired of pretending," she continued, her voice quaking. "Every day, it's like I'm standing in a theater, acting out a role that doesn't belong to me. The laughter, the applause, they're all for someone else. I'm just a shadow." The thought of her fading into a mere shadow sent chills racing down my spine. Shadows whisper truths, but they're also easily forgotten. I glanced at the door, half expecting to see the world outside come crashing in, to feel its judgment seep through the walls. I wanted to tell her that in this cafe, amidst the pouring rain, we were safe, that we could exist in this moment not as judged and judge, but as two souls tangled in a dark dance of vulnerability. Then there was David, my brother, my only sibling, sitting 2 tables away, his eyes locked on us like a hawk assessing its prey. I could feel the tension radiating from him, a palpable energy that vibrated in the air. His presence was an anchor and a storm, a reminder of everything I had to lose. He had always been the golden boy, the one who could do no wrong. But beneath the veneer of success lay a suffocating pressure that threatened to crush him, too. I remember where he got that promotion. The one that everyone said was destined for him, the one that came with the golden cufflinks and the corner office overlooking the city. He smiled, his teeth bright against the backdrop of his neatly pressed suit, but in his eyes, there was a flicker, a brief, haunting shadow of doubt. "Do you think I deserve it?" he had asked me that night, his voice a fragile whisper. I didn't work harder than anyone else. I just fit the mold. And there it was, the unspoken truth that bound us all together in this web of social status and judgment. The insidious notion that meritocracy was a myth, that we were all merely players in a cruel game where only the privileged thrived. David's fear of being exposed, of being seen as less than what he appeared to be, gnawed at his insides like a relentless beast. David, I had started, but the words trapped in my throat. How could I tell him that status was a shifting tide, that it could lift us up one moment and drown us the next? I wanted to tell him that the world was not as simple as black and white, winners and losers. But the weight of my own social standing held me captive, stitching my lips shut. The cafe was a microcosm of the world outside, a beautiful facade masking the harsh realities of life. The barista, a weary soul with dark circles under her eyes, moved with practiced indifference, pouring coffee that tasted like betrayal. I watched her, thinking of her dreams, the ones that had been replaced by the grind of survival. I saw the way she glanced at Clara and me, her gaze flickering with a mix of longing and resentment. We were the gilded ones, the ones who could afford to dream, and she? She became invisible in our reflections. Clara, I said finally, the name a prayer on my lips. What if you stopped pretending? What if you just embraced who you are, flaws and all? She looked at me, her eyes searching mine for the truth. And risk everything? Yes, I replied, my heart racing. Risk everything. Because what's the point of living a life dictated by others? Your voice deserves to be heard, your truth deserves to be seen. The storm intensified outside, thunder growling like an angry beast, but inside, the atmosphere shifted. Clara's breath hitched, a fragile hope weaving its way into the cracks of her despair. In that moment, it felt as if the world pressed against the glass, eager to burst in and tear apart our fragile bubble, but we held fast. David's gaze burned into me like a spotlight, waiting, judging. I turned toward him, giving him a small nod, a silent plea for understanding. But his face remained a mask, unable to show the tempest inside. And just like that, the cafe became a battleground, a war not just of status but of souls. Each of us was locked in our own struggle, fighting against the currents that sought to drown us, yearning for a connection yet terrified of the exposure. In the echoes of Clara's whispered vulnerability and the silent torment of David's ambition, the truth lingered heavy in the air. We were all haunted by judgment, our worth measured not by our deeds but by the titles we wore, the names we carried. As the rain continued to pour, drowning the world outside, the clock on the wall ticked steadily, marking the relentless passage of time. Each tick resonated like a heartbeat, reminding us that we were alive, that we had choices to make, paths to forge. I leaned forward, my heart racing, and breathed, let's fight for our truths. The moment hung, suspended in the air, vibrating with unspoken fears and desires, as the shadows began to close in. The air was thick, almost suffocating, as the clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the deserted streets like a death knell. Shadows danced beneath the flickering gas lamps, twisting and contorting as if in agony, whispering secrets of the sins tucked away in the corners of the night. I stood there, heart pounding, the weight of my own deceit heavy on my chest, like a leaden shroud. I remember the feeling of being watched, the prickling sensation crawling up my spine, the ghosts of my past sins lurking just beyond the edges of perception. Elena leaned against the crumbling brick wall, fingers trembling at her sides. Her eyes, usually alight with mischief, now shadowed with despair, searched mine. Tell me you didn't. The anguish in her voice wrapped around me like a vice. I could feel her disappointment, palpable and raw, slicing through the darkness between us. My breath caught, a painful lump in my throat, and for a moment, the world faded away. Just me, the weight of my betrayal, and her unyielding gaze. I had to, I replied, my voice barely a whisper, but the truth hung heavy in the air, a blunt weapon ready to strike. You don't understand what's at stake. I took a step closer, desperate to bridge the chasm that had opened between us. But how do you explain the darkness that swirls inside you, the gnawing need to protect what's left, the facades you build to mask the chaos within? With every lie I told, I felt the scales tipping. Each deceitful thread woven into my world, an intricate tapestry of betrayal, guilt, and manipulation, pulled us both deeper into an abyss. I remember when we used to dream, I said, voice trembling with the weight of nostalgia. When the world felt light and the shadows didn't chase us. Elena's face crumpled, the fight draining out of her. And now? Now, the sins weigh heavy. I gestured to the sprawling city, its heart beating an erratic rhythm beneath the moonlight. The sins of countless souls weighed in on us, a collective burden that felt suffocating, as if the very air thickened with guilt. Across the street, Marcus lurked, a spectre in the night, his presence an inescapable reminder of our pact, one that had begun with the thrill of rebellion but had spiraled into a labyrinth of treachery. His hands were shoved deep in his pockets, shoulders hunched against the chill, but I saw the storm brewing in his eyes. He was a shadow of the boy I once knew, tormented by the knowledge of our dark deeds. "Elena," he called, voice like gravel, "what have you done?" Her gaze flicked to him, a mixture of fear and defiance ignited within. "I didn't do anything," she spat, yet the crack in her voice betrayed her. The truth was a silent scream, echoing in the space between us. There it was, the failure to hold on to innocence, to navigate the treacherous terrain of our choices. I watched the clock tower, the hands moving slower now, mocking our desperation. Each tick felt like a countdown, pulling us toward a reckoning that felt inevitable. "This isn't just about us anymore," I said, urgency rising in my throat. "It's about everyone we've hurt, everyone we've betrayed." Marcus's laughter cut through the tension like a knife, sharp and unforgiving. "Hurt? You think you're the only one with blood on your hands?" He stepped forward, a predator closing in on its prey, and his words dripped with venom. "Lies, deceit, it's what we are now. It's all we have left." I felt the truth of that, a bitter pill lodged in my throat. "No, it's not. We can still choose," but the desperation in my voice wavered, cracking under the weight of reality. Elena's shoulders slumped, defeat washing over her features. "Can we?" she whispered, that flicker of hope extinguished, leaving behind a hollow ache. The silence that followed was a chasm, vast and unyielding, and I felt myself teetering on the edge. "Every sin makes us heavier," I murmured, caught in reflection. "We're not just bodies anymore, we're anchors dragging each other down." The moonlight painted us in shades of grey, a stark reminder of how far we had fallen. The clock inched forward, and panic surged within me. We're running out of time. We need to unburden ourselves. The thought was a desperate lifeline, but as I glanced at Marcus, I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes. A part of him knew that the sins we had committed had forged an unbreakable bond, yet a bond laced with poison. "Unburden," he sneered, voice dripping with disdain. "You think they'll forgive us? You think we can wash away the blood with a mere confession?" There was a darkness in his laughter, an echo of our shared past, and it sent chills racing down my spine. But perhaps the real terror lay in the truth I had yet to face. I had deceived myself, believing I could outrun the shadows. I had woven a narrative, a facade of control, while the universe conspired against me, tightening its grip. "This is bigger than us," I said, voice trembling, as if saying it aloud would lessen the reality of our situation. "But we can't keep hiding. We have to confront our sins before they consume us entirely." There was a fleeting moment of silence, a breath caught in time, where the air crackled with tension, and the moon seemed to lean in closer, as if eavesdropping on our darkest secrets. Elena's eyes glimmered, reflecting a flicker of resolve, while Marcus's gaze turned inward, wrestling with his own demons. And then the clock chimed once more, a sonorous reminder that time was our enemy. The moment stretched, taut like a bowstring, suspended between the past and the uncertain future. "Where do we begin?" Elena whispered, the tremor in her voice betraying her fear. "In the shadows." The words fell from my lips, a promise laced with desperation. And as I took a step forward, the night around us pulsed with life, a haunting reminder that our sins were not merely stains on our souls but echoes in the universe, rippling through time, waiting to be confronted, waiting to be weighed. And so we stood, on the precipice of a confrontation, the swirling chaos of our lives crashing around us. The sins, the deceit, they formed a tempest that beckoned us deeper into the night, toward a reckoning that could either liberate us or seal our fates. The clock kept ticking, relentless and unforgiving, and we were left to wrestle with the shadows we had created, each heartbeat a countdown to what lay ahead. A chilling silence hangs like a fog, thick and suffocating, as the grand chamber of Osiris looms before us. Shadows flicker against the ancient stone walls, whispering secrets that curl around the hearts of the damned. The air crackles with the tension of souls, each breath a desperate plea for survival, each heartbeat a countdown to inevitable judgment. I stand there, as the spine-chilling reality of my fate bears down upon me. My palms sweat, my heart races, thumping like a war drum. I remember the face of my brother, Marcus, eyes wide with terror and anger, as the abysmal judge laid bare our darkest sins. "You should have stayed away, you fool," he had shouted, voice cracking like glass. I was too reckless, too full of dreams that glittered too brightly in this shadowed realm. I can still feel the weight of his words, sharp as a dagger, twisted around my throat. The very essence of my existence is on trial, yet I can't shake the bitter taste of betrayal that lingers on my tongue. Across the room, a figure emerges, Osiris. His presence is overwhelming, an echo of power and judgment wrapped in layers of ancient authority. He stands tall, draped in a mantle that absorbs the light, a dark sun casting rays of judgment upon us. His eyes pierce through the fog, locking onto mine, dragging out the memories I wish to forget. I see the faces of those I failed, lost in the swirl of a life too chaotic to salvage. Innocence, shattered like glass beneath my careless hands. My heart pounds a frantic rhythm. I remember, I whisper to myself, clinging to the fragments of hope. I remember the laughter, the warmth of the sun on our skin, the way my dreams felt real. Each word draws a thicker veil of anguish over my soul. The memories twist, morphing into shadows that dance mockingly against the cold stone. Then there's Amora, my confidant, her spirit flickering like a candle in the wind. She stands rigid, her eyes teeming with unshed tears, fear twisting her features into something almost unrecognizable. "You promised, Marcus," she murmurs, her voice cracking under the weight of despair. "You promised you would protect us." The accusation lingers, a heavy stone sinking to the depths of my chest. I twist away, unable to meet her gaze. "I didn't know," I choke, each breath a struggle against the rising tide of regret. "I thought we could fight the darkness. But what is a warrior without a sword? What is hope when the very ground beneath our feet crumbles away?" The atmosphere thickens, palpable and electric, crackling with the weight of our shared trauma. I can almost hear the ghosts of our past haunting the corners of the chamber, their whispers brushing against my skin. They taunt me, reminding me of laughter turned to screams, promises turned to ash. I feel their presence, an accusing jury of shadows, lingering just outside the reach of my consciousness. "Marcus, why did you lead us here?" Amora's question hangs heavy in the air, a loaded gun pointed at my heart. I've become the villain in our twisted tale, the architect of our downfall. The trial is not just before Osiris, it's within my very soul. I can feel the walls closing in, the suffocating darkness wrapping around me, squeezing all the breath from my lungs. "Enough!" Osiris's voice booms, shattering the silence with a tremor that shakes the foundations of my being. "You dare to question your fate when the scales of justice await." His words rip through me, sharp and unyielding. The court watches with bated breath, their eyes reflecting the flickering light of a dying candle. I can feel the dread pooling in my stomach, a vortex of uncertainty and fear. The scales of Jed are already balanced against me, and I know it. How do you defend against your own heart? How do you convince the abyss that your sins are justifiable? The truth is so blinding, it's almost unbearable. I remember the thrill of power, the intoxicating pull of ambition, but it all feels dishonorable now, like a cruel joke orchestrated by fate itself. Amora looks at me, her eyes now pools of sorrow, and I can't bear the weight of her gaze. "You could have saved us," she whispers, the cracks in her voice echoing through the chamber like shards of glass shattering against stone. But there's something else, lurking beneath the tangled roots of my guilt, a flicker of defiance, a smoldering ember of rage. "You think I wanted this?" I shout, the words ripping from my throat, raw and bleeding. The court gasps, the judges leaning forward, intrigued by the eruption of emotion. "I was trying to save us all." The echoes of my voice bounce back, each repetition a reminder of the chaos I've wrought. The tension thickens, electric with the weight of unspoken truths. I glimpse the faces of the damned, their expressions a twisting tapestry of anger, sorrow, and fear. We are all interconnected, woven into this narrative of despair, each heartbeat syncing with the pulse of the universe. And then, amid the chaos, I hear it, our whisper of hope. Dreams are fragile, yes, but they can also ignite fires. I remember, I say again, this time with resolve. I remember our laughter, our dreams, the way we fought together. I feel Amora's eyes on me, searching for something, anything, to grasp onto as the storm rages on. We can't lose each other, Marcus, she pleads, reaching for me, her hand trembling. And in that moment, as Osiris stands ready to pass judgment, I realize that even in this abyss of despair, where dreams die silently, the struggle against the dark is not in vain. The trial is not just a reckoning, it is a chance to reclaim what was lost. We may be flawed, but we are alive, still fighting, still yearning for the light. The weight of our existence crashes down, a tidal wave of emotion, dragging me deeper into the recesses of my soul. I feel the universe watching, a silent witness to our pain and our struggle. The court waits, breathless, as the final verdict teeters on the edge of oblivion. Time stretches, warping around us like a cosmic dance. Here, in this space suspended between life and death, I understand, the battle is not over. Each moment is a heartbeat, a flicker of hope against the backdrop of despair. And so, I stand, ready to face Osiris, ready to reclaim my truth. The moon hangs heavy in the sky, a silver coin, glimmering with secrets, casting a ghostly glow over the cracked earth. I stand there, breath shallow, heart pounding like a war drum, as the shadows of the past swirl around me. The air is thick with tension, a palpable force, nudging me toward the edge of an abyss I didn't know I was teetering on. Do you remember? A voice whispers in my ear, and it sends shivers racing down my spine. Amora stands beside me, her eyes wide with fear, reflecting the haunting glow of the moon. She clutches a tattered piece of parchment, the words barely legible, a testament to her desperation. We have to uphold Ma'at, she pleads, her voice trembling like the last leaf clinging to a tree in the heart of winter. She's a warrior, forged in adversity, but the cracks in her armor are visible now. I remember when her laughter was as wild as the Nile in flood, but it's buried beneath the weight of truth, a truth that feels like a noose tightening around her throat. The shadows stretch long, whispering secrets of forgotten dreams. What if truth isn't enough? I murmur, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. I know the answer, it lingers like the stench of decay. But as I look at Amora, her fierce spirit dulled by doubt, I want to believe. I want to take her hand and run, escape the suffocating reality. But the echoes of our ancestors call to me, a song of duty that entwines with my very soul. Then there's Khalid, lurking just beyond the edge of the shadows, a storm brewing in his heart. He was once a friend, now a specter of betrayal. You think you can save her, he sneers, the words coated in a venom that pierces the night. You think living in truth is enough? The world doesn't care for your ideals, Dania. I felt my stomach twist like a knotted rope. Khalid was a man of action, a realist wrapped in a shroud of cynicism, and his words cut deeper than I'd like to admit. The wind carries his laughter, chilling me to the bone. It's a sound that once brought warmth, but now it leaves frost in its wake. You cling to your precious Ma'at like a drowning man to a fragment of wood. Look around. What has truth ever done for us? It's a lie we tell ourselves. His voice rises, igniting a fire within me, a mix of anger and desperation. I remember the stories we shared, tales woven under the light of candle flames. I remember, I whisper to myself, each heartbeat a memory, each breath a prayer. The world outside our fragile bubble feels like a suffocating void. It's a landscape of betrayal, where shadows play tricks on the mind and truth becomes a weapon. Amora's voice cuts through the tension, raw and trembling. Khalid, please. If we abandon Ma'at, we lose ourselves. We lose everything. There's no honor in deceit. Her words are a fragile lifeline, and I want to hold on to them, but doubt gnaws at the edges, whispering promises of safety in lies. The moon winks at me, a silent witness to our unraveling. What if we can't uphold it? What if truth is a ghost that haunts us? Khalid's laughter echoes again, a bitter melody that drowns out the hope flickering within me. I can see the shadows dancing in his eyes, a reflection of his own fear of being exposed, of being vulnerable. I take a step back, my heart racing, caught in a tempest of emotions. I remember, I say again, clutching the memory like a lifeline. The stories of our ancestors, their struggles, their triumphs. They lived by Ma'at, by the principles of truth, justice, and order, but were they truly free? Or were they simply prisoners of their own ideals? The wind shifts, carrying the scent of jasmine and despair. I can feel the universe shifting, its vastness pressing down on me like 1,000 expectations. What if we're not meant to fight this battle? I ask, my voice barely a whisper. The air crackles with tension, the words hanging heavy between us. Amora shifts, her resolve flickering like a fragile candle in the wind. Then we've already lost, Dania, she replies, her voice breaking, the tears brimming in her eyes. If we don't fight for truth, we drown in our own lies. The world around us seems to hold its breath, the stillness almost deafening. I feel it deep within my bones, the weight of Ma'at pressing down, a reminder of our responsibilities, our choices. But what if those choices lead us to despair? What if striving for truth brings only suffering? I can sense the heaviness in my chest, a storm brewing, a confrontation waiting just beyond the horizon. Khalid steps forward, a phantom of rage and disbelief. There's no virtue in self-righteousness. You think the gods care about our struggles? They revel in our pain. His words hit like a punch to the gut, and I stagger back, reeling. The truth is a heavy burden, and we are all just seekers lost in the labyrinth of existence, trying to find a way out. The moon watches us, an indifferent guardian of our turmoil, a reminder that the cosmos continue to spin, oblivious to our plight. Then Amora straightens, her shoulders squared, a fire igniting in her eyes. I refuse to believe that, she declares, her voice ringing with conviction. We carry the weight of our ancestors, their dreams, and their hopes. If we abandon Ma'at, we abandon ourselves. And I refuse to let fear dictate our fate. The words hang in the air like a celestial promise, pushing against the darkness that threatens to swallow us whole. My heart races, a wild flutter of hope and fear, caught in the crossfire of loyalty and betrayal. I turn to Khalid, searching for a glimmer of something, understanding, perhaps, or maybe just a hint of the friend I once knew. But his face is a mask, a fortress built on the ruins of trust. You're naive, he spits, venom lacing his tone. One day, you'll see that truth is a cage, and the only way to survive is to break free. Silence stretches, taut as a bowstring, the tension rippling like a live wire. The universe expands and contracts around us, pulsing with the weight of time. Memories swirl like smoke in the night, and I can feel the cosmic energy thrumming in my veins. I remember, I murmur, drowning in the memory of laughter, of dreams shared under starlit skies. As the moon bears witness, we stand on the precipice of choice, hearts racing, souls entwined in the fabric of truth and lies. And I know that this moment, the heavy silence, the fierce passion, the haunting uncertainty, it stretches infinitely, a loop that will never truly end. The battle rages on, and we will either rise in the light of Ma'at or be consumed by the shadows we've created. The air was thick, almost electric with the weight of anticipation, a heartbeat echoing in the hushed darkness of the Duat, the Egyptian underworld. I stood, a mere whisper of the living, in a world where shadows danced with secrets, where every flicker of flame bore witness to the desperate souls lost within this endless night. The silence was deafening, an eerie lullaby that brushed against my skin like a chilling caress, drawing me deeper into its depths, into the abyss where hope flickered like a dying star. I remember the moment Clara slipped from my grasp, her fingers slipping like grains of sand, lost forever in the shifting sands of time. Her eyes, once bright with dreams, now reflected a void, a dark mirror to the unthinkable. Help me, she begged, her voice a haunting melody that echoed through the hollow caverns of my heart. But how could I help her when the very fabric of this underworld threatened to consume us both? I was no hero, just a man tangled in his own regrets and fears, a shadow among shadows. Beside me, Anubis, his presence a looming spectre of authority, eyes like twin coals burning with an ancient wisdom that outstripped time itself, watched us with an inscrutable gaze. He was the guardian of the dead, the ferryman of souls, yet in his watchful silence, I sensed an echo of my own anguish. His existence was a reminder of my failures, the moments that haunted me like ghosts. "You cannot save her," he said, his voice a low growl resonating with the weight of inevitability. "All are judged here. The heart must be weighed against the feather of Ma'at." I remember the scales, cold and unyielding, glinting in the dim light. A balance between truth and lies, love and betrayal. Clara's heart, a fragile thing, would it tip toward darkness? My heart thudded in my chest, a prisoner of panic. The thought of losing her, of watching her essence melt into nothingness, sent a shiver down my spine. "No," I rasped, desperation clawing at my throat. I was not ready to surrender her to the shadows. The duat stretched endlessly, a labyrinth of twisted paths and spectral echoes. The air grew heavy with whispers, the voices of the damned swirling around us, a cacophony of despair that made my skin crawl. I could almost see them, the lost souls, their faces twisted in torment, forever reaching for something just beyond their grasp. Were they warning us, or longing for release? The line blurred in this eternal twilight, and I stumbled, feeling the pull of their anguish against my own flesh. Clara's voice broke through the noise like a lighthouse cutting through fog. "Please, I need you." It was laced with fear, a raw, visceral plea that tore at my insides. I turned to her, heart racing, but her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Don't let them take me." I was drowning, caught in the riptide of her fear and my own. The weight of uncertainty crushed me, a relentless tide that threatened to pull us both under. Anubis stepped closer, the shadows clinging to him like a second skin. "Only one can pass freely," he intoned, his voice a low rumble that sent tremors through the dark. "Only one heart may be unburdened." The words hung in the air like a noose, tightening around my throat. I looked at Clara, her spirit so vibrant, yet now flickering like a dying flame. My heart raced, a primal instinct clawing at the edges of reason. Would I sacrifice my own heart to save hers? The thought sent a tremor through me. I remembered the echoes of past decisions, the times I chose fear over love, silence over connection. I had run when I should have stayed, when she needed me most. "I won't let you go," I whispered, the words a desperate vow that hung between us like a tether. But as I spoke, the air shifted, the shadows around us swirling with an almost sentient hunger. "Make your choice." Anubis' voice sliced through the darkness, final and foreboding. Clara's eyes held mine, and in that moment, the weight of the world pressed down upon us. I could feel the pulse of time, the slow ticking of a clock that echoed in the silence, each moment stretching into eternity. This was not just a battle for survival, it was a reckoning, a collision of love and fear, of hope and despair. "Clara," my voice faltered, a prayer caught in the chokehold of dread. I could see the shadows creeping closer, tendrils of darkness reaching out like fingers, beckoning. They promised oblivion, an end to suffering, but at what cost? I will not choose. The words hung in the air, a defiance that crackled with energy. I could feel the weight of Clara's gaze, the warmth of her spirit brushing against my soul. But as I stood there, heart pounding, the shadows thickened, a storm of darkness swirling around us, closing in like a vice. The air was alive with tension, electric with unspoken fears, and I felt the essence of the duat wrap around me, a cold embrace that threatened to pull me under. "Choose!" Anubis commanded, his voice an unyielding rock against the tempest. I could see Clara's fear mirrored in his fierce gaze, the flicker of desperation igniting a fire within me. "You must decide." The scales loomed ever larger in my mind, a spectre of judgment that whispered promises of freedom and sacrifice, of love and loss. I looked at Clara, and the world faded away, the shadows, the darkness, the judgment, they all fell silent. In that moment, it was just us, teetering on the edge of eternity. I felt the truth settle into my bones. Love was a choice, even here, in this harrowing realm of the damned. As the shadows clawed at our feet, I took a breath, steeling myself against the tide. "I choose you," I whispered, a lifeline tossed into the void that surrounded us. And the air crackled with a ferocity, a shift in the balance that rippled through the duat, pulling us toward a confrontation, toward the brink where the heart must face judgment, and where love must defy even the darkest of fates. The air crackled with the weight of long-held breath, heavy and suffocating. A single flickering candle illuminated the cramped, stone-walled chamber, casting dancing shadows that seemed to reach for the secrets hidden in the corners. I could hear the soft thrum of hearts, the pulse of fear vibrating through the very stones beneath my feet. Outside, the world turned cold, wrapped in the silence of impending doom, yet inside, desperation burned like the flame that threatened to consume us all. Evelyn stood in the center of the room, her hands trembling, clutching a fragile parchment that felt like the last thread of hope, an ancient map leading to the famed Elysian fields. Those fields, said to be a reward for the virtuous, were a promise of peace, a sanctuary for souls burdened by guilt. But at that moment, with the shadows closing in, that promise felt like a cruel joke. "I remember when we thought we could outrun our past," she whispered, her voice breaking like fragile glass. "Every step forward feels like a step deeper into the abyss." The tears in her eyes caught the glow of the candlelight, shimmering like distant stars, a reminder of dreams abandoned. Beside her, Marcus leaned against the cold stone wall, arms crossed, every muscle taut with tension. His brow was furrowed, the lines on his face etched by regret and responsibility. "We can't turn back now," he murmured, the weight of leadership heavy on his shoulders. "The fields may be our only chance." His voice was steady, but the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes betrayed the chaos within. He was haunted by ghosts, memories of battles lost, friends betrayed. Each name lingered in the back of his mind like the echo of a funeral bell, a constant reminder of failure. "Chance." Evelyn shot back, her frustration igniting like a spark. "What about the choices we made? The lives we shattered?" She held the map closer, as if it could shield her from the truth. "This isn't just about us. It's about the ones we left behind." Silence draped over us, thick and suffocating. Outside, the wind howled, a mournful wail that felt like the cries of the lost. I could almost see their faces, floating through my mind like fractured reflections in a shattered mirror. Each figure blurred, each story a haunting reminder of what was at stake. "I remember the summer nights," Marcus said suddenly, his voice low, almost reverent. "The stars felt so close, like we could reach up and touch them. Now they feel so far away." He looked at Evelyn, vulnerability breaking through his tough exterior. "I wish we could go back to then, just for a moment." Her gaze softened, the tension between them crackling with unspoken words. They were tethered by their shared history, a bond forged in the fires of sacrifice and love. But as I watched them, a chilling realization slithered through me. The closer they became, the more danger loomed. "Those fields," I interrupted, my voice trembling with urgency. "They're not just a sanctuary. They're a test of worthiness, of sacrifice. What if we find ourselves unworthy?" The thought hung heavy in the air, a dark specter that twisted my stomach into knots. Marcus and Evelyn exchanged a glance, a silent conversation that flickered like candlelight between them. Fear was palpable, an electric current that charged the very atmosphere. "We're all unworthy," Evelyn said softly, her vulnerability laid bare. "But maybe that's the point. Maybe the virtuous are not those who've never stumbled, but those who rise after each fall." Her words struck me like a hammer to glass, shattering the illusions of nobility. I could see it, the truth lurking in the shadows, waiting to consume us whole. The Elysian fields might not hold the salvation we sought, they could very well be our undoing. The air shifted, thick with foreboding. I felt a shiver run down my spine, and the candle flickered violently as if sensing the storm brewing within us. "We can't stay here," I urged, urgency threading through my voice. "Time is running out. We need to move." "But where?" Marcus asked, his brow furrowing again. "The world outside is a labyrinth of despair. We'll be lost before we find the path." "Maybe being lost is the path," I countered, the words spilling out with reckless abandon. "Maybe we need to embrace the chaos to find our way." Evelyn's eyes sparkled with a mix of fear and hope, the juxtaposition a bittersweet melody that resonated deep within my heart. I could see the glimmer of determination ignite her spirit. "Then let's be lost together," she said, her voice steady, full of resolve. "Let's face whatever darkness lies ahead." As we stepped into the night, the world outside loomed like a dark ocean, vast and unknowable. The shadows danced around us, whispering secrets in a language I could almost understand. Each step we took felt like a pulse in the silence, a heartbeat echoing against the stars that felt eternally out of reach. And as we moved forward, the weight of our choices pressed down like a shroud, each moment fraught with memory and longing. The Elysian fields awaited us, promising redemption or ruin, but we were ready to embrace the unknown. Together, we would carve our paths through the darkness, driven by love, regret, and the haunting echo of what it means to be truly alive. In the distance, I could almost see the shimmering promise of the fields, but the way forward twisted and turned, a labyrinth of choices that would test our souls. And so we ventured forth, hearts pounding, each breath a testament to the struggles that lay ahead, a quest for virtue amid the chaos of life. Every step resonated with the heartbeat of the universe, reminding us that the journey was only just beginning. The Elysian fields awaited, and we would either find our salvation or lose ourselves entirely in the quest, not just for paradise, but for a glimpse of redemption in a world that often felt unforgiving. The darkness thickens like a storm cloud, pressing upon the heart, the air electric with the dread of what is to come. I stand in the shadow of a towering structure, its silhouette jagged against the blood-red sky, where the sun bleeds out its last light. The cries of the lost echo, a haunting melody of despair, swirling around me like a ghostly embrace. I hear them, feel them, those souls, trapped, eternally longing for release. "Run!" A voice, a familiar tremor. My sister, Lila, her eyes wide with terror, pulling me toward the crumbling steps of the old temple. I remember the warmth of her laughter, how it once filled the air like summer rain, but now it is a distant echo, drowned by fear. "We have to get inside." Her hands are trembling, but I can't tell if it's from the chill of the night or the weight of our reality. We sprint, hearts pounding in sync, a drum of desperation. Each footstep feels like an invocation, summoning shadows that dance hungrily around us. The Amit watches, a spectre of dread lurking just beyond our vision, its gaze a promise of annihilation. I remember stories told by the firelight, the flickering flames casting monstrous shapes on the wall, a creature with the body of a lion, the head of a crocodile, and a heart that hungers for the unworthy. It's one thing to hear tales, it's another to feel its breath on your neck, icy and suffocating. Inside the temple, the air is stagnant, thick with the scent of ancient incense and something far more sinister. A sharp laugh echoes, and I spin around, startled. The source is Leo, my brother, always one to find humor in the darkest of places, a child of chaos. His grin is manic, but fear glimmers in his eyes, a reflection of our shared nightmare. "What if it likes to play?" he taunts, but the tremor in his voice betrays him. "Maybe it'll let us go if we entertain it." "Shut up!" Lila snaps, her eyes darting to the entrance as if expecting Amit to slither through at any moment. "This isn't a game." The clamor of our breaths fills the silence, a frantic symphony that drowns out our fears. I remember how we used to play hide and seek in the fields, laughter ringing like bells. But all that joy is buried beneath the weight of our reality, and now, even laughter feels like a coward's weapon against the darkness that encroaches. The temple walls pulse, alive with the energy of the damned, and I stumble backward, my eyes drawn to the altar at the center. A flicker of movement, a shadow, gliding like smoke, curling around the room like an unseen predator. I remember my mother's tales of the afterlife, of how souls were weighed against a feather, their fate determined by a heart's truth. But those tales now feel like a cruel joke. The Amit does not weigh hearts, it devours them. "Stay close!" I shout, forcing the words out, although inside, the tremors of panic threaten to break free. What if we're not worthy? What if the weight of our mistakes is too heavy for the scales? Lila grips my arm, her nails digging into my skin, and I can feel the warmth of her blood coursing through her veins, a reminder of life. "What if it wants us?" she whispers, fear threading her voice like a needle through fabric. "What if it's waiting for us to lose hope?" I try to shake the thought, but it clings to me like a parasite. The shadows twist, and I can almost hear the emit's distant growl, a low rumble that sends a shiver down my spine. The temple begins to shake, stone crumbling, dust rising, history unraveling. And Leo, he laughs again, but it's hollow, echoing off the ancient stones. Maybe it's not so bad. What's the worst that could happen? Death? Please, but the bravado falters, and I see it in his eyes, the truth, raw as an open wound. We're not ready to die, he stammers, and suddenly, the laughter feels like nails on a chalkboard. Leo! I snap, desperate to pull him from that dark corner of his mind. I remember how he used to tease me about my love for history, always mocking my obsession with the past, saying, "You can't change what's already done." But now we are the embodiment of history, trapped in a moment that echoes through time, and our choices weigh like lead. The shadows coalesce, forming a silhouette that grows larger, more menacing. Amit's eyes, fierce and unyielding, bore into us. The horror of it, the realization that we're standing on the precipice of something unfathomable. It's not just the fear of death, it's the fear of being consumed, forgotten, erased from existence. Face it! I scream, my voice cutting through the haze. If it wants us, we'll give it a fight. We'll make it remember our names. Lila's eyes widen, fire igniting within her. We're not weak, she shouts, her spirit flaring like a candle against a tempest. We're alive. But even in our defiance, I can feel the darkness curling around us, a serpent ready to strike. The air thickens with dread, the temple trembling as Amit looms closer, its hunger palpable. I remember the stories, how it feasts upon the souls of the unworthy, devouring hope, love, and light. This moment stretches, a taut string ready to snap. Everything hangs in the balance, and in that heartbeat, our final heartbeat, the world fades, leaving only the raw essence of fear and courage intertwined. Can we stand against the tide? Can we spark a flame in the suffocating darkness? The confrontation feels inevitable, as if the universe itself holds its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of light and shadow. I look at Lila, at Leo, and I see more than just siblings, I see warriors, flawed yet unyielding, ready to face the abyss. Time stands still, and the air crackles with tension. The darkness thickens around us, an ominous reminder that the confrontation is only beginning. And as we stand on the brink of annihilation, the only truth we hold is this: to live is to fight, to scream into the void, to grasp for the light, even when the shadows threaten to consume us whole. And with that thought, we brace ourselves, hearts pounding like war drums, as the Amit approaches, hungry for our souls. The air crackles with tension, a thick fog swirling in the silence, heavy with unspoken fears. I stand at the threshold, where the world I knew fades into something far more sinister. The shadows pulse, alive with memories of laughter and the echoes of heartbreak, but tonight, they whisper of danger. I can feel it, the chill creeping down my spine, a warning wrapped in the scent of damp earth and forgotten dreams. Is this what hell feels like? I murmur, clenching my fists until my nails dig into my palms. The answer is an unfurling dread, coiling tighter around me with each breath. I can see her, Emily, standing at the edge of the abyss, the moonlight slicing through the darkness, illuminating the tears streaming down her face. Her eyes are wide, searching, desperate. I can't go back, Jake. I can't. Her voice is raw, like glass breaking against the cold floor, and it shatters something deep within me. I want to reach out, to pull her away from the edge, but my feet are rooted in place, anchored by my own insecurities. Around us, the remnants of a city long decayed linger like ghosts, buildings crumbling under the weight of memories, marred by time. Each brick tells a story, but none of them mine. The wind howls, a mournful cry that echoes through the empty streets. I remember laughter, the warmth of friendship, and that moment when we were too young to worry about anything but the present. But now, the past haunts us, like a specter refusing to let go. Look at what's ahead, Em. Please? My voice trembles, a tightrope stretched between hope and despair. But she shakes her head, her dark hair swirling around her like shadows clinging to her skin. You don't understand. I've lost everything. I can't face it again. I think of her brother, Liam, and the way his laughter used to fill the room like sunlight, before it was snuffed out, leaving only darkness behind. The weight of his absence presses down on us, a reminder that life is not just about living, it's about surviving the void left behind by those we love. Every moment since he died, it feels like I'm drowning, she continues, her voice breaking. And I'm so tired of fighting. I know that tiredness. It curls in your chest, making every heartbeat feel like a chore. I want to tell her that it's okay to feel lost, that we're all just wandering souls trying to make sense of a world that doesn't make sense anymore. But the ground beneath us begins to tremble, a low rumble that seeps into the cracks of our resolve. I glance over my shoulder. The shadows are shifting, swirling around us like a predator circling its prey. I can't shake the feeling that something is coming, a reckoning, a judgment, something more than a mere figment of our fears. Jake, she cries, panic lacing her words, and it slices through my heart like a knife. I turn back to her, but her gaze is still fixed on the void, the descent into oblivion that beckons her. I can't stay here. I can't carry this weight anymore. The truth of her words hits me like a freight train, and I'm thrown back into my own memories, my mother's laughter, the way it would fill the room with warmth, until that day, that horrific day when she was taken from me. We all have our ghosts, we all bear our burdens. Yet here we are, standing on the precipice of a decision that could shatter us further or bind us together. I won't let you go, Em. Not like this. My voice is steadier now, conviction flooding through me, pushing back the shadows. We have to face this. Together. As if on cue, the ground shifts again, more violently this time. I can see the shapes lurking at the edges of my vision, figures wrapped in shadows, their faces twisted in a grotesque mockery of our pain. They whisper our fears, the haunting echoes of our insecurities. You're not enough. You'll never escape. But they are wrong. I know that now. I refuse to let them dictate our lives. I take a step closer, my heart pounding in time with the chaos surrounding us. Emily, look at me. I reach out, my hand trembling, but her eyes flicker, a glimmer of life fighting through the despair. Jake, she breathes, her voice barely a whisper, yet it stirs something deep within me. What if I fall? Then I'll catch you. The promise hangs heavy in the air, a fragile thread binding us together against the storm. The shadows swirl, hungry and howling, but we stand our ground, resolute, two broken souls refusing to be consumed by the darkness. And then, in a moment that feels suspended in time, she steps back from the edge. I can almost hear the universe breathe a sigh of relief as the shadows waver, retreating as if stung by our defiance. But it isn't over. No, not by a long shot. The ground beneath us quakes once more ferocious this time, and I feel every heartbeat echoing through the chaos, a countdown, a race against time. I glance at Emily, and in her eyes, I see the flicker of hope balanced on the knife edge of despair. Together, she asks, the question heavy with meaning, a lifeline thrown into the abyss. Always, I reply, my voice a fierce whisper against the wind. As the darkness closes in, we clasp hands, the connection electric, grounding us, and together we step forward into the unknown, a vulnerable leap into the heart of chaos. With every heartbeat, every breath, we weave our strength into a tapestry of survival, defying the shadows that loom, refusing to surrender to the ghosts of our past. In this moment, amid the cacophony of despair and fear, we are alive. We are fighting. And we will not go quietly into that dark night. As the first tendrils of dawn break through the shroud of night, I know this is only the beginning of our battle, a challenge we must navigate together. The wind howled like a banshee, clawing through the night with a bitter chill. I stood at the edge of the graveyard, shadows dancing under the flickering streetlights, the air vibrating with an unspoken tension. A funeral had just ended. The mourners had drifted away, leaving behind a silence so heavy it felt like a shroud. I could still hear the whisper of the priest's words, floating like smoke in the air, offering prayers to the spirits, pleading for peace. But how could peace exist when the ground was still fresh, the soul still restless? I was not alone. Beside me, Elena knelt, her hands trembling as she arranged a small altar of offerings, a withered rose, a half-burnt candle, the faded photograph of a man I had never met. Her eyes, glistening with grief, flickered between the items and the grave, searching for something beyond this life. "I remember the first time we lost someone," she murmured, her voice a fragile whisper. "I thought if I just prayed hard enough, they'd come back." Her fingers ghosted over the photograph, and I saw the desperation writ large across her face, a longing so profound it threatened to swallow her whole. Elena had been my anchor in this turbulent sea of sorrow. Yet, that day, she was adrift, a ship without a compass. "Do you think they hear us?" she asked, her voice breaking, barely louder than the rustle of the leaves. "Do you think he knows I'm here?" There was something haunting in her tone, a question that echoed in the unseen corners of my heart. I wanted to comfort her, to tell her that yes, the dead were listening. But what if they were not? What if our offerings were just empty gestures, smoke rising into a void that cared little for our pain? Across the yard, silhouetted against the tombstones, Marcus stood with his back turned, his hands shoved deep into the pockets of his coat. He was always the strong one, the protector. But even he couldn't mask the tightness in his shoulders, the way he shifted his weight from foot to foot. He had lost his brother, a sudden, violent end that left a crater in his soul. I could feel the tension radiating off him, a palpable force, like charged air before a storm. "It's stupid," he spat suddenly, breaking the silence, his voice raw with rage and sorrow. "This whole thing. The prayers, the offerings, what do they even matter?" I felt the weight of his words like a stone lodged in my throat. I wanted to argue, to insist that our rituals meant something, that our efforts were a bridge to the beyond. But instead, I found myself searching the night sky, as if the stars might offer a sign, a consolation. "It's not stupid, Marcus," I finally said, though I could hear the uncertainty quaking in my own voice. It's just what we do. It's how we cope." "Coping," he echoed bitterly. "Like throwing coins into a wishing well. Just a trick to distract ourselves from the fact that they're gone." He turned abruptly to face us, his eyes dark, haunted. "They're not coming back, Elena. No amount of offerings or prayers will bring them back. They're gone, and we're stuck here, pretending it matters." The echoes of his words hung in the air, a shattering of our fragile hope. I wanted to scream, to shake him and tell him to look around, to see the love that had brought us here, that still tied us to the living. But all I could do was watch as the shadows swallowed him whole. Elena's breath caught, and her shoulders trembled. "But what if it does?" she whispered, her voice thick with tears. "What if our prayers guide them? What if they're just waiting for us to reach out?" Her words were like a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters, and I could see the flicker of belief ignite within her. She knelt even lower, the candle flickering like a heartbeat in the darkness. She began to murmur, words woven with longing and desperation, a melody that poured from her very soul. I felt the pull of her spirit, the way it dared to transcend the grave, a connection that was fragile yet fierce. I glanced at Marcus, whose face was a mask of turmoil, caught between disbelief and the flickering hope that Elena offered. We watched her, two souls grappling with the specter of loss, each moment stretching like a taut string. "It doesn't matter what we believe," he finally said, almost pleading. It's just pain, and nothing will change that." "Maybe it doesn't have to," I replied, stepping closer to them both. "Maybe the act of offering itself is what matters. It's a way to remember, to honor them." The shadows around us seemed to thicken, whispering secrets of the departed, and I could feel the air shift, crackling with energy. I remembered my grandmother's voice, the way she would speak to the dead like they were still here, her words weaving a tapestry of memories that anchored her heart. "Maybe grief is just love with nowhere to go," I murmured, my voice barely a breath. Elena lifted her head, her eyes shining with unshed tears, her spirit alight with a flicker of hope. Marcus looked away, his jaw clenched, battling against the rising tide of emotion. The ground beneath us felt alive, pulsating with the weight of those forgotten, and the night deepened, wrapping us in its cool embrace. We stood there, amidst the tombstones and echoes of the past, the offerings before us like a flickering promise against the encroaching darkness. The prayers we whispered were not just for the dead, they were for us, too, a balm against the aching void. And even if the night swallowed our voices, we would know we had spoken. We would know we had dared to reach out, to connect, to offer our hearts. As the candle flickered and the shadows danced, I felt the tension in the air shift, a promise lingering just beyond reach, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, there is light to be found, a whisper connecting the living and the lost. And as we stood together, I knew this moment would never truly end, it would weave itself into the fabric of our beings, echoing through the corridors of time, as we become the bearers of memory, the voices of the forgotten. The sun hung low, a crimson orb bleeding its last light across the horizon, casting long shadows that danced like phantoms in the fading day. I stood at the threshold of the grand hall, where the weight of fate pressed heavily against my chest, a suffocating reminder of the necessity of judgment. The air was thick with incense, a cloying sweetness that masked the rot of fear and desperation. Fear, yes, like a wild animal clawing at the walls of my heart. In that moment, I saw her, Nefret, a commoner, her hands trembling as she clutched a tattered piece of linen. It was the only remnant of her life before the plague swept through her village, leaving behind a graveyard of memories. Her eyes were wells of despair, each blink a silent plea for mercy. I remembered my own hands, once steady and sure, now betraying me as I reached out to comfort her. I remember the laughter she whispered, her voice barely rising above the din of the gathering. I remember the nights when hope bloomed like lotus flowers beneath the stars. In her words, I felt the pull of nostalgia, a sharp pang that echoed through me. I wanted to cradle her sorrow, to soothe the jagged edges of her grief. The haunting knowledge loomed that soon we would face the scales of Ma'at, where even a whisper could tip the balance. And then there was Rameses, the pharaoh, draped in gold and arrogance, a living paradox standing against the backdrop of his people. His brow furrowed, a storm brewing behind those regal eyes. The weight of a kingdom rested upon his shoulders, yet within him, a tempest raged, one that threatened to tear apart the very fabric of his identity. What was a god to do when faced with the frailty of mortality? The echoes of his ancestors pressed against him, ghosts of judgment clawing at his resolve. "I have built monuments," he declared, his voice booming with authority, masking the tremor beneath. Each word came like a lash, striking at the hearts of the commoners gathered before him. "I have brought prosperity." But even he, in his golden splendor, could feel the cracks in the facade. He could taste the bitterness of failure, and I could see it reflected in his eyes, a flicker of doubt that sent chills spiraling down my spine. The drumbeat of the crowd swelled, a collective pulse that quickened with each passing moment. Anxiety coiled around my throat, constricting tighter with every heartbeat. I could sense their desperation, their fears spilling over like a tide. The whispers grew louder, and with them, the shadows crept closer, wrapping me in an embrace that felt both seductive and suffocating. "Will I be judged?" Nefret's voice rose above the murmur, quivering like a fragile reed in a storm. She stood exposed, a flickering candle in a world of darkness, and I felt my own fears reflected in her. Would the scales be tipped by the weight of her suffering, or would the gods turn their backs, as they often did? Rameses turned, his gaze piercing through the throng, an emperor searching for a sign, a glimmer of hope amongst the cries of despair. I sensed his internal war, the churning clash between duty and compassion. "I am Pharaoh," he murmured, almost to himself, and I could feel the desperation clawing at his heart. Would he sacrifice his people for the sake of his pride? The gods had always required payment in blood, and he was a man who had built a palace on the backs of the oppressed. The moment hung suspended, and I could almost taste the tension, thick and caustic. "What of the children?" I blurted out, my voice cutting through the silence, shattering the spell of uncertainty. "What of those innocent souls?" My own heart raced, the words spilling out before I could stop them, spilling like an open wound. Nefret's eyes flickered with recognition, and for a heartbeat, we were united in that raw emotion. "They deserve to be heard," she cried, her voice a battle cry against the tide of indifference. "We are not mere dust beneath your feet." Rameses faltered, the mast slipping just for a moment as the weight of her words crashed against him. How many lives had he cast aside for the glory of one? The cosmos seemed to shift, time spiraling into a vortex of reckoning. The air grew electric, as if the gods themselves were holding their breath, waiting for the scales to tip. And the shadows, they lurked, malevolent and haunting, whispering secrets that slithered around us. I could feel their cold breath on my skin, the chill seeping into my bones. What awaited us on the other side of judgment? Would Nefret's spirit ascend to join the stars, or would Rameses find himself trapped in the abyss of his own making? I remember, I murmured, lost in the cacophony of emotion swirling around me. I remember the stories of those who came before, their souls spiraling into the afterlife. The memories danced in my mind, blurred but vivid, their laughter, their cries, their unwavering belief in something more. In that moment, I understood, this wasn't just about pharaohs and commoners. It was about the eternal struggle between light and dark, hope and despair. The balance of the universe hinged upon the choices we made amidst the chaos. And as I stood there, hand trembling at my side, the weight of countless souls pressing down upon me, I felt the world shift beneath our feet, time unfurling like a fragile scroll, revealing the horrors and wonders yet to come. The moment was a crucible, and we were bound to face the flames. "Let the judgment begin," Rameses proclaimed, but the tremor in his voice betrayed his bravado. Nefret clutched her linen tighter, a lifeline to memories long lost. The people held their breath, a collective intake of air that echoed through the hall like the whisper of fate. I could feel the shadows gathering, a storm of repercussion swirling around us. I closed my eyes for just a second, praying for deliverance, praying for redemption. But in that moment of stillness, I knew, this was simply the beginning. The confrontation loomed ahead, vast and looming like the horizon at dusk, and we were caught in its relentless tide, swept along toward an uncertain fate. The air was thick, suffocating, charged with a tension that seemed to vibrate like the taut string of a bow. I stood in the shadow of the Great Pyramid, its silhouette punctuating the darkening sky, feeling the pulse of 1,000 hearts beating through the sandstone. A crowd had gathered, faces etched with desperation, fear, and a flicker of hope. They whispered among themselves, their breaths mingling with the dust of centuries past, waiting for the moment that would seal their fates. Judgment was coming. Meron, a scribe with ink-stained hands and a heart heavy with secrets, paced nervously at the edge. His dark eyes flickered between the faces of the condemned and the priests who towered over them like hawks circling on the wind, ready to swoop in for the kill. He had spent his days recording the tales of the dead, chronicling their lives, their sins, their triumphs, but today he stood on the precipice of his own reckoning. "What will I say?" he muttered, the words spilling from his lips like a prayer turned sour. "What can I even write when my own heart is so burdened?" He was haunted by his memories, fragments of laughter and love intertwined with the weight of unspoken truths. His sister, Aset, a vibrant spirit who had danced beneath the moonlight, had vanished into the shadows of the desert 2 moons ago, swallowed by the vast unknown. Her absence clung to him, a ghostly reminder that judgment was not just a matter of the soul, it was the very marrow of existence. What had she done that warranted such a fate? Had she crossed the unseen boundary that separated the damned from the blessed? His thoughts were interrupted by a shriek, piercing the heavy silence that enveloped them. It was Nefertari, a young woman whose beauty had once shimmered like the Nile at dawn. Now, her face was a mask of terror, her hands clenched in desperation. "Please! I am innocent," she cried, her voice cracking under the weight of accusation. "I only wanted to help. I only wanted to heal." The crowd murmured, a dark tide rolling through them, their eyes dancing with the thrill of judgment. Meron felt a chill race down his spine. He had watched Nefertari tend to the sick, her kind hands wrapping the wounds of the afflicted. She had been a beacon of hope in a world teetering on the brink of chaos. And now, here she stood, accused of witchcraft, of dark arts that could summon the dead. He remembered her laughter, how it had echoed down the corridors of his mind, brightening even his darkest thoughts. What if she is right, he wondered, his heart pounding. What if the true evil lies in the eyes of those who judge? As the priests began their chants, their voices rising like smoke to the heavens, the air shifted. Meron's thoughts spiraled, tangled in the absurdity of it all. These men, robed in power, their faces hidden beneath masks of authority, wielded judgment like a weapon. They were the arbiters of fate, the gatekeepers to the afterlife, their decisions etched into the annals of time. Yet what did they truly know of the hearts they condemned? What did they know of love, loss, or the haunting spectre of choice? The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced around the crowd like phantoms. The darkness deepened, pressing in on him, a suffocating shroud. Maren's heart raced. He could feel the pulse of that moment, the sharp clarity of life on the edge of judgment. He glanced at Ased's empty place beside him, a space that echoed with her laughter and love. Would he let another innocent soul slip away into the abyss? Despair surged within him, an angry tide, pulling him toward the precipice of his own choices. "I remember," he whispered, the words escaping him like a confession. "I remember her smile, her spirit, untamed as the wildflowers that bloom among the ruins. I remember the fire in her eyes, the dreams we shared beneath the stars, untouched by fear." Nefertari fell to her knees, despair etched into her features, and Maren felt the ground shake beneath him. The world narrowed to that moment, the weight of judgment pressing down like an anvil. A sorrowful realization struck him like a thunderbolt. He could no longer stand idly by. "Wait," he shouted, his voice breaking through the chants that filled the air like a storm. The crowd turned, eyes widening, filled with disbelief. "This is madness. We are not gods. We cannot condemn what we do not understand." The priests glanced at one another, their faces hardening like stone, but Maren pressed on, driven by an urgency he could no longer contain. What of mercy? What of compassion? Do we not owe it to our own kind to listen, to feel? The air hung heavy with anticipation, the crowd's breath caught in their throats. He could see fear flicker in their eyes, fear of the unknown, fear of standing against the tide of judgment. But with that fear came a glimmer of rebellion. He saw it in Nefertari's gaze as she looked up at him, hope igniting in the ashes of despair. It was a spark that could light a fire, if only he had the courage to stoke it. Maren stepped forward, heart racing, every heartbeat a drum echoing in the silence. "I remember," he said, his voice rising above the chaos. "I remember the laughter of our children, the warmth of our kin, the way we sought solace in one another's arms. We are more than our sins, we are the pulse of life. Is it not our right to seek understanding over fear?" Time fractured around him, the shadows stretching and warping in response to his words. The priests shifted uncomfortably, their authority challenged, the air electric with the weight of possibility. But as he glanced at Nefertari, her pleading eyes piercing through the darkness, a chorus of voices rose against him, filled with ancient fears, fears that had echoed through the sands of time. "Silence him," they cried. "He speaks against the gods." And in that moment, the lines between judgment and mercy blurred, the air thick with their shared humanity, their shared nightmares and dreams. Maren felt the realization wash over him like a wave. This was not just a fight for Nefertari's life, it was a fight for every soul hanging in the balance, for every heart beating in sync with the pulse of existence. He took a breath, steadying himself against the tide of history. "I remember," he began again, words spilling forth like a river breaking free from its banks. "I remember that we are all connected, woven into the fabric of the cosmos, and our stories, our lives, they matter." In the gathering darkness, hope flickered like a distant star, urging him onward, inviting the crowd to feel what lay at the heart of the human experience, the messy, chaotic beauty of life, love, and judgment. The confrontation loomed, but they were not alone. Together, they stood on the precipice between judgment and redemption, waiting for the dawn that would break the chains of despair. And as the echoes of their hearts mingled in the night, Maren knew that this was just the beginning. The tomb was silent, a chilling void where whispers once danced in the air like dust motes caught in the sun's dying light. I stood at the entrance, heart pounding against my ribs, a wild drum echoing the fears and hopes of millennia. Shadows loomed, twisting and curling like the thoughts in my mind, reminding me of all the souls who had crossed this threshold, each one leaving behind echoes of their lives, their longings, their regrets. I could almost hear the ghosts sighing, their breath a cold wind that swept through the darkened halls of history, carrying with it the weight of unanswered questions. Leanne was beside me, a flicker of doubt in her eyes, her fingers brushing against the ancient stone as if it might offer answers. "Do you think they're really there?" she whispered, her voice barely more than a breath, a fragile thread in the heavy silence. She believed, oh how she believed, in the afterlife, a shimmering world where ancestors watched over the living, guiding them through the trials of existence. I could feel her hope radiating from her, warm yet fragile, like a candle flickering against an impenetrable dark. I remember, I began, but the memories tangled in my throat, clawing at me like ghosts desperate for release. I remembered my grandfather's tales, the way he would spin stories of the afterlife, painting skies of gold where the spirits danced and feasted. But those visions now felt like shadows, beautiful, yet insubstantial, slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. I remember his stories, Leanne. But I also remember the emptiness that followed. She turned to me, eyes fierce, searching for something, understanding, perhaps. But what if it's true? What if they're waiting for us? What if there's more? Her words hung in the air, heavy and hopeful, like summer thunderclouds ready to burst. I wanted to reassure her, to cradle her belief in my hands and keep it safe, but doubt gnawed at my insides. After all, I was the one who had spent hours with dusty books, dissecting the evolution of beliefs, exploring how each dynasty shaped the contours of the afterlife in its own image. Each era, a reflection of its people's souls, a cycle of hope and despair, faith and fear. As the flickering torchlight danced along the stone walls, I caught sight of him, the Jinn, standing at the far end of the chamber, his back to us, lost in thought. I knew what he was wrestling with, the turmoil that twisted his heart like a serpent coiling around its prey. He had lost so much, his mother taken too soon, her laughter replaced by the hollow echoes of absence. His belief was a fragile thing, a thin thread pulled taut between yearning and disbelief, and I knew he was caught in the struggle of wanting to feel her presence while grappling with the haunting void she left behind. "Do you really think she's gone?" Jin's voice cut through the silence, raw and trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. He turned, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, the weight of his grief heavy in the air. "I can't shake the feeling that she's still here, watching, waiting." Leanne's hand found his, a gentle squeeze, an anchor in the tempest of his emotions. "If we believe, we can feel them," she said, her voice steady, but I saw the glimmer of doubt there, too. "They guide us, push us to live fully. Don't you feel it?" I watched the interplay between them, the flicker of hope igniting in Jin's heart for just a moment, then extinguishing like a candle snuffed out too soon. "I feel nothing," he confessed, voice breaking. Just the weight of her absence, the silence that grows louder every day. And there it was, the heart of our struggle, the essence of our humanity, a desperate search for connection against a backdrop of inevitable loss. I was torn, an audience to their pain, their yearning, and even as I tried to offer comfort, I felt myself slipping into the abyss of their doubts. "Maybe," I said softly, "the afterlife isn't one grand stage, but a collection of moments. A memory woven into the fabric of our lives." My words felt weak against the crushing silence, a feeble attempt to grasp at something ungraspable. As we lingered in the chamber, time warped and twisted around us, the air thick with unspoken desires. I could almost see the phantoms of the past, a parade of faces, each one a story echoing through the corridors of time, begging to be remembered. A warrior's spirit clashing swords with a ghost of a lover lost, a mother's lullaby haunting a child's sleepless night. "Do you think they're all here?" Leanne asked, her voice trembling, a flicker of hope igniting again. "The ones who've gone before, watching us." Those words hung in the air like sacred incense, enveloping us in a cocoon of reverence. I wanted to believe, to feel the warmth of their presence wrap around me like a blanket on a cold winter's night. But doubt clawed at my insides, a cold hand gripping my heart. "Sometimes," I admitted, "I think they're just shadows, fleeting reminders that chase us, taunting us with what we cannot hold." In that moment, the weight of history pressed down, the cries of ancestors echoing in the stillness, each heartbeat a reminder of lives lived and lost. The walls seemed to breathe, the very air thick with the sorrow and joy of those who had come before us. The eternal cycle of existence, wrapped in layers of belief and doubt, pushed against us as if the tomb itself were alive, waiting, watching, judging. And then, silence fell again, deafening and oppressive, leaving only the sound of our breaths mingling with the whispers of the past. I felt the walls closing in, a suffocating reminder of our mortality, of the shadows that lurked just beyond the veil of understanding. Maybe that's the point, Jin murmured, voice barely a whisper, to feel the weight of their absence so we can live for them, to honor their memory. My heart clenched. Could it be that simple? To embrace the pain of loss, to transform it into something powerful. I wanted to scream, to tell him it wasn't enough. But in that moment, the truth lingered just beyond my grasp, a spectral shape shifting in the half-light. As the flickering torchlight began to dim, casting long shadows that danced and twisted against the cold stone, I sensed the world outside the tomb, a place pulsing with life, with the laughter of children, the cries of lovers, the mundane joys and sorrows of existence. Time marched on, relentless and unyielding, while we lingered in this liminal space, caught between the known and the unknowable. And somewhere, deep in the silence, I knew this was just the beginning. The echoes of the past would continue to weave their stories into our present, shaping our beliefs about the afterlife, about what it means to truly live. So we stood together, three souls in a tomb of history, bound by our fears and hopes, clinging to the fragile threads of belief that connected us to the ones we loved and lost. But as the darkness crept closer, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were merely players in a cosmic comedy, our laughter mingling with the shadows, our fears a macabre dance to the rhythm of eternity. And as the world outside called to us, I knew, somehow, that we would never truly leave this place. We would carry it with us, always, a skeletal echo of the past, a reminder that we are all just ghosts in waiting. It was the stillness that wrapped around the great hall, a silence so thick it pressed against the soul. Shadows flickered nervously in the torchlight, casting elongated figures that danced against the stone walls, specters of the past longing to be acknowledged, to be remembered. The air was electric, charged with tension. There stood Nefertari, the high priestess, her heart pounding like a war drum in her chest, a rhythmic reminder of the fragile balance she was sworn to uphold. The weight of Ma'at pressed heavily upon her shoulders, a suffocating cloak that whispered of justice and order, but also of the chaos that lurked just beyond the threshold. Today, they will demand blood, she thought, feeling the cold sweat trickle down her spine. In the distance, the murmur of a restless crowd reverberated through the stone corridors, a tide of emotion swelling toward the throne. They were hungry for justice, but the kind that left bodies in the sand, not mere words. The low growl of their frustration was an echo of her own turmoil. She had sacrificed so much for her role, yet the weight of the people's expectations was a noose tightening around her throat. In another corner of the hall, Cain, a soldier whose hands were stained with the blood of countless foes, watched her with a mix of admiration and dread. He had seen too much, done too much, and now his heart was a battlefield, torn between loyalty to his king and the visceral call of Ma'at, that unforgiving compass of truth. "What is a soldier without honor?" he muttered, remembering the screams of those he had executed in the name of peace. Each life lost was a ghost that haunted him, and now, standing in the shadows, he felt their whispers seep into his bones, urging him to act. "Justice, justice," they chanted in his mind, a cacophony drowning out reason. The throne room felt like a cauldron, bubbling with the fury of the masses. Cain could feel it gnawing at him, the desperation of the people clawing at his soul like a pack of wolves hunting in the night. He needed to speak, to voice the truth that echoed in his heart, yet each word was a dagger, sharp and treacherous. Nefertari glanced at him and saw the turmoil etched into the lines of his face. "You feel it too," she breathed, her voice a fragile thread between them. "The people demand blood, and you cannot sacrifice the innocent to preserve the throne," he interrupted, his voice rising, a battle cry. The flickering torches snuffed out, their flames swaying as if in response to their escalating tension. "You wield Ma'at like a weapon, but it is meant to nurture, not destroy. Do you want to be remembered as a savior or a tyrant?" The question hung in the air, heavy and haunting. Nefertari trembled at the thought, her heart racing. She had dedicated her life to maintaining balance, yet now, the very foundation of her beliefs felt like quicksand beneath her feet. With each moment that passed, the shadows whispered darker truths. In the recesses of her mind, she could hear the distant laughter of the gods, mocking her for the choices she must make. Memories of her childhood, carefree and bright, danced dangerously on the edges of her consciousness. She remembered the laughter of her brothers, their faces lit with joy as they played in the sun, an innocence she could never reclaim. But the echoes of those joyous days were drowned out by the deafening roar of the crowd. Their voices surged and swelled, a tidal wave of anger and despair, crashing against the walls of the palace. "Justice! Justice!" they cried, hungry for retribution, for blood, a sacrifice to appease the spirits that haunted them. Nefertari, with her heart caught between duty and compassion, felt the abyss opening beneath her. "Do you think the gods will forgive us?" she whispered, her voice trembling on the edge of a breakdown. "If we betray our own people, what becomes of Ma'at? What becomes of our souls?" Cain stepped closer, his brow furrowed with resolve. "The gods care not for the blood of the innocent," he replied, his voice a deep rumble, resonating with the conviction that ignited within him. "They crave balance, not slaughter. If we are to claim the mantle of Ma'at, we must be willing to stand against the tide, even if it costs us everything." In that moment, the world around them faded. The crowd, the whispers, the shadows, they all fell away, leaving just the two of them locked in a gaze that held the weight of their shared burdens. Every heartbeat echoed in the silence, a drum roll announcing the conflict that lay ahead, a confrontation that would either shatter them or forge a new path. Time twisted like smoke around them, a fever dream where the past collided violently with the present. Nefertari remembered all the lives she had touched, and all the lives yet to be lost. She felt the pressure of 1,000 souls pressing down upon her, urging her to make a choice. Together, she finally asked, her voice barely a whisper, a fragile hope igniting amidst the darkness. Together, Cain affirmed, the promise thick with emotion. "For Ma'at, for justice, for us." The moment hung suspended, a breath held captive in the vast emptiness of impending doom. Outside, the crowd roared like a storm, but inside, a tenuous alliance formed, fragile as glass yet powerful enough to shatter the very foundations of their beliefs. And as the clock struck a haunting hour, the weight of Ma'at pressed upon them both, a haunting echo of what was to come, a choice that would change everything. Their hearts beat as one, a relentless cadence against the chaos outside. The shadows in the hall stirred, a prelude to the confrontation that awaited them. The air crackled with the promise of conflict, and together they stepped forward, ready to embrace the storm, to face the ghosts of the past and the monsters of the present. In that cataclysmic moment, the dance of fate had begun, and the influence of Ma'at would either bind them in chains or set them free. The clock in the corner ticks like a metronome of impending doom, each chime echoing a hollow reminder of what lies ahead. The room is heavy with the scent of incense, thick and cloying, wrapping around us like a funeral shroud. My heart races as I grip the edge of the table, knuckles white, a battle against the rising tide of grief. Shadows dance on the walls, flickering like spirits yet unseen. I can't breathe, and yet I must. The air is thick with memories, each one sharper than the last, pricking at my skin like needles. Elena stands across from me, her eyes wide and glassy, reflecting the flickering candlelight. Her voice trembles, the fragile thread of hope desperately woven into her words. "We have to say goodbye, David. It's time." But how can one say goodbye to a ghost? My mother lies in the next room, her body still, the warmth of her spirit already drifting somewhere far beyond this world. I remember the way her laughter would fill the air, bright as the sun, and now all I have is this chilling silence. Elena shifts uneasily, her own grief palpable. She clutches a small silver locket in her hand, a gift from my mother, a talisman of memories that now feels like a burden. I remember the last time we sat together, the three of us, sharing laughs over a simple meal, the kind that fills your belly and your soul. But now, that warmth is gone, replaced by an icy emptiness that echoes like a cavern in my chest. We can't let her go without honoring her, she insists, her voice cracking under the weight of sorrow. Honoring her? With what? I hiss, the anger bubbling up like a fierce tide. A few flowers? A prayer? What do rituals mean against the reality of her absence? The world outside spins into chaos. Cars rush past, oblivious to the storm within these walls. I feel trapped, a bird in a cage of my own making, and I lash out at everything around me. It's just a body. She's not here anymore. The silence that follows is deafening, punctuated only by the distant wail of sirens outside, a reminder of the world moving on. I catch Elena's gaze, raw and wounded, and it cuts deeper than any knife. She takes a step toward me, her hand reaching out, hesitating, like she's unsure if comfort will be welcome or if it would just deepen the wound. "David, please, we owe her this much," she whispers, and the plea hits me like a slap. "Do we?" The question hangs in the air like a noose. I remember the day my father left, the way the house felt too big, too empty. I remember the arguments that filled the silence like a storm. And now, this. My mother, the only anchor left, swept away by the relentless tide of time. I want to scream, to break something, anything, because the thought of ritual feels like a mockery, a performance for a life that can't be brought back. But the moment shifts. I see the glimmer of the locket in her hand, and the memory of her laughter dances on the edge of my mind. I remember the stories she told, the lessons wrapped in her humor, the late-night talks that stretched into mornings. I remember, every time I brushed against her, every shared glance, every secret told in the dark. I can't just let go. Elena, the name slips from my lips, a whisper of surrender. "What do you want to do?" Her eyes soften, reflecting a flicker of hope. "We'll prepare her body, honor her with the things she loved. We can tell her stories, and maybe, just maybe, she'll hear us." A new wave of emotion crashes over me, drowning the anger. I realize, through my own selfish grief, that this isn't just for me, it's for her. The rituals, the practices woven through history, aren't mere formalities, they are connections, threads that bind us to those we've lost. I think of the countless cultures, the ways they've celebrated life, even in death. The Egyptians with their tombs, the Celtic fires, the sprawling graveyards where the trees whisper the names of the departed. The sun dips lower in the sky, casting long shadows as we gather what we need, a favorite book, a well-loved shawl, a bowl of sweetened tea. Each item pulled from memory, each choice laden with significance, tells a story of love and laughter. We create our own ritual, a tapestry of grief and remembrance. I move with a purpose, my heart heavy yet lighter as I begin to understand the sacredness of this act. The veil between worlds feels thin as we lay her favorite things around her. I can almost hear her voice in the rustle of the fabric, the soft clink of the teacup. Time stretches and bends, the air shimmering with the weight of years. I remember her fierce spirit, the way she faced every storm with a smile, and I know she wouldn't want us drowning in sorrow. As the candle flames flicker wildly, shadows leap across the walls, and I realize they are not just shadows, they are memories, echoes of laughter, moments shared. I feel the pulse of life around me, the rhythm of the universe reminding me that death is not an end but a transformation. The tears fall, but they are not just for loss, they are for love, for everything that was, and for everything that will continue. We sit in the dim light, stories tumbling from our lips like an ancient chant, weaving a tapestry of remembrance, the air thick with emotion. Each word spoken is a thread in the fabric of our grief. As we recall the joy and the laughter, I can feel her presence wrap around us, a gentle embrace, a whisper in the dark saying, "I am still here." And then the moment locks in place, the air shifts, electric with the unknown. I glance at Elena, and I see a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. This is only the beginning, a haunting echo of a farewell that leads to something more. The darkness feels alive, spinning tales of loss and love, as we weave together our own ritual, a new layer of existence forming between the worlds of the living and the dead. The clock ticks on, relentless and steady. Our hearts beat in time, fragile but unyielding, whispering into the void. Death may take, but love remains, an unbreakable bond, a ritual that never truly ends. The ink dripped slowly from the quill, a thick, dark line that seemed to hang in the air like a question never asked, a truth that dared not be spoken. Outside, the wind howled, a mournful wail echoing through the narrow streets of a town that had learned to live with ghosts. Today, the scribe stood at the edge of a cliff, peering into the abyss of loss. Every heartbeat was a countdown, a reminder that the world moved on while he remained tethered to the past, forever chronicling the lives of those who slipped away. I remember the day Clara's name was etched into the parchment, a name that once filled the air with laughter and light. But now, silence reigned, a silence that clung to him like the damp chill of dusk. She was just a flicker of memory, a ghost haunting the corners of his mind. Every stroke of his quill felt like a betrayal, a reminder that he was the last to document her existence, the last to give voice to her story. He hesitated, poised to write, as if the act itself could awaken her from the eternal slumber in which she lay. In the dim glow of the candle, shadows danced like lost souls, flickering with a life of their own. The scribe, a man with ink-stained fingers and a heart full of sorrow, fought against the tide of grief that threatened to drown him. He was both creator and destroyer, documenting the deceased as if preserving their essence, yet knowing he was sealing them in time, forever lost in the pages of history. The weight of their stories pressed heavily upon him, suffocating yet exhilarating, ripping him apart at the seams. "Why do you do this?" Clara had asked once, her voice a melody that hung in the air like notes from a forgotten song. "Why write the names of the dead?" "Because they deserve to be remembered," he had replied, though even then, he felt the hollowness of his own words. To remember was to haunt oneself, to carry the burden of loss like a shroud. Yet here he was again, pen trembling, poised to immortalize another absence. He could almost hear her laughter echoing in his ears, a cruel reminder of what had been and what would never be again. And then there was Thomas, a boy with wild dreams, whose spirit flickered like the flame of the candle beside him. He had been the scribe's apprentice, a bright spark in the darkness, until that fateful day when fate took him and left only echoes. The best parts of Thomas lingered in the scribe's mind, but the boy was gone, leaving behind a void that stretched endlessly. The scribe could still picture his face, youthful and vibrant, with laughter that echoed through the musty halls of their workshop. "You can't be afraid of death," Thomas had declared, "because it's just another story waiting to be told." Yet, as the scribe wrote, he felt the tightening coil of fear constricting his heart. Each name he inscribed was a chain, binding him to a history of sorrow. He was the keeper of secrets, the man who bore witness to lives cut short, and with each name, he felt himself slip further into a chasm of despair. Each inscription was a ghost rising from the ashes, clawing at him to remember, not just the good, but the pain, the suffering, the heart-wrenching truths that lingered in forgotten corners. "I remember," he whispered, as if summoning the spirits of those for whom he wrote. "I remember Clara's gentle smile, the way her eye sparkled with mischief. I remember Thomas's laughter, echoing like a bell through the silent night, the way he believed in the impossible." The words tumbled from his lips, a desperate invocation, a mantra against the encroaching night. He could feel their presence, hovering just beyond the veil, waiting for their stories to be told. But the darkness was relentless, and the scribe was running out of ink. The quill scratched against the parchment, a desperate plea, as if his words might conjure them back to life, if only for a moment. The air grew thick, heavy with memories and regrets, each line he wrote a tether to the past, a reminder of all that was lost. He could see their faces in the flickering light, shadows reaching out to him, begging for acknowledgement, for recognition, for the chance to exist just a little longer in the mind of the living. The silence became deafening, wrapping around him like a shroud. Outside, the wind screamed, and the earth trembled, as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling. In one fleeting moment, he understood the weight of his task. He was not merely a scribe, but a bridge between worlds, a vessel for sorrow and love, a keeper of sacred stories that would otherwise fade into oblivion. His hand shook, but he pressed on, filling the pages with their names, their stories, their laughter, and their tears. The quill danced across the parchment, each flick and flourish a testament to lives lived, to moments cherished and lost. "You are not forgotten," he murmured, "you are here, with me, in these words." He closed his eyes, letting the memories wash over him like a tide, the laughter, the pain, the joy and the sorrow, all blending together into a symphony of life. Each name was a heartbeat, each story a breath. And just for a moment, he felt them with him, Clara, Thomas, the countless others who had slipped through the cracks of time. They were not merely echoes, they were the very essence of existence, alive in the ink that flowed from his quill. But as night fell deeper, the weight of their absence settled heavily on his chest, a reminder that no matter how hard he tried, the abyss of loss was infinite, and he was but a fleeting whisper against its roar. He was both the scribe and the damned, forever entwined in a battle against the darkness that sought to claim them all. "I remember," he sighed, a fragile thread of hope woven through despair. As the candle flickered, casting eerie shadows on the walls, he realized his role was more than documentation. It was a rebellion against the silence. A defiance against the inevitable. The stories would live on, haunting the edges of time, and in that moment, he found solace in the chaos. And so, he wrote on, ink staining his fingers, heart pounding with the ghosts of the past, the stories of the deceased, forever etched into the fabric of time, their whispers a testament to a life that would not be forgotten, a bond that transcended the very essence of mortality. The air hung thick, heavy with the scent of decay and burned incense, as the flames flickered ominously in the dimly lit chamber. Shadows danced along the walls, and I could hear my heart pounding, a relentless drum in the silence, a sound so loud it could drown out my thoughts. I stood at the threshold, paralyzed by an overwhelming fear that clawed at my insides like a starving beast. Tonight would be the night I confronted the ghosts of my past. I remember the first time I felt the pulse of the afterlife, a mere child, eyes wide as I stumbled into the lavish tomb of my ancestors. The grandeur was intoxicating, golden sarcophagi glimmering in the flickering torchlight, the weight of history pressing down on my young shoulders. But the thrill twisted with dread. I could sense them, whispers lingering in the air, the echoes of lives long extinguished. I didn't understand then how intricately life and death were woven together, how one could not exist without the other, like the sun and the moon, the pulse of existence and the silence of oblivion. Ramses, my younger brother, stood at my side, oblivious to the spectral figures hovering just beyond our sight. In his innocence, he found joy in the sparkling artifacts strewn about, a child enchanted by a glittering world, unaware that those who once owned these treasures now roamed in shadows. I could see his smile dim when he caught my tightening grip on his wrist, my fingers biting into his skin, dragging him back into the present moment, into the damp confines of the tomb. "Why are you scared?" he asked, those wide, trusting eyes drinking in my fear. In that moment, my heart shattered. What could I say? That I felt the weight of their sadness? That I could hear their unanswered questions, lingering in the stale air? "I'm not scared," I lied, forcing a smile. But the truth hung heavy between us, a bridge of tension, trembling on the brink of collapse. Years later, as the moon hung high in the night sky, casting a silver glow that shimmered against the Nile, I felt that very same pulse quickening again. I was no longer the timid child, I had grown into a woman, yet the fear clung to me like cobwebs. I was drawn to the water's edge, as if it held the answers to questions I had yet to articulate. The darkness whispered secrets, beckoning me closer, promising revelations, but the weight threatened to crush me. Then I saw him, Ramses, his silhouette etched against the luminous backdrop of the stars, looking out over the water, lost in thought. A wave of nostalgia crashed over me. How many times had we stood like this, two children with dreams painted against the vastness of the cosmos? "Do you think we'll see them again?" he asked suddenly, breaking the silence like glass shattering in the night. His voice trembled, and I knew he felt it too, the undeniable connection that tied our lives to those who had passed, like invisible threads weaving a tapestry of longing and despair. "Maybe," I said, my voice faltering. "Maybe they're watching over us." But the truth? The truth was more complex, a chaotic dance of love and fear, of yearning and denial. I remembered the stories our mother told, how the heart was weighed against a feather in the afterlife, how the soul would be judged. I could feel the weight of my own heart, heavy with guilt and unfulfilled dreams. Had I lived a life worthy of the afterlife, or would I be condemned to wander as a shadow, forever searching? As I stood beside Ramses, the comforting warmth of his presence became an anchor amidst the storm of my thoughts. But the shadows were closing in, the night growing colder. I felt the distance between us stretching, pulling like an elastic band ready to snap. The more I embraced my fear of the afterlife, the more it threatened to consume me. "Do you remember Mama?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "How she would tell us stories about the afterlife?" I nodded, memories flooding in like a rush of water. Her laughter, her story spun from threads of hope and fear. She said we must honor our ancestors, that they guide us even in death. But what if, his voice trailed off, and I could see the glimmer of tears in his eyes. What if we're not doing enough? The question hung heavy, a noose tightening around my throat. I wanted to comfort him, to shield him from the despair creeping into his heart, but the truth is, I too feared we were faltering. Each moment wasted felt like a betrayal, an echo of our mother's teachings fading into silence. The night deepened, and shadows pooled around us, as if the very darkness sought to consume what light we had left. I felt a chill run down my spine, a whispering, a beckoning to remember the past, to acknowledge the souls who had loved us fiercely, yet were lost. I remember, I started, each syllable pulling me into a tidal wave of memories. I remember the laughter, the warmth of her embrace, the way she told us life was a cycle, endless. That death is not an end, but a passage. Ramses looked at me, desperation etched on his face. His eyes glistened like the Nile under the moonlight, and I could no longer maintain my composure. My heart ached for everything we had lost, every moment stolen by time. "Do you think she's proud of us?" he asked, his voice a fragile thread suspended in the air. "I hope so," I whispered, feeling the weight of every unfulfilled promise, every moment we chose to live in fear rather than love. As we stood on the precipice of our shared grief, the realization struck me like a lightning bolt. The divide between life and the afterlife was not a chasm, but a mirror reflecting our choices, our connections, haunting us with the question of whether we would honor those who came before us. And in this moment, I understood, our lives were a tribute, a dance with shadows who were still very much alive. The tension swelled, a heart-wrenching melody that echoed through the night, pulling us back to the stories of our mother, the shimmering tales of hope that intertwined our existence with the ethereal. "Let's remember them," I said, tears spilling over, merging with the dark waters. "Let's honor them with our lives." The night whispered back, wrapping us in its cold embrace, and the world felt both endlessly vast and frighteningly intimate. I breathed in the damp air, my heart racing as the cosmos blinked above, an infinite tapestry of stars, their brilliance a reminder that even in darkness, connections endured. And just like that, the boundary between life and the afterlife began to blur, leaving us suspended in a moment that would never truly end. The shadows hovered, and I knew they were here, watching, waiting, ever present as we ventured closer to a horizon where the past and present intertwined. Time stretched and twisted, and the darkness wrapped around us like a cloak, a promise that our journey was far from over. My heart echoed with the rhythm of forgotten dreams, the ghosts of our lineage weaving through the fabric of our very souls. We were tethered to them, alive and aching, in the quiet chaos of the night, each heartbeat a reminder that to live is to remember, and to remember is to be alive. The shadows of the city loomed, thick as smoke, an oppressive weight hanging over the streets where echoes of laughter twisted into chilling cries. It was dusk, and the air buzzed with tension, thickening like a storm cloud pregnant with rain. I stood there, heart pounding, as if the city itself pulsed beneath my feet. The weight of the world pressed down, and every breath felt like a desperate plea for release. I remember the day I found the scrolls, the fragile parchments, so old they crumbled beneath my fingers, yet so potent they vibrated with the whispers of lost souls. They spoke of the weighing of the heart, a ritual where the heart was placed on one side of a scale and the feather of Marat on the other. The fate of the soul hung in the balance. Heaven or hell, virtue or vice, it all hinged on that moment. But here, in this bustling modernity, where the past and present collided like a storm, what did it really mean? My thoughts spiraled, entangled with fear and longing. Across the street, Sam stood, arms crossed, jaw set tight, his eyes ablaze with a tumultuous fire. He was my anchor, my reflection, and yet, he felt like a stranger drifting away on a tide I couldn't control. "You can't just walk away from this," he said, voice a mix of desperation and anger. "It matters. It all matters." But did it? Did the weight of our actions even register in this chaotic city? I wanted to scream, to shake him and demand he see the truth, but instead, I felt tears prick at the corners of my eyes, a bitter reminder of how close we were to unraveling. "I remember when you believed," I whispered, barely audible, as if saying it too loudly would shatter the tenuous bonds we had left. He turned away, and my heart twisted, a sharp pang of loss that cut deeper than any blade. The laughter of children echoed, a cruel contrast to our spiraling despair. In the distance, a clock tower chimed its hollow bells, each toll a reminder of time slipping through our fingers, a countdown to something inevitable, something dark. The streets were alive, yet the laughter felt hollow, a soundtrack to our unraveling. I caught a glimpse of a woman, her eyes vacant, as if she was already somewhere else, a spectral reflection of the souls we were losing in this modern world. She clutched her child, a tiny hand gripping her wrist, innocent and unaware of the weight of existence. I wanted to reach out, to pull her into our shared anguish, to show her the secrets hidden in the shadows. But the moment passed, the connection fading like a whisper in the wind. I looked back at Sam, who had turned toward me now, eyes glimmering with something unspoken.
Fear? Desire?
It was impossible to tell. "We have to face it together," he said, voice low, almost pleading. "We can't just pretend it doesn't exist." But how could we face what we couldn't even understand? The concepts of good and evil were so blurred, melting into one another like colors on a palette. Wasn't that the point of the weighing? The heart was flawed, just like us, and the feather, was it ever truly light enough to tip the scales? Do you ever think about what you've done? The question hung in the air, heavy as the night. I thought of all the little lies, the moments I had turned away, the times I had failed to stand up for what was right. My heart raced, each beat a reminder of the weight I carried, the choices that shaped me. I felt it, that gnawing guilt clawing its way out from the depths of my soul. It wasn't just Sam's gaze that pierced me, it was my own reflection staring back, bruised and battered. Then, like thunder cracking the sky, the memories flooded back, flashes of pain, laughter, love, heartbreak. I remembered the nights spent wrapped in each other's arms, the promises whispered in the dark. I remembered when we believed in something greater, when the world felt vibrant and full of possibility. I remember, I chanted softly, as if summoning the ghosts of our past, the lives we had lived and lost, the dreams we had chased. But the past is a fickle mistress, and she often leaves us yearning for what we can't reclaim. As I stared into Sam's eyes, I felt the chasm between us widening, a rift forged by unspoken words and untold truths. What if it's too late? My voice quivered, laced with trepidation, and I saw the flicker of doubt dance across his features. He took a step closer, the air crackling with unspoken tension. "It's never too late," he said, determination igniting a spark in his eyes. But could I believe him? The city roared around us, a chaotic symphony of life and death, the shadows writhing like serpents, ready to swallow us whole if we didn't act. "Together," I murmured, though the word tasted bittersweet on my tongue. Together, but at what cost? The past dripped into our present, each choice bleeding into the next, and I could almost hear the scales tipping, the echoes of judgment ringing in my ears. I could feel the weight of my heart, heavy and burdened, each secret a stone dragging me down. As night descended, the city transformed, shadows stretching and merging, a dark canvas for our fears and desires. The clock tower stood sentinel, marking the passage of time as we hovered on the precipice of something monumental. The air thickened with unspoken words, memories swirling like ghosts in the mist. And then, in the midst of that swirling chaos, I felt it, a flicker of hope, a fragile ember kindling in the depths of our despair. Perhaps the legacy of the weighing of the heart was not merely a judgment on the past but a guide to forge a different future. But that future beckoned with uncertainty, a path littered with choices yet to be made, consequences yet to unfold. In that chilling moment, I realized we were not just lost souls wandering through a modern landscape, we were the architects of our own fate. The weight of our hearts, intertwined with the weight of history, propelled us toward an inevitable confrontation, an emotional climax lurking just beyond the horizon. And there was no escaping it, no turning back. With that realization, I locked eyes with Sam, the air thick with tension. The city, the past, the legacy, it all coalesced into that one heartbeat, and I knew that whatever came next would define us forever. The air hung heavy, thick with the weight of unspoken fears, as I stood in the midst of chaos. The flickering torches cast trembling shadows, grotesque forms dancing upon the crumbling stone walls, as if the very souls of the damned were pleading for mercy. I could almost hear their whispers, the echoes of lost lives swirling around me like a tempest. "What have you done?" they seemed to ask, their hollow eyes boring into my soul. Across the room, the figure of Ilara stood rigid, her breath hitching in her throat. I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, the remnants of a fierce resolve crumbling like ancient parchment. Her heart was a drum pounding against the suffocating silence. I believed, she murmured, words barely escaping her lips, each syllable a fragile shard of glass. I thought I could change it. But how could she? The judgment scene loomed before us, half memory, half nightmare. The canvas was an unsettling mass of tortured faces, painted in hues of despair and longing. Each brushstroke buzzed with a visceral urgency, screaming truths that no one dared to voice. The mist of mortality hung around us, swirling like the smoke of a distant fire. In the end, we are all just reflections, I thought, not for the first time. How many lives had unfolded in this very space? How many souls had passed through the crucible of judgment, their hopes and fears captured in the very air, suffocatingly close? The memories clung to me, relentless, each one a story begging to be told. Memories of laughter, of betrayal, of love lost and found. And then there was him, Marcus, his brow furrowed with the weight of 1,000 regrets. His fingers traced the edges of the canvas, as if searching for something he had lost, something he could never reclaim. It wasn't supposed to end like this, he said, his voice cracking like dry earth underfoot. I thought I had more time. Time. An elusive specter, always slipping through our fingers. I felt the pulse of the universe in that moment, the heartbeats of countless lives echoing through the ages. Time is merciless, I whispered, though unsure if I spoke it for him or for myself. Each tick of the clock echoed in my ears, a reminder of every second wasted. The painting before us was alive, alive in a way that made my skin crawl. Paintings should evoke beauty, shouldn't they? But this was something else. It was a gut-wrenching abyss where hope and despair collided. Faces twisted in agony, hands reaching out as if begging for salvation, or perhaps for vengeance. My own heart raced with terror, and I could feel the sweat bead at my temples. The air was thick with the scent of fear, mingling with the acrid smoke of despair. "Do you see it?" Ilara asked, eyes wide, searching desperately for understanding. "The truth in their faces? They're waiting for us to decide." Decide? The word echoed in my mind, the gravity of it settling like lead in my chest. What could we decide? What power did we possess here? I was nothing but a spectator caught in an eternal loop, tethered to the judgment of a moment that was both now and forever. Marcus turned to me, eyes dancing with a wild desperation. "We can't let it end like this. We have to fight." His hand shook, passion igniting the dullness of despair. "We can change the course. We can redeem ourselves." But redemption is a cruel mistress, I thought. It tantalizes with promises of grace while it veils the truth of our flaws. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I remembered my own sins, a parade of shadows marching relentlessly through my mind. I remember the laughter that echoed in the halls, the warmth of forgiveness that never came. The shadows whispered secrets, each one a dagger to my heart. What had I done to earn a second chance? Was there even a path to atonement? The weight of the canvas pressed down upon me like a tombstone, heavy with the sins of the past. Ilara stepped forward, her voice rising above the din, sharp as shattered glass. "No more hiding. No more waiting." Her courage ignited something in me, a flicker of hope that fought against the encroaching darkness. We must own our truths, even if they shatter us. I wanted to scream, to shatter her illusion, to tell her that truth can be a double-edged sword, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I watched as she faced the canvas, reaching out as if to touch the souls imprisoned within. The energy in the room shifted, a palpable tension electrifying the air, wrapping around us like a vice. In that moment, I felt the universe hold its breath, a collective gasp echoing through the cosmos. Time suspended, and for a heartbeat, I was free from the burden of judgment, free to feel the rawness of life coursing through me. But freedom comes at a cost. The shadows shifted, their forms twisting and writhing in protest. "You can't escape," they seemed to whisper, a chilling reminder of the inescapable truth. "Face it!" Marcus shouted, his voice a storm crashing against the stillness. "Face what you've done!" And my heart raced, resonating with the pulse of forgotten dreams, the echoes of choices left unmade. The judgment scene unfolded before us, a harrowing tapestry of existence where every decision split into 1,000 divergent paths. I felt the sorrow of the forgotten pressing upon me, a chorus of lost souls, each story aching to be heard. My breath quickened, the taste of fear bitter on my tongue. Their anguish clawed at my insides, a relentless reminder of the weight of existence and the inevitability of our choices. Will we be defined by our failures or by our fight? I thought, the question lingering, heavy like a storm cloud. Ilara, trembling, raised her hand to the canvas, and in that electric moment, I knew. We were not just witnesses, we were players in this tragic opera. The judgment scene was not merely a reflection of our fates, it was a call to action. It was the moment where past met present, where the weight of our choices threatened to crush us, yet also offered the flicker of hope. Let's paint a new future, I breathed, feeling the resolve swell within me, entangled in the fear and the rage, the love and the loss. As the shadows writhed and the echoes whispered, we stood together, poised on the precipice of our souls. Here, at the judgment scene, where everything began and everything could change, we faced our truths, ready to confront the haunting specters of our past, while the universe watched, breath held in anticipation of our next move. The air was thick, stifling, like the weight of 1,000 unspoken fears. A flickering torch cast jagged shadows on the damp stone walls of the Hall of Marat, where echoes danced like lost souls, whispering secrets of judgment and reckoning. I could feel my heart thrumming against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat drowning out the silence that swallowed the chamber whole. Beneath the cold gaze of the feathered goddess, I stood with 2 others, each of us a fragment of a broken story, teetering on the brink of fate. Elena trembled beside me, her fingers wrapped tightly around a worn amulet, a piece of her mother's spirit clutched desperately in her palm. She had come seeking justice for a crime that had stolen her brother from her, an act so vile it hung heavily in the air, its stench mingling with the must of ancient stone. A tear slipped down her cheek, a glimmer of sorrow caught in the flickering light, and I wanted to reach out, to wipe it away, but I was trapped in my own turmoil. Then there was Kalin, his eyes haunted, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. Once a loyal soldier, now a man weighed down by the ghosts of the battlefield, he sought absolution for the life he had taken, a life snuffed out like a candle caught in a gust of wind. I could see the guilt etched into his skin, the way his shoulders slumped as if the weight of the world pressed down upon him, each breath a reminder of choices made, lives lost. Please, Elena's voice cracked, trembling with raw emotion. I need her to hear me. The words echoed against the stone, reverberating like a prayer, and I could feel the walls leaning in, hungry for our despair. The feather, emblematic of truth and justice, hovered nearby in the presence of Marat, weighing our souls against the darkness that loomed like a predator lurking in the shadows. I remember the stories, the ones told in hushed tones around flickering fires. Tales of spirits that crossed the threshold between life and death, of scales that balanced hearts against the weight of a single feather. I could almost hear them, the whispers of guilt and regret, swirling around us like a tempest. You cannot escape what you've done, they seemed to say. The truth is an unyielding force. Kalin's breath hitched. I don't deserve forgiveness, he muttered, his fists clenched, knuckles white against the darkness. His struggle was palpable, a visceral clash of hope and despair. I wanted to scream, to tell him that redemption was still within reach, but the Hall of Marat was merciless. It demanded honesty, and honesty often tasted like bitter ash. Elena stepped forward, her voice steadying despite the quaver in her heart. What if I told you that love is stronger than hate? She asked, the fire in her eyes igniting a flicker of courage within us both. What if I told you that even in the darkest times, we can choose to be better? But the shadows beckoned, and with every heartbeat, I felt the weight of our sins pressing down, a cold, clammy hand squeezing our throats. Marat's gaze pierced through us, knowing our truths by heart. I could almost hear the feather whispering our secrets, each one a thread pulling tighter around our souls. I remember the echoes of laughter that once filled our lives, now replaced by the hollow sound of despair. The city outside thrummed with life, oblivious to the turmoil within these walls. Beneath the moonlight, lovers danced and children played, while we stood here, shackled by our pasts. Have you ever felt so lost? Kalin's voice broke through my reverie, a haunting question that hung in the air like smoke. so far gone that the light feels like a distant memory. His eyes bore into me, searching for understanding. I don't know if I can face this. Elena stepped closer to him, the warmth of her spirit like a candle flickering against the cold. You're not alone. We're in this together. We must confront our fears or be consumed by them. The air crackled with tension, a brewing storm that threatened to shatter the fragile hope we clung to. I felt the pulse of the universe, the rhythm of time itself, and with it came the impossible weight of our choices. The shadows whispered, taunting us, reminding us that the truth had a way of resurfacing, no matter how deeply we buried it. A sudden tremor shook the ground beneath us, and I gasped, the reality of our situation crashing down like waves against a rocky shore. The torches flickered wildly, casting long, twisting shadows that danced like phantoms. I could see them now, the dark figures of our regrets lurking just beyond the light, taunting us, daring us to turn back. But we couldn't. We wouldn't. Let us step into the light, Elena urged, her voice fierce, cutting through the darkness like a blade. Let us confront what we fear most. There was a fire in her spirit, a light that dared to shine even in the deepest of shadows. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to feel that light wrap around me, to dissolve the chains that bound my heart. Kaelin's eyes flicked back and forth between us, a storm brewing within as he fought against the tides of his own guilt. The chamber quivered, the walls seeming to pulse with our collective anguish. I thought of the clock that ticked relentlessly above us, a reminder that time waits for no one, not for the guilty nor for the innocent. It drummed a fierce rhythm, a countdown to whatever awaited us at the end of this darkened path. Tell me, I whispered, my voice barely more than a breath. What do we do when the truth is too heavy to bear? Elena shifted, her amulet glinting in the torchlight, a beacon of hope against the encroaching gloom. We share it, she said, her words a fragile promise. We share it, and we let it set us free. As the echoes of her voice faded, I felt the weight of the hall shift, the shadows retreating just a little, as if acknowledging our resolve. The feather of Marat shone brighter, a sliver of hope against the overwhelming darkness, and I knew in that moment, we stood at the precipice of something vast, something unfathomable. We took a step forward, together, hearts pounding like thunder in the stillness, and as we crossed that threshold into the unknown, we understood that the real battle lay ahead. The truth would come, and with it, the reckoning. But perhaps, just perhaps, there was a way to rise above the shadows, to find the light within the storm. And in that heartbeat, with the weight of the cosmos pressing down upon us, we embraced the uncertainty, ready to face whatever lay beyond, knowing that the darkness would never extinguish our flickering flame. The room was heavy with silence, the kind that grips your throat, suffocating yet expectant. Candles flickered like dying stars, casting shadows that danced across the cold stone walls, whispering secrets only the dead should know. I stood there, heart racing, a chill crawling down my spine as I watched Eliza, her fingers trembling, cradling a delicate bone like a fragile dream. Every inch of her was taut with emotion, a mixture of reverence, fear, and an unsettling resolve. I can't let them take her, she murmured, voice barely above a whisper. The words hung in the air, thick with desperation. I remembered my own mother, lying still, her body wrapped in the embrace of death, as if it were a final, cruel joke. The memories felt like shards of ice piercing through flesh, sharp and relentless. The funeral home, that sacred space of sorrow, felt alive, almost breathing. The air was heavy with the scent of jasmine and decay, mingling in a grotesque dance of life and death. I could see the dusty portraits on the walls, eyes following us, judging us, haunting us. They were the ghosts of women who had come before, mothers, daughters, grandmothers, each one a keeper of secrets, bearers of pain. They had woven their lives into rituals, bending their knees to the unrelenting force of grief. Eliza's hand shook as she placed the bone down, the clattering sound echoing like a gunshot in the stillness. This is her, she insisted, eyes wild. She deserves a proper farewell. I felt the weight of her words, an urgent plea wrapped in layers of sorrow. Beside her stood Marianne, a woman whose eyes told stories of their own, hollow, yet fierce, shadows dancing beneath the surface. She had lost a daughter to the cruelty of fate, and each day was a reminder of her absence. I could see it in the way Marianne's lips pressed together, a fragile line of pain that refused to break. "Eliza," she said softly, "we can't keep fighting the tide. It's time to let go." But Eliza was relentless, a storm of emotion, her grief manifesting in defiance. "Let go," she spat, the words laced with anger. "That's how they want us to grieve. Just let them take our loved ones and bury them like they were nothing." The tension crackled like electricity in the air. I felt the walls closing in, each heartbeat resonating in my chest, a drum echoing the weight of loss. I remembered the stories my grandmother had told me, tales of women who washed corpses beneath the shrouded moon, their hands gentle yet resolute, transforming death into a ritual of love. The whispers of the past felt like a lifeline, urging us to reclaim our power as women, as custodians of the dead. "Maybe it's not about letting go," I interjected, surprising even myself. The room turned to me, 3 sets of eyes piercing through the dark. "Maybe it's about holding on to their memories, their stories. What good is a farewell if it's stripped of our love?" Marianne's gaze softened, a flicker of understanding dancing across her features. "You think they want us to forget?" "Yes." I felt the surge of conviction rise within me. They want us to grieve in silence, to bury our pain alongside them. But we have the right to scream, to rage. We have the right to remember. Eliza's face crumpled, a mixture of anger and despair. "But how do we do that?" "We honor them," I said, voice trembling with the weight of my own sorrow. "We tell their stories. We wrap them in our love, our memories, and let them live on in every breath we take." The room pulsed with a strange energy, the flickering candlelight reflecting the tumult of emotion swirling within us. I could almost feel the presence of the women who had come before, their spirits rising to join us, urging us to reclaim the narratives of loss. Marianne stepped closer, her hand reaching out, trembling and raw. "Then we fight," she said, a fierce determination lighting her eyes. "We fight for our right to mourn, to remember. We're not just vessels for grief, we're the keepers of legacies." Eliza nodded slowly, a new fire igniting within her. "We'll do this together. We'll make our own rituals, filled with laughter and tears, with stories that stretch into eternity." I felt a rush of hope, a fragile bloom unfurling within the depths of my heart. The shadows that had once loomed so ominously began to recede, replaced by the warmth of our shared resolve. We were not just women mourning our losses, we were warriors, bound together by the threads of memory and love. Outside, the world continued its relentless march forward, oblivious to the sacred pact we had forged within these walls. But here, in this moment, we were alive, a testament to the power of grief transformed into strength, a strength that would carry us into the unknown. Eliza, Marianne, and I stood together, united not just in our sorrow but in our defiance. The candles flickered, the shadows shifted, and I felt the pulse of history around us, the echoes of women who had fought before, preparing us for a battle that would never truly end. And as we took a breath together, the room enveloped us in its embrace, an eternal reminder that we are the bearers of stories, the keepers of the dead, and in that truth, we find our freedom. The journey ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear, we would not be silenced. We would rise, time and time again, amidst the ashes and the echoes of our shared grief, ready to honor those we loved, and those who had loved before us. The night hung thick with a silence so profound, it felt like the world held its breath. Under the flickering street lamp, shadows danced like lost spirits, twisting and turning, mocking the very essence of belief. I stood at the edge of that dimly lit alley, the chill of uncertainty creeping down my spine. My heart thudded with the weight of my choices, each beat a reminder of the unbearable truth I was avoiding. I could hear the distant echoes of prayer rising from the church, a final haunting hymn mingling with the wails of the muezzin calling from the mosque just a few blocks away. In that moment, I saw her, Maria. She was a silhouette against the glow of the lanterns, her long hair billowing like a dark cloud, a tempest of emotion swirling within her. She had always been the pillar, the unwavering faith that anchored my own beliefs, but tonight, doubt draped itself around her shoulders like a heavy cloak. I could feel her fear resonating through the stillness, an electric current vibrating between us. "How did we get here?" she whispered, her voice quivering like a fragile leaf in the wind. I clenched my fists, the roughness of the brick wall behind me grounding me, reminding me of the world that crumbled around us. I remember when the answers felt so clear, Maria, I admitted, a ghost of nostalgia slipping through my lips. I remember how we used to believe that faith was enough to shield us from the chaos. But those words now tasted bitter, as if they had been dipped in ashes. The echoes of our laughter haunted me, memories of candlelit prayers and shared dreams twisted into nightmares of uncertainty. And then there was Ahmed, lurking in the shadows, his presence a paradox, both a comfort and a reminder of everything lost. His faith had been a fortress, a bulwark against the storm of life. I caught glimpses of his turmoil in the flickering light, the flicker of his faith waning like a dying star. "You think this is what God intended for us?" he said, his eyes blazing with fury and despair, a tempest brewing beneath his surface. "We cling to these rituals, these hollow prayers, and yet the world slips away like sand through our fingers." With each word, I felt the air grow heavier, thick with the stench of forgotten promises and lost convictions. The city around us was a graveyard of ideals, crumbling churches, an abandoned mosque standing sentinel over a past that felt increasingly like a dream. I wanted to scream, to tear through the suffocating silence, but the weight of our shared despair anchored me in place, like chains forged from our fading faith. Maria stepped closer, her breath warm against my skin, a fleeting warmth in this cold, desolate night. "What do we do when the foundations crumble?" she asked, her voice a mere whisper, yet it echoed like thunder in my heart. I wanted to tell her that we could rebuild, that faith could rise from the ashes like a phoenix. But the words caught in my throat, a bitter lump of reality lodged deep within. Behind us, the city moaned, a distant siren wailing, a reminder of the chaos lurking just beyond the veil of our fragile existence. "Look around," Ahmed said, gesturing towards the shadows that loomed over us. "This is the truth. Tradition is dying. It's suffocating under the weight of our questions, our doubts." I could feel the ground shifting beneath me, the very earth tremoring with the echoes of history, the ghosts of those who had once believed so fervently. "Do you remember, Maria?" I murmured, lost in the depths of my memory, when we gazed at the stars, convinced they were the eyes of God watching over us. We were young, naive. "Yes," she replied, tears glistening in her eyes, "and now the stars seemed so far away, as if they've turned their backs on us." The air crackled with tension, the universe holding its breath, waiting for us to make a decision. Our beliefs felt like a fragile web, spun with dreams but torn asunder by the reality that surrounded us. I could almost hear the strings snapping, the sound like distant thunder rumbling in the background. Each heartbeat echoed painfully in my chest. Was it fear? Was it loss? Or was it the realization that we were standing at the precipice of something monumental? I glanced at Ahmed, and in his gaze, I saw a reflection of my own fear and desperation. "We are floating in a sea of uncertainty," he said, his voice barely a murmur, "and the shore is slipping away with every passing moment." "Then what do we hold on to?" Maria cried out, her voice breaking like glass, and in that moment, I understood. We were all searching for something to grip, something to anchor us in this turbulent world, a flicker of hope, a whisper of faith. But those flickers were dimming, one by one, casting us into a darkness that felt suffocating and absolute. I felt the weight of their gazes upon me, the unspoken question hanging in the air like a looming storm cloud. "Maybe we don't," I finally said, my voice trembling with the rawness of truth. "Maybe we find solace in the chaos, in the uncertainty, in each other." With those words, I stepped forward, breaking the invisible barrier that had kept us apart. Maria followed, reaching for my hand, and Ahmed stepped closer. Our connection solidified like a lifeline in turbulent waters. The world outside continued to swirl, the night thick with shadows, but in that moment, we grasped something intangible, something beautiful amidst the chaos, a fleeting moment of solidarity as we faced the uncertain horizon together. The clock struck midnight, its chimes reverberating through the streets, a somber reminder that time waits for no one. Our breath synchronized as we stood at the edge of something magnificent and terrifying, a crossroads of faith and doubt, of darkness and light. The air shimmered with possibilities, the night alive with the weight of our unspoken fears and hopes. And as the shadows loomed closer, I couldn't help but wonder, what would tomorrow bring? Would we emerge from the darkness, or would we be consumed by it? But those thoughts were lost in the electrifying moment, for in our hearts, we knew the answer lay not in the hands of fate, but in the strength we found in each other. The air crackled with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the ancient city. I stood there, heart racing, in a bustling marketplace turned graveyard of memories. The scent of spices mixed with the earthy smell of the Nile, the lively chatter of vendors morphing into hushed whispers. "He's gone," they said. "The old man, he doesn't know what he's facing." I could feel it too, the weight of unspoken fears pressing down like a leaden shroud. I squeezed my eyes shut, the weight of my own grief threatening to spill over. I remembered my father, his laughter ringing like bells, then fading into silence, a silence that echoed with questions. I could still hear his voice, clear as day, urging me to find solace in the idea of an afterlife, a place free from this wretched existence. "You'll see, my dear. There's a journey after this." But now, standing in this living tomb, I wondered if he had been wrong. Had he crossed over into nothingness, or had he faced the gods with trembling confusion? Across the market, I spotted Amina, her eyes darting like trapped birds. She was always on the edge, dancing between fear and hope as if they were her only companions. "Did you hear?" she whispered to me, urgency suffusing her voice. "They say the old man saw the duat, he spoke to the dead." Her hands trembled, the delicate fingers recalling the tales of her childhood. The afterlife wasn't just a concept for her, it was a living, breathing entity that haunted her dreams. Every night, she lay awake, listening to the whispers that sifted through the cracks of her mind, begging her to remember what it was to fear the darkness. I breathed, the stories we were told. The tales of Anubis and the weighing of hearts, the dread of facing your own sins. What if there was no redemption? I felt a chill creep up my spine. What if this world was just a prelude to a fate worse than death? Our friend Khalil joined us, his presence a storm cloud darkening our fragile solace. "They're gathering at the river," he said, his voice low, vibrating with uncertainty. "They believe he can still communicate with the other side." The tremor in his tone told me all I needed to know. Fear had sewn itself into the fabric of our lives. The ancient rituals that once felt distant now clawed at us with sharp, ragged nails. The three of us stood, a trio of lost souls tethered to the earthly plane, caught in the thrall of a phenomenon we couldn't comprehend. "What if he's right?" Amina's voice found its way through the noise, trembling like a leaf in a tempest. "What if death isn't the end, but a beginning?" The question lingered, heavy and suffocating. I could feel the weight of her hope like a noose tightening around my heart. The idea of facing eternity, a cycle of judgment and rebirth, made my skin crawl. I could see the silhouettes of the ancient temples in the distance, their shadowy forms whispering secrets of the past that wrapped around us like vines. As dusk descended, the river shimmered, chaotic waves reflecting the dying light. I felt drawn to it, my feet moving against my will, an invisible thread pulling me closer to the gathering crowd. Khalil followed, a reluctant shadow, while Amina hesitated at the edge, caught between dread and fascination. "What if it's a trap?" she murmured, her wide eyes glimmering with unshed tears. "What if they awaken something we can't control?" The old man stood at the water's edge, surrounded by flickering candles and the scent of incense that hung thick in the air, a smoky curtain shrouding the faces of the onlookers. His voice rose above the murmurs, a haunting melody that cut through the night. "I have seen the heart of the duat. I have spoken with those who came before." The crowd leaned in, spellbound, their faces reflecting the flickering flames. I could feel the energy pulsing, thrumming through the air, a collective heartbeat of fear and anticipation. "I remember the stories," I whispered, memories flooding back, my father's warmth, the tales of Osiris and Isis, the weight of the feather against the heart. But those stories felt like echoes now, muffled against the reality that faced us. What if the stories were warnings instead of comfort? What if the afterlife was a cruel masquerade, a place where souls danced in torment, forever reliving their regrets? Amina took a step forward, her voice barely a whisper. "What if he can help us? What if he can tell us what lies beyond?" Her eyes were wide, glimmering with a mix of desperation and yearning. Khalil clenched his fists, his breath shaky. Or what if he unleashes something we can't face? The night thickened, tension thick as fog, wrapping around us like an embrace we couldn't escape. As the old man continued, his words weaving a tapestry of myth and truth, I felt a tremor of something ancient pulse through me. Would we dare to listen? Would we dare to confront our own fears, our own doubts, even as the shadows danced around us? The river lapped gently at the shore, whispers of the past mingling with our own memories, dreams, ghosts of what could have been. The air shifted, charged with something electric and dark, pulling me deeper into the moment. I stood at the edge of the unknown, my heart pounding in time with the chaos swirling around us. Did we dare to believe? Did we dare to hope? In that chilling silence, I couldn't help but wonder, if we were brave enough to face the darkness, what light might we find on the other side? And as the night unfolded, we stood together, three souls bound by grief and uncertainty, ready to plunge into the depths, ready to confront what lay beyond. The darkness presses like a weight against the chest, a palpable silence stretching across the dusty halls of the ancient museum. I stand in the dim light, heart racing, breath quickening. Shadows dance on the walls, whispering secrets from long-dead pharaohs. I remember the hushed rumors of the curse, the warnings that hung in the air like a fog, thick and suffocating. It isn't just history that draws us here, it's the eerie thrill of the unknown, the promise of revelations that could shatter our understanding of the world. Can you feel it? Sarah's voice trembles, reverberating off the stone. She shivers, glancing over her shoulder, a fleeting shadow flitting past her. Her eyes, wide and haunted, reflect both wonder and fear, her passion for Egyptology clashing with her primal instinct to flee. It's like they're watching us. And they are, those ancient souls, enshrined in gold and dust, bound by the weight of their unfulfilled lives. I want to tell her that I understand, that I feel the pulse of history throbbing in this vast sanctuary of secrets, but the words stick in my throat. Instead, I nod, swallowing the fear that rises like bile. The museum is a labyrinth, each turn echoing with the footsteps of scholars and dreamers. I remember the first time I laid eyes on the mummified remains of a priestess, curled in eternal repose. The stillness of her face, the way the moonlight kissed the glass case, sent shivers down my spine. She was once vibrant, filled with breath and dreams, now reduced to dust and whispers. Why do we do this? I murmur, almost to myself. Why do we dig into the past, unearthing the bones of civilization? Because it's ours to understand, Sarah responds, her voice steady now, though uncertainty flickers in her eyes. She often wrestles with this pulsating dichotomy, the thrill of discovery against the backdrop of death. It's about connecting with them, seeing through their eyes. But what if their eyes are nothing but hollow sockets, void of life? What if they scream and cry in the silence, begging us to leave their stories buried? I clench my fists, feeling the pulse of anxiety thump against my ribcage. Suddenly, the lights flicker, plunging us into a world where only shadows exist. The panic surges, the world feels too alive, too aware. I remember the stories of dark rituals, the sacrifices made to appease the gods, the pharaohs who believed they could take their riches with them into eternity. But what if the only thing they took was their longing, their sorrow? Evan? Sarah's voice trembles, breaking through the haze. She reaches for me, her hand cold and clammy. Did you hear that? A low growl reverberates through the halls, rattling the glass cases. My heart skips, time stands still, as if the very fabric of reality has been tugged. I remember the last time I felt this way, lost in a world that felt both familiar and alien. Let's not linger, I whisper, urging her forward. But curiosity grips us both, a tightening noose that pulls us deeper into the womb of the museum. We find ourselves standing before an exhibition that feels different, charged. The artifacts pulse with an energy that's almost sentient, the air thick with an electric charge. There's an ancient tomb replica, the door ajar, as if beckoning us to enter. Do you think it's real? Sarah asks, her voice barely above a whisper, her eyes glimmering with both excitement and dread. What if it's just a trap? We have to know, I breathe, unable to resist the call. We step inside, the darkness enveloping us like a shroud. Each heartbeat echoes loudly in the confined space. The walls are adorned with hieroglyphs, tales of gods and mortals entwined in cosmic dance, their stories woven into the fabric of time. But then, a sudden chill nips at the back of my neck, and I remember. The stories, those haunting whispers from the past. What if they're angry? What if in our quest for knowledge, we've crossed a line that should have remained untouched? Evan, Sarah's voice cracks, her hands trembling as she traces a scarab etched into the wall, a symbol of protection turned ominous. What if we're not alone? And there it is, the spine-chilling urgency of realization. The shadows shift, blending into one another, and I can't help but feel the weight of 1,000 eyes upon us, watching, waiting. The air grows thick, their energy swirling around us, the whispers intensifying. I want to run, to escape this suffocating darkness, but my feet remain rooted, trapped in a moment that feels both fragile and eternal. I remember the promise I made to myself, to uncover, to understand, to embrace every part of this fascination, no matter how terrifying. But now, as the shadows close in, I wonder if ignorance might have been a safer path. What are you afraid of, Evan? Sarah presses, her gaze searching mine. Is it the past? Or what we might find in ourselves? What a question, layered with a gravity that pulls at the very core of my being. I swallow hard, fighting the tension that threatens to snap. It's both. I want to scream. The past terrifies me, but so does the reflection it casts upon my soul. Every discovery feels like a knife, each revelation a wound, leaving scars that bleed into the present. As the shadows swirl, I sense the truth hovering like a ghost, an undeniable weight lingering in the air. We are not just explorers, we are participants in a cosmic play. The past, once a distant memory, is now alive, breathing, ready to engulf us. Hold on, I rasp, ready to face whatever horror lies ahead. The walls tremble, the ancient whispering rising to a crescendo. I reach for Sarah, her trembling fingers finding mine, and together we step deeper into the abyss. Time stretches and snaps like a bowstring, caught between history and fate as the echoes of the ancients threaten to consume us. We are but moths, drawn to the flame of knowledge, oblivious to the scorching heat of truth. And thus, we plunge headfirst into the darkness, hearts pounding like war drums against the impending storm, caught in the relentless grip of our enduring fascination.